and Mayor Joe Hogsett boiled down to this.
It demonstrates our collective commitment to transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement in the resources that support our police officers.
Mayor Hogsett in a Wednesday press conference. Chief Chris Bailey says the near $600,000 investment will also provide vital context to police shootings and other complicated cases. Donnie Burgess, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Federal agents raided the headquarters of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing in Zionsville on Wednesday. The FBI walking into the facility that morning, telling workers to leave all electronic devices and computers as is and leave the facility. It's not clear yet why they conducted the raid. The Indiana Fever close out the regular season tonight against the Washington Mystics. Head coach Christy Sides on how she feels the team is playing ahead of the playoffs.
We're trending in the right direction. I think our defense is going to play a huge part in how we play offensively with getting stopped.
7 p.m. tip-off tonight in D.C. Traffic on the 5s, Matt Bear.
Kurt, we have a cluster here on the northeast side. It is northbound 465 between I-69 and Allisonville Road. 2 left lanes are blocked. Traffic is stopped. Back to I-70, 43-minute delay time. Westbound 72 downtown vehicle fires Sherman Drive, and that's on the right shoulder, slowing traffic back to Arlington Avenue. South side crash. Eastbound 465 and I-65 blocking the right lane, causing stop-and-go traffic past US 31, and it looks like a couple of vehicles broken down on southbound 65 at 21st. Could be a crash. It's over on the right shoulder, slowing us past the White River. Traffic sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about the research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Absolute Comfort, your American Standard air dealer serving central Indiana.
The forecast from the American Standard Cooling Weather Center.
Good morning on this Thursday. Sunny and hot heading into the afternoon hours. Today's high 89. Mainly clear, quiet, and still comfortable overnight. A low down to 62. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Marcus Bailey for 93 WIBC.
67, mostly sunny on Monument Circle. I'm Kirk Darling on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Good morning. It is Thursday, September 19th. It's 7 minutes after 9. It's Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC. A couple big announcements to start off the program.
Oh, my goodness, Casey. We have so much to get to today. But, yes, we do have a couple of things we need to tell you, our fabulous listeners. First of all, something we touched on yesterday. On October the 2nd at 11 o'clock, Donald Rainwater will be here, not for an interview, but a debate.
A debate. He's going to debate you, huh? We're going to have to do the coin toss to see who gets the first question.
Now, we did this during the primary when the Fox 59 CBS 4 kicked the 2 black candidates off the stage.
Right.
And we said nobody is more diverse than our show, so we should totally, people who have qualified to run for public office have a right to be a part of the debates, given Indiana's very high ballot access laws. And so we had Jamie Rittenauer came in, and that was very, very popular when we debated each other. And now they're doing the same thing to Rainwater, who they have an even higher standard for the general election, which is 10%. So despite the fact that Don got 345,000 votes the last time because he didn't hit 10% in their polling threshold. They've given him the bootski off the debate stage.
Isn't that something? He's going to be on the ballot in Indiana. You could vote for this guy as governor, yet he's not allowed to be on the debate stage.
Yeah, that's the thing we've said is it's not like Indiana, some of these states where you can be the, Hopium party candidate, and if you can fill out a form, you're on the ballot. I mean, there's incredibly high ballot access laws by design because the two major parties don't want third parties raining on their parade. And yet, despite the fact that this guy got all those votes last time, it's not like he's polling at 2%. He's at 6%. They're kicking him off the debate stage, and you and I agree, even though we're supporting someone else, hey, I think that's complete crap. The guy deserves to be heard. He's a valuable voice in the process. And so we'll probably get way more listeners and viewers than the debate actually will.
Right.
So we'll, because let's face it, we're sporting Braun, but he's kind of a snoozer. Mm-hmm. He's not exactly Mr. Excitement. And McCormick is, you'll want to stab your eye out with an ice pick after the third lie she tells 2 minutes into the process. So we said, Let's make this interesting, and so I will, on October the 2nd, for 1 hour, debate Donald Rainwater here on these radio airwaves.
So I will be moderating that event. If there's a question that you would like for Rob and Don to debate, by all means, let me know. Casey Daniels, 317.
Yeah, and we'll do it exactly like last time. I told Don this. I will have no information other than the format and the topics, which Don will also have that information, and then you'll be a much better David Muir. You'll do a much better job than David Muir did.
Well, I won't interrupt and fact check you the entire time.
I'll be allowed to lie the entire time, and it'll be up to Don to call me out.
But we know you won't because you have too much conviction. Now, there's another announcement that we have to get to about this program today.
Oh, yes. Coming up later on in the show, Todd Rokita is going to be joining us via telephone.
The Attorney General, Todd Rokita. We are talking about the same Todd Rokita, correct?
Yes, Todd Rokita will be with us, so that should be just a fascinating ball of interesting, and we know radios will literally be breaking. Casey, they'll be just combusting.
Okay.
Later on in the program today, when Todd Rokita, the Attorney General for the state of Indiana, joins us. So it should be a wild and wacky program, and nobody does it quite like us.
All right. Well, that's at 11 o'clock that Todd Rokita will be joining Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. They announced they will not issue an endorsement in the presidential election. Now, this is the first time since 1996 and only the third time since 1960 that they have decided to do this. The president said neither major candidate was able to make serious commitments to our union to ensure the interests of working people.
Okay, so there's two things at play. This is a huge story, actually, because it is essentially an endorsement of Donald Trump. There was no way they were ever... The story here is not that they didn't endorse anyone. The story is that it's essentially a gigantic thumbs up from the actual people in the union for Donald Trump. The power structure of that union was never, ever, ever going to endorse Donald Trump. But the rank and file of that union was so overwhelmingly in support of Donald Trump that the leadership said, and look, leadership has done this before where, hey, we're doing this, and everybody knows kind of deep down it doesn't actually reflect. I think you saw this in 2016 with all the union votes that Trump got. Hey, leadership is padding their own pockets, and they're padding, the pockets of the powerful. They're not really representing the rank and file.
Right.
But because they allowed this vote to take place and it was a public result and it was so resoundingly in support of Donald Trump, they simply could not go against that. So they said, well, we're gonna sit it out.
Okay, so the result was Trump at 59% and Harris at 34%. And that really does put leadership in a tough position because it's not how they wanted it to turn out. So rather than listen to their membership, they decide, well, we're just not going to endorse anybody. You better bet, had it been reversed, they would have made an endorsement for Harris.
Yeah, and then I saw a thing where Trump is doing very well amongst... This is why people don't believe polls, and this is why people question election results. Because I heard the thing on the news earlier, Trump's doing great amongst Hispanics. You see that the union membership, which is traditionally a Democrat voter base, they're overwhelmingly supporting Donald Trump. You see the polling showing independents overwhelmingly supporting Donald Trump, even compared to Kamala Harris. And so people say, wait a second. All of these core, traditionally Democrat constituencies are now supporting Donald Trump. How could, with the out creative jelly bean counting and or shenanigans, how if all of these things are happening, could this guy actually lose this election?
And the thing to consider also is that the Teamsters have a really strong presence in the battleground states.
Yes.
And leave it to Donald Trump. He can take this and make it a win for him. He is making a non-endorsement a good thing.
Mr. President, any reaction to the Teamsters' decision not to endorse?
No, they were. It's a great honor. They're not going to endorse the Democrats. That's a big thing. And this is the first time in, I guess, 50, 60 years that that's happened. Democrats automatically have the Teamsters. They took a vote, and I guess I was at 60% or more. And that's a great honor. I mean, it's really... I've had a lot of Teamsters work for me, a lot of the concrete trucks. They built all these buildings that you see in New York City, the Teamsters. Exclusively Teamsters, I have to say. They've done a great job. But the vote of the Teamsters themselves was very high for me. And the leadership, Sean O'Brien and the group, who are great people, they said, we can't endorse the Democrats. So I think this is the first time in many decades that they haven't endorsed Democrats.
So he's saying this is a de facto endorsement of him because they're not endorsing her.
Well, it is. And so what this means now is there will, I would assume this is what this means. That's dangerous, but going just how endorsements work and traditionally with these people, this group, how it works. She won't be getting the money that normally comes with that endorsement. And probably more important to her, she will not be getting the organization of, shall we call them, vote gatherers that generally come. I'm not going to use a word like strong arming, but she's not going to get the network of vote gatherers that generally come with that. And look, in a state where 10,000 votes could easily decide the election, places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, that could be all the difference. We talk about each individual thing isn't the thing that could decide the thing, but when you put them together. So it's like if Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s endorsement is worth 15,000 votes in Pennsylvania, a 15,000 net gain, and the Teamsters non-endorsement or the results of the Teamsters public rank and file election is worth 10 or 15,000. I mean, you start cobbling these things together and you get essentially a real constituency of votes that could ultimately decide the difference.
Okay, so the Teamsters, they have endorsed GOP presidential candidates in the past, including Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan and H.W. Bush. They did wait a long time to announce their non-endorsement decision, longer than some other groups like the UAW or the National Education Association. But here's the thing. They did have him speaking at the RNC. You got to wonder, did he know that they weren't going to endorse when he was there?
Well, I think they probably had a pretty good idea. I mean, let's face it, right? Like, is it really all that different than what we did with the property tax thing, which is we drove all three candidates to come up with something, okay? We went from our show, basically, there was one guy who would add something, which was rainwater, and now all three of them have something, and Braun actually has something that's pretty decent with that property tax reset, which he can enter next year when he becomes the governor, hopefully with a mandate to get that done, right? And don't take it, we're sometimes a little over the top. Let me rephrase it. I'm sometimes a little over the top on the braggadocious nature. Everybody says it. Everybody says it was your show that did that. Why do we do that? Because we want good public policy. Now, the Teamsters usually do it in things that benefit them, right? This benefits all. The thing we're fighting for isn't just a benefit to us. It's a benefit to every single Hoosier in the state of Indiana who owns a home who will benefit from this. But sometimes you got to drive people to where you want them to go. You got to take the ball and you got to run with it. You got to insert yourself into the game.
And if you're really good, you can make them think it was their decision.
That's right. So I think that's part of what this was this guy was playing both sides of the fence. He was trying to get as many concessions as he could from both sides. He ultimately didn't get a win from either side. And whatever concessions he got from Kamala Harris, it wasn't enough to go against the overwhelming support of his rank and file for Trump.
It makes you wonder if they regret doing that electronic member poll. Because had they not done that poll, they wouldn't have known where their membership
I think
sits.
that was part of the deal, though, is the rank and file has been so upset with the leadership not representing their views politically, then I think this was part of the deal was we got to do it and we got to make it public, and people deserve the right to know if you guys are representing us.
Okay, so the Federal Reserve has cut interest rates by 50 basis points. We're going to review what that means to you, if anything. And also Melania Trump talking about, her being naked. That's on the way from 93 WIBC.
Kendall and Casey.
The rhetoric of the left. I mean, this guy was using the exact same words that Biden and Harris have been using. The right is not out there shooting at Joe Biden.
Kamala Harris calling Donald Trump the biggest threat to America since the Civil War. Many people are saying lone wolf. I'm questioning whether he truly was a lone wolf.
Well,
and I think many people are.
Kendall and Casey. Weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Close your eyes and picture it. The warm sun on your face. The sound of waves lapping against the shore. What if I told you that feeling of summer relaxation could be yours all year round? At Howard Bailey Financial, we specialize in retirement planning that lets you embrace that summer state of mind every day. Imagine knowing that your future is secure. With our expert advisors, we'll craft a personalized retirement plan tailored to your dreams. Whether it's traveling the world or pursuing your passions, we'll ensure that your retirement is as carefree and fulfilling as a relaxing summer afternoon. Embrace a summer state of mind and text SUMMER to 888-494-5004 to download our complimentary retirement toolkit and experience your retirement planning with confidence.
This endorsement was not provided by a client of Howard Bailey. This individual was compensated for this endorsement. For more information, visit howardbailey.com/TSY.
Cindy Carrasco has spent a career holding the powerful accountable. As Indiana's Inspector General and Director of the State Ethics Commission, Cindy fought waste, fraud, and abuse wherever she found it. Cindy also combated wrongdoing in state government, which meant standing up and doing the right thing even if it wasn't popular. Now, as our state senator, Cindy Carrasco continues to fight on behalf of all Hoosiers by improving the quality of our children's education, providing tax relief for everyone, and working to make our communities safe by getting law enforcement the resources they need to fight crime, violence, and keep fentanyl away from our families. It's why Cindy has been endorsed by the Indiana Fraternal Order of Police, State Police Alliance, and the Professional Firefighters of Indiana. Because they know that Cindy has their back, and we know she has ours. Vote for more government transparency, better schools, lower taxes, and safer streets. Vote Cindy Carrasco for State Senate.
Paid for by Cindy for Senate.
Hey, it's JMV. Miss M's Fall Open House is this Saturday. The Garden Center is bursting with great fall decor, pumpkins, mums, and everything fall. Visit the garden shop for great giveaways, enter to win prizes, hot cider, and more. Local partners, Pearl Coffee Company, will be serving great seasonal delights in the morning, and Mallow Run Winery will have their classics starting at 11. All week, 20 to 50% off container nursery items and 50% off pottery. Miss M's on State Road 135, south of White Road in Bargersville.
Sweet chocolate reward. Sweet chocolate reward.
This is not just the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat at Walgreens. This is the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat right after receiving all their vaccines in one trip. This is the sound of treating yourself, because you protected yourself.
Stop by or schedule both your flu and COVID-19 vaccines today and grab yourself a sweet treat while you're at it. Vaccine subject to availability. State, age, and health-related restrictions may apply.
Earn, save, grow. It's time your money works harder and goes further with a Stockyards Bank and Trust CD. For a limited time, earn 5.15 annual percentage yield with our 5-month CD special. Proudly serving our communities since 1904. Visit any of our 5 Indianapolis area locations or syb.com/IndyCD today and experience the Stockyards Bank difference. 10,000 minimum balance required. Limited time offer. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Shh. The silence you just heard? You could have used that space to reach your customers. Get your message in front of your customers. Text business to 71007 now. Get results with Radio 1.
Based on the last 17 years, we feel like American Standard is the best in the market.
That's Chris Wedekin, owner of Absolute Comfort, your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Something happened yesterday that I'm sure will affect your life. Maybe or not. The Federal Reserve.
What a tease, Casey.
I know.
Who's gonna be
It's
the-
like, well, it's like big news. Everybody's like, really? What does that mean? Well, not much, or maybe it does. The Federal Reserve cut interest rates by 50 basis points, or a half a percentage point. It was the first interest rate cut since the early days of COVID. So what does it mean?
Well, let's talk about why they did it. I think
Yeah.
that's the bigger story. So don't kid yourself. They did this to try to save the election for Kamala Harris. Period.
It's a campaign stunt.
Absolutely. If Donald Trump were the president of the United States, they would not be doing this right now. They are doing this because, and we have been talking about this for years now on this show, you cannot shut society down and think there is not going to be mass calamity in the economy. And with smoke and mirrors, and we're seeing it play out here in Indiana now. Look at all the debacle like with Medicaid, where they blew a hole through Medicaid when sweet daddy federal government was coming in paying 90% of the freight during COVID, because Holcomb wanted you to believe, I can shut your business down, I can shut your employer down, and you won't feel any pain, which is, of course, complete crap. But because of all the money that was coming in from the federal government, the state was able to do smoke and mirrors, things like expanded health insurance for people, et cetera. Well, of course that's going to run out eventually. Time's up, right? Same thing going on here. You can only mask that calamity for so long. And that time is up, and now they're going to do the same crap they did before, which is instead of make people feel the pain that any common sense person would think you should feel. Like, remember during COVID, I got $1,000 from the government. They're so nice.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, you're going to pay for that big time. They're trying to do it again, which is to say we are going to refuse to allow inflation to get itself under control. We're going to refuse to allow the economy to actually reset itself to where it needs to set to. And through more smoke and mirrors, we're going to try to make it seem like the economy is better than it actually is.
So rather than let it happen naturally, they're forcing this. So the Fed, Jerome Powell, he said, we're trying to achieve a situation where we restore price stability without the kind of painful increase in unemployment that has come sometimes with this inflation. So they don't want you to be in pain. But what it means is mortgage rates, car loans, interest rates on your credit cards, they should all be coming down. But it also means if you have a savings account or a money market fund or certificates of deposit, the interest rates on these are also going to come down.
Yeah, but okay, so Donald Trump, in the very first debate he did in 2015, said this, and people lost their mind over it. And he was asked a question, I don't remember specifically how he was asked, but he talked about how money is too cheap. And this was in 2015. And what he said is, he said, look, I'm a rich guy. I have the ability to get cheap money. You making it easier for me is not doing any sort of service for you, because I'm always going to be able to get money in far larger quantities than you're going to be able to get money in. And that is what is happening here. In addition to trying to deceive you on the strength of the economy and sway an election for Kamala Harris, which is what they're trying to do, they are also bailing out their buddies on Wall Street, these robber baron people who are a huge part of this equation. The reason home prices are so expensive is these robber baron people, these mega corporations, and we've had guests on that former federal prosecutor, or that current federal prosecutor we had on, who wrote the book about it, about these hedge fund people, these mega corps who are taking all of this money and access to capital. And they were able to get capital in such large quantities at such a low interest rate that they can always outbid you for that property. And then what do? They take that property, they turn it into a rental, and they don't upkeep it. And you have seen rising property values and the decline of the condition of homes. This is going to happen all over again, because the cheap money is always going to be cheaper for these really rich people, these really rich companies, than it is for you.
So borrowing is cheaper, but you're also not going to get as much back on your savings. And one thing to consider, this is an unelected position who has a lot of influence on our daily lives. Nobody put Jerome Powell in charge. Now, here they are, NBC, they're in shock after seeing what interest rates were like under Donald Trump.
So this is before, like right when the pandemic was striking. I mean, look, you had home loans at 3.5%. I mean, right? Car loans, 5.2%. Credit card interest rates, which are always terrible. Look at where they are today. So the idea of the Fed cutting interest rates would be these numbers would start to come down. You can see mortgage rates have already been falling in anticipation of the Fed cutting rates. They'll likely continue to fall. A lot of really smart people I know say you're going to have a 5 number there sometime maybe early next year or even late this year. So for those people who are looking to buy a home, if you can find one in this tight housing market, or trying to refinance more likely, if you've recently bought, that's going to be the first place you're going to see the effects of lower interest rates.
So how bad did things get? Like, do you have numbers for, because we talked so much about how, I just set it up a second ago, how expensive it is to go to the grocery store. We know gas prices are falling, which is great. So tell us about what we saw in the improvements.
I mean, when you look at the vibe session, people feeling terrible about the economy, this is why. You had housing inflation, 8%. Gas prices at the worst were up 41%.
They're just going to make it worse. So it's like these people who get on these weight loss drugs, right? Like you take the shot or the whatever, and oh my gosh, look, I lost 50 pounds in a short period of time. That's not natural. You're not naturally doing the things, which is eating better and exercising and, et cetera, is causing the weight loss. So the kicker, I've heard from many people on this, is once you go off the thing.
Yeah, you gain it all back.
You gain it all back. It's the same thing with this economy. This thing could naturally work itself out if you just left it alone and let it happen. But they don't want it to naturally work itself out because the reality is interest rates should probably be about 10%. They're too low as they were anyway. You have to reset. I mean, you have to have for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. If you're going to shut society down and throw trillions of dollars into the economy, then the only way to rectify that and to get back to some form of normalcy is to make money so expensive that only a really select deserved, by deserved I mean people who have the ability to get the loans, pay them back, et cetera, can get the thing. This is never going to work in terms of solving inflation. It's going to make it worse. And keep in mind, we tax property based on home sales, and now they've just made home sales more expensive by making loans more affordable, which means it'll be more competitive, which you're going to pay more in property taxes.
It is Kendall Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
After college, Mike Braun could have gone anywhere. He chose to move back to his hometown of Jasper, Indiana. There, he started a small business, kept his head down, worked hard, and turned his small business into a national company, employing thousands of Hoosiers. He'll use that same determination for us. Lead the charge on lowering the price of gas, groceries, energy. Take on the big healthcare companies to increase healthcare access and lower costs. And Mike will improve education across our state by increasing school choice. Mike will make our streets safer, back the blue, and stop illegal immigration if the federal government won't. Because Braun believes every Hoosier should be safe and secure in their community. As governor, Braun will continue working for Hoosiers. Because when you're Mike, working hard is just what you do. Mike Braun, governor. Paid for by Mike Braun for Indiana.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
He's staying in jail. It's 69 and partly cloudy downtown. I'm Kurt Darling. Here's what's trending at 9:30. Hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs is in a New York City jail cell this morning after a second judge ordered him held without bail. The rapper was back in a Manhattan federal court yesterday to appeal an earlier decision that he be held without bail after pleading not guilty to sex trafficking and racketeering charges. The judge siding with prosecutors and called Combs a flight risk. Some escalation in the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah.
The head of Hezbollah's executive council says that Israel is in for a, quote, special punishment. But this morning it seems that Israel is mostly on the offensive. The Israeli Air Force hit several targets in southern Lebanon today, including what's described as a weapons storage facility. And that follows a two-day flurry of violent espionage with sabotaged electronics, pagers, walkie-talkies, solar equipment, all exploding. So far, we know of 21 people killed and more than 3,000 injured.
Fox's Mike Tobin. Your opening bell report on 93 WIBC brought to you by Absolute Wealth Management, LLC. Stocks are soaring after yesterday's Fed rate cut. The Dow was up 504 points to 42,414. The NASDAQ up 54 points to 20,035. And the S&P 500 is up 95 to 5,775. I'm Kurt Darling, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
The hot summer and the hot deals are coming at Tom Roush Lincoln. 0% for 60 months is back. Get 0% APR for 60 months on every new 2024 Lincoln Navigator. Plus get an additional $4,000 off MSRP. You can also take $3,000 off every new 2024 Lincoln Corsair 70 available. So get in here for one of those hot summer deals at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
For well-qualified buyers with approved credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Taxes and dealer fees extra. Stock number L24401. MSRP 107,425. Stock number L24284. MSRP is 43,435. See dealer for complete details.
Attention all Hoosiers, a historically important election is headed our way. The time to prepare for the election is now. Are you registered to vote? Do you have a plan to vote? The Indiana Secretary of State's office wants to remind you, registering to vote or updating your registration is fast, easy, and can be done online at indianavoters.com. You must be registered 30 days before Election Day, so get registered and get out to vote. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Secretary of State's office.
Ready for some high-energy excitement and fun? Head to Jonesboro, Indiana, September 26th through 29th for the Jonesboro River Run. Amazing stunt bike riders, a cool bike show, fun field events, cool light show, and rockin' live bands all weekend long. Get details at showmegrantcounty.com. Grant County, Indiana. Classic cool.
Indiana adventure is near. Come to Grant County this year.
Healthcare.gov is here for you when life happens. If you lost your health coverage because of turning 26, going off Medicaid, leaving your job, or moving, you could be eligible to enroll in new coverage now. And if you need to update your coverage because of marriage or having a baby, you could also be eligible. But don't wait. There's a limited time to enroll. Check your eligibility at healthcare.gov today. Life happens. Get covered. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369.
Do you need furnace or heat pump service and need to find a local well-trained expert you can trust like Family Heating and Air Conditioning? We'll find that American Standard Air Dealer at IndyHomeComfort.com.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIPC.
Bill Maher being overconfident. He's calling the election over, saying that Kamala Harris is going to win the election. Now, he did say this a few days ago, and clearly he said it before Trump was on Gutfeld last night, where he looked absolutely fantastic.
He did great last night.
I thought he did great. Not only did he have a massive rally in New York, and he said some good things there, and the crowd was really pumped up, he sounded and looked good on Gutfeld as well.
You know, this sounds crazy because it's such a wild way to pick the president. But with Trump, like with some people, I think it almost comes down to, Casey, you've been in a very stable relationship for a long time, so you would not know anything about this. But for some people, you know, the dating game, Kev will back me up on this because he's still in the dating game. Sometimes you're in like a relationship with like this back and forth relationship where you may just feel that one day this person is so outstanding and they've gone they're so wonderful and so above and beyond. Like I can just never see anybody with myself with anybody but that person. And then, sure, the person may have some toxic traits or 7. And then, like they go back to the toxic traits. And then the next week you're like, I can never be with this person ever again. And literally it just comes down to one day from the next, how you're feeling about that person. And weirdly with Trump, maybe he is the political version of that for some people, where
agree.
it's whatever you feel about him on election day or when you go to vote is how you're going to vote. Because you're right. Last night, the rally was great.
Yep.
He was awesome. The Gutfeld thing was great. He was awesome. And you're like,
oh, right. I like him.
Why are you? Why? Like, why? It's and it's in relationships. It's like people, when the guy or the girl is in the good position, you're like, why can't you just be like that every day? You can be like that every day. Clearly, you are like that today. And then the debate happens or whatever, and you're just like, I have no idea how this is going to go, Casey. Absolutely none. I mean, and I think in many ways it really just comes down to how people feel about Trump.
Yeah. So here's Bill Maher, and he's saying that it's over for Trump.
All right, I'm going to make this a very momentous night with a prediction because and I think I have the credibility for this prediction because I have been called a Trump alarmist for a very long time. They were wrong. I was right. He wasn't going to leave power. But ever since then, and since the Hollywood Access tape where he said, I'm going to grab him by the and he survived that, every time he's been done crazy and gotten himself in trouble, I said, no, it's not over. I've said that. I've argued with people. Brett Stevens, my good friend, he's on the show next week. He said at one point a few years ago, the Trump thing, I said, no. Tonight I'm saying, I think it's over. I just want to bring up an analogy to one person. Even before we were around, there was a guy named Joe McCarthy in the early 50s, and he had a hold on America. And it blew out in about 2 years, right? 2-3 years. He was the biggest thing, and then it was just, and I feel like eating the dogs, we're at this point. I feel like we're at the Captain Queeg with the strawberries. We're at Denzel at the end of Training Day. I'm King Kong up here. I just think he's going to lose.
Okay, so obviously he didn't see that rally last night, and he didn't see his performance on Gutfeld. So I'm wondering if he would like to edit what he said.
Well, I think there's a couple things at play. And I think, first of all, the polling in the swing states, I mean, I absolutely think Kamala Harris is going to win the overall vote. I mean, she'll rack it up in California, New York, and those places. I mean, I don't think there's no doubt in my mind Kamala Harris will actually win the popular vote. Now, how many of those votes are legal? Or they're in these states where there's minimal election accountability, I don't know. But I think the number will be higher. However, we don't pick a president on a popular vote. Pick a president through the Electoral College. And it's going to run through Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina. And in those states, the polling does not show that she's even ahead in many of these states, much less that it's over. And I just think this election feels a lot more to me like 2016 than it did 2020. I think the things that are in play are way more in Trump's wheelhouse than they were in the things that were in play in 2020. And he's not the incumbent, and she is. And so I think he's in a better position than people think that he is. You people all know I'm critical of Trump when I feel I should be critical of Trump, so I'm not carrying anybody's water. I just think they're missing the boat on the dogs thing. I think they're missing the boat on how it's resonating to people. Like in their world, oh, he's wrong about that, which we don't even know if he's wrong or not. But people, oh, he's wrong. See, he'll say anything. The point is the conversation about immigration. And I know there are people out there that go, well, he could have just had he couldn't have had that conversation about immigration. We are now front and center about what's going on in this country related to who's in this country and who's here legally and who's allowed to stay and what they're doing. And you're seeing it in Indiana. You're seeing it here, and it is happening here too. Now, not to the extent yet maybe that it's happening in Springfield, Ohio, but it is happening here. I was told by this was months ago, by a very, very prominent elected official appointed official in the state of Indiana. And this person said one of the major things, this is a person who is not a conservative, they're not even a Republican, If they're at best indifferent, I don't know their party affiliation. But this is a super prominent, respected person who would be tarred and feathered and thrown into, a vat of acid if his friends found out he and I were having, friendly conversations. And this person told me, he said, one of the things that everybody is missing in this state is that all of these homes that are being built in these suburban communities are these city and town councilors are getting enamored with the assessed value of the home, and they're putting it up, and they can't figure out why the numbers aren't working. And he said, especially these school districts. And he said, the problem is that in so many of these homes, how people who have immigrated to this country, who are given, whether it's this temporary status or whatever, they're on the books, right? They're not saying they're illegal, but there are people who have been allowed by the government to come into this country. And he said many of them come from the country of Nigeria. And he said that they are living 3 to 4 families to a house.
Yeah. Multi-generational.
This is not Rob Kendall's words. This is a person who, if I told you who it was, your mouth would drop open and you would say, well, that must be true if this person is saying it, because they have no vested interest in lying about it. And they were saying that the problem you have in this country is now there are so many people who have been allowed to come here through this TPS status or whatever, and they are now giving driver's licenses, they're buying homes, and they are creating an incredible drain on services in these communities. And that's Indiana. That's Indiana. Think about what's happening in these other places if it's happening right here.
Well, in regards to home ownership, didn't Kamala Harris just come out yesterday and say that first-time home buyers should be getting a $25,000 credit? Oh, okay. What about the people who've already bought a home?
The TPS stuff and the air quote legal status or allowable status or whatever you want to say is exactly what the Democrats want. It's why they've done it so often. It's the asylum seekers, etc. Because they want these people in the country, because they believe they'll ultimately be legalized. And if in the meantime, at the very least, they become totally dependent upon government services, and that is the backbone, that is the base, that is the founding principle of the Democrat Party, is that we need as many people as possible to be totally dependent upon government services, and these just idiot city and town councilors who are allowing these housing developments and these apartment complexes to be built like they're going out of style are totally taking the bait. They have no idea what they're doing, and they are getting totally roped in on assessed value, which there was a time where that was the way you kind of did business. That is not true anymore, and we are literally just leading ourselves to ruin by the amount of people we're allowing in this country and the way we're treating people once they're here.
Well, another thing that Harris said yesterday was that she was railing on Donald Trump, who said he wants to have the largest deportation in America. Isn't that, in fact, admittance on her part that there are a bunch of illegals in this country while she's been the borders are?
Well, sure, right? I mean, there are at least 15 million people have illegally entered the country since she became vice president. It's indisputable. They're saying it's 12. Well, if their immigration calculation is as good as their jobs calculation, then we're at least at 15 million.
Okay, now you had mentioned Michigan as a battleground state, and Debbie Dingell, who is a representative in Michigan, she is sounding the alarm. She said she's worried that the vice president is overlooking her standing in Michigan as a swing state. And she said, typically Michigan has been a blue wall for the Democrats, and she says, nope, the state is now purple. It's not reliably Democrat, and if the GOP finds the message and they carry it, her state will go red.
Well, it's what Hillary Clinton ran into in 2016, and one of the things Trump does very well, or is doing very well this time, he didn't do it well in 2020, is he expands the map to where he forces you to play offense in all these other states. And what's interesting to me is people keep saying Trump is the problem. The polling clearly shows, the down ballot polling clearly shows the Republicans are the problem, because people don't like the Republicans and they don't trust them. In Nevada, in Arizona, in
Pennsylvania,
in Michigan, Trump is outperforming the Senate candidates. Trump is outperforming the Senate candidates in all of these swing states. So if Trump were the problem, you would see these Senate candidates who would be doing very well, and Trump would be struggling to get a majority of the votes. That is the exact opposite is happening. People do not like the Republicans because Republicans are liars. Republicans do not follow through. And people say, well, if I'm going to get big government either way, and I don't believe in any of these people, well, Democrats are better at it than the Republicans. Trump is actually outperforming the Republican in most of these swing states.
We've got a Sean Combs update coming up and a couple of songs that have been released for Donald Trump. One of them is not Bruce Springsteen, although I think he sounds a lot like him. That's on the way from 93 WIBC.
Tonight on the Tony Kinnett Cast, both parties decide it's time to get extra stupid before the election because, of course, they do. I hope you've got tickets because you'll want front row seats to this circus. Tune in at 7 p.m. right here on the Daily Signals YouTube and X live streams or the podcast anytime.
Our goal is to provide patients with the strongest, most effective, and safest options in this exciting field of regenerative medicine.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
The idea that you can avoid a joint replacement is very exciting.
And that's from a surgeon who's done thousands of joint replacements, but who now believes there's a better way.
Regenerative medicine, as we understand it today, gives lasting pain relief, improved function, without surgery, without drugs.
Under Dr. Scheinkup's leadership, QC Kinetics medical professionals treat patients every day with the most advanced protocols in natural biologics. Literally tens of thousands of people all over America.
I've been doing research on regenerative medicine for 2 decades. This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 317-559-PAIN. That's 317-559-PAIN. In Eagle Creek, Greenwood, and Carmel. 317-559-PAIN.
Cindy Carrasco has spent a career holding the powerful accountable. As Indiana's Inspector General and Director of the State Ethics Commission, Cindy fought waste, fraud, and abuse wherever she found it. Cindy also combated wrongdoing in state government, which meant standing up and doing the right thing even if it wasn't popular. Now, as our state senator, Cindy Carrasco continues to fight on behalf of all Hoosiers by improving the quality of our children's education, providing tax relief for everyone, and working to make our communities safe by getting law enforcement the resources they need to fight crime, violence, and keep fentanyl away from our families. It's why Cindy has been endorsed by the Indiana Fraternal Order of Police, State Police Alliance, and the Professional Firefighters of Indiana. Because they know that Cindy has their back, and we know she has ours. Vote for more government transparency, better schools, lower taxes, and safer streets. Vote Cindy Carrasco for State Senate.
Paid for by Cindy for Senate.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Hey guys, it's Rob from my friends at Universal Windows Direct, and oh my goodness, what an incredible deal going on right now at Universal Windows Direct. When you call today, 317-659-7574, 317-659-7574, for every 2 windows you buy, you're going to get the next 2 free. And on top of that, 0% financing for 36 months. That's 3 years. Now, some restrictions apply, so to get all the details today, you got to call Universal Windows Direct at 317-659-7574. Love many things about Universal Windows Direct, like these incredible deals, but also Universal Windows Direct backs their work up with a true lifetime warranty. That means for as long as you own the home, and a 20-year warranty to the next homeowner. Oh, yeah. On top of all this, when you call Universal Windows Direct today at 317-659-7574, and you say, hey, Rob Kendall, that charming, good-looking guy from WIBC told me to call, they're going to take $250 off your project just because they can. 317-659-7574. Tell them Rob sent you.
Never miss your favorite shows on WIBC. Get your content to go.
Would you like fries with that?
Tony Katz, Kendall and Casey, Hammer and Nigel, Tony Kinnett, The Gun Guy, Home and Garden. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Have we decided that we're calling him Sean Combs and not Diddy or
that's his name.
Puffy or whatever he went by.
I think his potential criminal name will be Sean Combs.
Okay, so that's what we'll go with. Well, he was denied bail not once but twice. This after he appeared before the judge and made kind of a weird promise that his narcissistic brain thought was going to work for him. He promised to have, quote, minimal female visitors in his home in Miami Beach if he was granted release on bail.
Well, depending on what the reality of the situation on the ground was there, and rest assured, and again, I don't know what people here in the greater Indianapolis area might need to hear this, but once the feds close in on you and once they raid your home, it's over.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've got stuff.
So they don't just do that willy-nilly. It is essentially like the beginning of the end, as Brent Waltz laid out for us, a couple of weeks ago, the former Indiana senator who went to federal prison. They have just a gargantuan amount of evidence against this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, and depending on what he knows and about who, this has the potential, I don't say this lightly, to be one of the biggest criminal cases in American history. Now, is he willing to talk? How bad is it actually? I don't know the answers to these things. Who else was involved in this with him? But given who he was very connected to, the high-profile people he spent a lot of time around.
Right.
I don't think it takes a leap of faith to say this guy could have some very interesting information on some very prominent and powerful people.
So the prosecution says that no, they're not going to release him because, one, they think he's a flight risk, but also they think that he would try to contact or intimidate witnesses, which is true potential because that's how he was lording over his victims, alleged. But, I mean, think about what's going on in this guy's mind to go before the judge and say, you know what? I promise I'll have minimal contact with any females. Like he thinks he can just go and apologize. Oh, that was bad behavior. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. And the judge is going to go, okay, yeah, go ahead. Go to your $1 million estate in Miami. We'll let you do that.
Well, it does give you an insight into how these guys kind of operate, right? Like the world in which he's operated for all these years. He's been always placed on this pedestal. Whether it was in music or in business or, look at the politicians he ran around with. I mean, he was always put front and center as this, he's this good-looking, charismatic, wealthy, entrepreneur, mogul guy, and everybody kissed his backside and told him how great he was. And look at what he got away with for so long. I think part of it is they get away with it for so long, it stops even registering to them that there might be something wrong with it. As weird as that sounds, they do it for so long, it becomes
normalized.
Right, it's habit. They are desensitized to the heinous things which they are doing. And I think with him, and I think Weinstein was kind of this way. I mean, you just like business as usual. Yeah, we did it. Whatever.
And to use his word, when it's minimally stepped up a notch over a long period of time, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal to him. But what is minimal to him? I mean, think about it. He had 1,000 bottles of lube.
Yeah. I mean,
there's nothing minimal about him.
Everybody is entitled to innocence until proven guilty. It's the cornerstone of the American legal system. And maybe he has an explanation for some of this stuff. I mean, one of the things he's going to have no explanation for is these guns with the serial numbers filed off on them. I mean, that is what it is, right?
Yeah.
And if indeed they did find that, which they've claimed they have, then that seems pretty open and shut. But maybe some of this stuff there is, but wow, it sounds like there's just
an overwhelming amount of evidence.
It sounds very, very bad for Sean Combs.
Yeah. Hey, this is a reminder that the Attorney General, Todd Rokita, is going to be joining Kendall and Casey at 11 o'clock today. This show?
Does he know that?
Yeah, I think so. Stick around for it. It's on the way from 93 WIBC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Are you concerned about rising gasoline taxes? I'm Donald Rainwater, Libertarian candidate for governor. Hoosiers currently pay sales tax and excise tax on gasoline to the state. No one should pay two taxes for gasoline. So my plan is to abolish the gasoline excise tax in Indiana. To learn more about my plan to make Indiana government less taxing, go to rainwaterforindiana.com. My name is Donald Rainwater, and I approve this message. Paid for by Rainwater for Indiana.
Hey, what's up? Hammer and Nigel here. We are both customers of Window Nation. Window Nation came out to the Hammer house. They measured everything multiple times. They got it right the first time. They were in, they were out, and now my house looks amazing, and my heating and air bill has gone down because of my awesome energy-efficient windows.
Yeah, Hammer, I had the same experience. Hey, you could buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest for 24 months. 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Coming up in 2 minutes, it was a threatening situation that turned out to be a false alarm. Plus, what you may be able to do now that the Fed has cut interest rates, and what the head of the police union in Indy is asking of those in charge of the checkbook. I'm Kirk Darling. That and more coming up from the Technology Recyclers Studios after Fox News. You're listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It's 10 o'clock.
Falling interest rates lead to surging stocks. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. There's a big rally on Wall Street where the initial response to a 0.5% interest rate cut was the market going down. Well, the morning after, the Dow is surging up almost 500 points, hitting a new record high. The Federal Reserve's cut comes after hikes brought inflation down.
We're always going into this meeting in particular and asking what's the right thing to do for the people we serve.
That's Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell when asked if the Fed's rate cut could have had a political motivation. Now, a new Fox News poll shows more voters prefer former President Trump to handle the economy.
With inflation eating your hearts out, vote for Donald Trump. What the hell do you have to lose?
That was at the first big Trump rally since the second assassination attempt in Uniondale, New York. The former president also went on Fox's Gutfeld show.
It's always a consequential president that gets shot at. And fortunately, so far, I've been very lucky, or something is greater than all of us.
However, overall, Vice President Harris has a 2-point lead over Trump in the Fox poll, giving her a 12-point edge among independent voters. And Fox's Jessica Rosenthal reports.
The VP's favored on uniting the country, helping the middle class, and protecting rights and freedoms. Over 1 in 5 self-described non-MAGA Republicans are not voting for former President Trump, though his support among black voters is now at 29%.
Tonight, Oprah Winfrey hosts a Unite for America live stream for Vice President Harris. Former President Trump will address the Israeli-American Council National Summit, while in Israel,
an Israeli citizen's been arrested, allegedly recruited by Iran to help kill high-profile figures
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu one of the possible targets.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. This after 2 days of Israeli sabotage in Lebanon with exploding pagers and radios targeting Hezbollah. Killed at least 37 people, thousands injured. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
False alarm. It's 73 and sunny downtown. I'm Kirk Darling. Here's what's trending at 10:02. Mooresville schools are remaining on an e-learning day today, but it was implemented because of a suspicious device found on school district grounds. However, it turns out that device was actually a piece of police equipment left behind by officers in that area, and it was reported by the people who came across it. The Fed cut interest rates on Wednesday, the first rate cut in 4 years, which is a signal that things may be cooling off when it comes to inflation. Mike Wood with a mortgage lender at Bailey & Wood Financial Group in Whiteland says now is a good time to consider refinancing your mortgage.
Obviously, with everything with the economic times, people need that relief. There is relief in there now that can lower some of those payments and opportunities for clients to save some money.
He tells Wish TV he wouldn't be surprised to see more rate cuts before the end of the year. Police officers in Indianapolis need help. That was the sentiment Wednesday from Indy FOP President Rick Snyder. John Herrick reports.
At a news conference, Snyder said it's not just better pay that IMPD officers need.
That's a key component of where we're at. That's one of them. Better schedules, maintaining the equipment, better work-life balance.
One of his proposals is transitioning to an alternative 10-hour shift schedule as opposed to an 8-hour shift one. Snyder believes that will make things more cost-effective, improve morale, and attract both more and better officers. John Herrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
A raid at the racing headquarters of Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan, and Zionsville. Federal agents took over the HQ for several hours on Wednesday. The FBI not saying exactly why they conducted the raid. The Colts' poor performance against the Packers is certainly weighing on the minds of the players this week. Anthony Richardson, for one.
Obviously, we didn't do enough. We always think about putting up points. Obviously, if we score more points than the other team, we win. So that's the main thing on our mind. That's our thought process. Putting up points and just executing our offense.
The Colts have the Chicago Bears this Sunday at 1 o'clock. I'm Kirk Darling, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Hey, diamond lovers. Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. When it's this important, you want someone who knows exactly how to work with your budget. Not against it. Someone who knows you deserve a piece more beautiful than you've ever imagined. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've always sourced our diamonds and gemstones directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. So many in stock and ready to take home today. Create your dream engagement ring in 3 easy steps. Or pick a perfectly preset ring that's created by our in-house design team. Browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts for everyone in your life, from diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Absolute Comfort, your American Standard air dealer serving Central Indiana.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Good morning. It is Thursday, September 19th. It's 5 minutes after 10. It's Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC. In an hour, the Attorney General of Indiana is going to be joining the Kendall and Casey show. So
wait, what?
Hold on to your hat. Should be interesting.
What did you say?
I said the Attorney General, Todd Rokita, is going to be on this program.
No kidding.
Yeah. Huh. Are you going to you're going to play nice, aren't you?
Oh, I thought you said you're going to be here.
Well, that's you. Are you going to be here? You're going to be here for that, aren't you, Rob?
All right. So that's coming up at 11:06. Rokita will be here. And then well, the other big announcement was October 2nd. Go ahead and jot it down in your calendars. I'm going to once again grace our fabulous audience with a little glimpse into what it might look like if I were to ever suffer a serious head injury or amnesia of some sort and run for public office again. I'm going to, this was so wildly popular when we did it during the primary, I'm going to debate again live on these airwaves, and it'll be Donald Rainwater, since he has been thrown off the debate stage on that October 2nd debate on Fox 59 and CBS 4, and you and I think that's complete crap. And we said we should do something about that, and so we said that's what we're going to do about it. So you'll get a chance to hear me and Rainwater debate. Now, let's be specific on this. I'm not defending Braun in this debate. Like, I'm not debating as Braun or the Braun policies. I'm debating as I would debate if I were running for governor in this cycle. And we did that with Jamie Rittenauer when Fox 59 and CBS 4 kicked the two black candidates off the stage during the primary. And it was so wildly received, we said, well, we'll do it again. It'll be fun.
Okay, so the debate stylings of Rob Kendall and also Donald Rainwater. And you know who was talking about their debate stylings last night while he made an appearance on Greg Gutfeld's show was Donald Trump. He said that he was the GOAT of debaters.
Oh, my gosh. He is arguably the worst of the major party candidates. I don't have vivid memories of Bob Dole debating in 1996, but he's horrible as a debater. I mean, he's an A-plus campaigner. He's a horrible debater.
Well, according to him, he's great at it. So we've got some audio clips of his appearance on that show and also some things that he said at his rally in New York last night. So let's get to a Trump dump. Here he is on his debate performance.
But it's interesting to see the response to this second attempt. Every time you're under a bigger threat, the media still blames you even more. Yeah. It's almost as though they don't see their own role in this. What do you make? Have you just basically accepted this as a fact?
I think so, yeah. Look, the media is extremely dishonest, extremely corrupt, actually. Look at the debate. I walked off, I said, that's debate. You know, they said I'm the GOAT in debates because I had a lot of debates and I became president. And the GOAT means greatest of all time. Right. He's the GOAT. But what a great stage. And I walked off that stage, and I thought I had the best debate. And I was very unfairly treated by the anchor. I'm not fans of those guys anymore. And his hair was better 5 years ago than it is now.
So he's talking about David Muir. He just likes to get that dig in there. By the way, his hair isn't as good.
I look, I get he hears whatever he wants to hear, and nobody's going to tell him otherwise, but I mean, even take away the fact that he didn't do a good job in that debate. He's not a good debater. He doesn't speak in ways that are appealing to the ear. He does these choppy half sentences. He editorializes. He meanders. I mean, he's done like the Trump debating. All this stuff came out of you don't want to debate Trump in 2015 because all those guys got caught flat-footed. Jeb and Rubio and Rand Paul and Cruz, like he brought the hammer on them, and they didn't know how to respond to it. It wasn't that Trump was some great debater. It was there were 9 guys on the stage. He's the total alpha, and he's just nicknaming everybody and bringing the hammer. He's not a great debater. He's not even a good debater, and he's an excellent campaigner, but that is crazy that he thinks he did a good job in that debate.
So it was his first in-studio appearance on the Gutfeld show, and something that I noticed last night while they were talking is that you ask Donald Trump a question and he'll start to answer or not answer it. He'll just start talking. Yeah. And he can just go and go and go. And unless you interrupt him and ask him another question, he's not going to stop. No. And he'll just start telling stories that have nothing to do with the question that was originally asked.
I know I've told this before. Casey, did you know I interviewed the president once?
Yes, he said it was a great dream.
That's absolutely he did.
He wished all interviews could be that way. I wonder if he would say that now after being on Gutfeld's show.
Well, he didn't call Gutfeld a great dream. You know, someday, just for fun, we ought to just play the whole interview.
Yeah, we totally should.
I mean, that's been 8 years, almost 8.5 years now. There may be some people who have never actually heard that interview that I did with Trump. So maybe someday we'll do that for fun.
Can you remember what the topics were?
Oh, sure. I remember all of them. It's like it was a great dream.
Anything that was relevant now?
I didn't really approach it like, I mean, you got 15 minutes with the guy. What are you going to do? What is your opinion on Ted Cruz? You're going to do that. So we talked about, let's see, what do we talk about? We talked about Ryan White. I tried to do all kind of like
Indiana,
different. Yeah. So we talked a lot about Ryan White because he was, people may not know, Trump was very involved at the end of Ryan White's life in helping him and making sure that people who, primarily Michael Jackson, who was good friends with Ryan White, could get to the House, and Trump was involved in that. So we talked about Ryan White. We talked about pro wrestling. we talked about, I mean, most of it was him telling me how great I was,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because he could, like, there was a moment when you start the interview. This is the crazy thing about Trump, and I've never seen anything like this. I've interviewed hundreds of politicians. I've never had anybody, much less the level of Trump, whether it's a county councilman all the way up to senator, not say, what do you want to talk about?
Mm-hmm.
They never asked. They never were like, what do you want to ask him? What do you want to talk about?
He just went with it.
They were just like, Tony Samuel hooked that up, our buddy, and they were just like, well, he's a friend of Tony, so we'll just let it roll. And he just rolls right in there. I mean, it's like, we have do you know we're number one?
Yes, the radio station and the show.
Yeah, so we have new listeners all the time, so I'll tell this story. So what they do is they put you in there's a room. So you go in a pen, they do the bomb dogs, and then you go in a room by yourself. And it was like me and then a couple of TV stations and then Fox News. He was going to be on, I think, Hannity that night. So Fox News had the room and did the lighting, and you're basically in their room. Well, I was the first one up because I was the only radio guy that got to interview him. So they go in, they give you the spiel about how long you have, blah, blah, blah. And then they leave, like I was just left in this room by myself. And I'm like looking around. It's this giant room, and there's nobody else in there.
Yeah.
And you're just looking around like, what is going on here? And you hear him because they rented several floors of the JW Marriott, and you hear like this ding of the elevator, and it's like something straight out of The Apprentice. Like you hear it,
You know
and then
he's coming.
you can hear him walking down the hall, and you can hear him talking, and then it's like straight out of Central Casting where he's got all these little minion people behind him. And the crazy thing was, they're just like, this is Rob Kendall and his local radio host, and he's just like, hello, nice to meet you. Let's get started.
Okay.
And like it didn't ask, and like, what's your spiel? Nothing. And you could tell, like, so you start the interview, and he's just used to fighting with everyone, right? So after the first question, I don't remember what the first question was, but he was like, all right, this guy is like not going to try to get me, so I can have a little fun with this guy. And you could tell he just like totally
loosened up,
opened up.
Yeah.
But my point in all of this was, with the rambling, somehow we got on pro wrestling, and he just launches into this thing about, I'm in the Hall of Fame. It was the most listened to one ever. Like, I just, like, whatever you pictured yourself as a really eccentric rich person, that is Trump on steroids.
Yeah.
You know, everybody was like, man, if I had infinite money and I didn't have to care about what other people thought about me, that is Trump. Multiply it by a million, right? Just multiply it by a million. And there's something really endearing about his interviews and his campaigning with the right interviewer. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not even saying like you got to be a Trump loyalist, but like the guy, what's the guy's name that you listen to with the wacky hair and
Theo Vaughn.
Theo Vaughn. So Theo Vaughn's doing this interview with Trump, and you can tell Trump has like no idea what this guy is, but he's picked up on, if you watch Trump's body language, you know enough about him. You can see Trump has picked up, okay, this guy is not.
He's not going to try and get me.
Right. And Theo Vaughn launches into something about cocaine.
Yeah.
And Trump is just like, ooh, it's very
He's probably just happy it wasn't an attack on him.
What I'm saying is Trump, and you can see why, if you're ever in a room with the guy, if you ever spend 10 minutes with the guy, why he became a billionaire.
He's a salesman.
He's incredibly charismatic. He's incredibly like just a likable person. And I know I've told this before, but I told him at the end, I was like, if more people saw this side of you, like they would really like you. People would really, really, really like you. And I think there is just some thing. I don't know if it's the entertainer in him or what, but he's like, I just have to keep up this persona that I'm this, hardened, tough ass, whatever.
It's funny because in that Theo Vaughn interview, I felt like Trump actually kind of let his guard down a little bit.
Yeah.
And he opened up about his brother Fred, who was an alcoholic and who died of alcoholism.
Well, he was trying to relate to the interviewer.
Yeah.
His experience, because, Donald Trump doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, nothing. So that was his way of relating to what Theo Vaughn was talking
You
about.
just hit on an interesting point. I think this is a major flaw with Trump is so much of what Trump's just the reverse on everything. With most politicians, they will like lie their way to a point of commonality, right? Like most of these politicians aren't cool people. They're not fun people. They're not people you want to hang out around with. They're just complete sleaze buckets and scumbags. And they're the nerds in high school who went on a power trip as adults. But they will lie their way to some form of like, oh, I understand you or I get you or whatever. and they're not being genuine.
Yep.
With Trump, he really is good at that when he wants to be, but he's like, he puts this shell up around himself where you're like, the thing he did was DeChambeau was that way, where he's, hey, do you know Frank Sinatra? He's rolling through these things, and it's like, you are a fun guy, you are interesting, you are, a cool dude.
He doesn't have to lie his way through it,
right? But it's like he won't. It's like he's always so, I don't know if it's the builder in him or whatever, but it's too bad because he is a really, really cool guy to just, and I can say this, he's a cool guy to just shoot the breeze with.
I bet he is.
Sit and shoot the breeze with. Yeah.
Okay, so there was one part at the interview when he was with Gutfeld on Fox News last night, and I question, the way he weaves this story sounds legit, but you got to wonder, is this true? Did this really happen? So here's Donald Trump telling a story about Kamala Harris's vice president pick, Tim Walz.
Barack Hussein Obama's brother is supporting Trump. This Governor Walz, his brother and his whole family is supporting him. In fact, they want to make contributions to my campaign.
Well, to be fair, a lot of brothers are supporting President Trump.
That's true. That's true.
Lay up.
That's what we do over here.
It is funny. Waltz is a strange dude.
Oh, he's strange.
He is strange. Him and I are the same age. How does he look so much younger?
No, he's a strange guy.
It's strange.
He called up years ago. I was in the White House, and he said, my house is being surrounded by people with American flags. I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? He said, I think they're going to attack me. This was during the riots and everything else. They were MAGA people. They like the American flag, all right? And they also had Trump. And I said, how do you know? There were about 15,000, He said, could you put out a word like that I'm your friend? I don't even know him, but that's the only time I ever spoke to him. And if you look back long ago, tweets, before Truth, tweets, long ago, I put out a statement. He's a good man, the governor. He's on our side. I didn't know him, but I didn't want him to get hurt. And everybody put down their flags and they left. Yes. He said it was a miracle. He said it was a miracle.
So do you think that Tim Walz really tried to reach out to Donald Trump and say, save me?
I think there was probably a phone call. I don't know if it went exactly like that.
Yeah.
But it's believable enough, and he's such a good storyteller that you're just like...
You were entertained regardless.
Totally. Yeah. Absolutely.
It is Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Hammer and Nigel.
In Detroit, Kamala rolls out this bizarre accent.
You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave.
I would love it if that's how she talked in meetings. Kamala Harris goes up there sounding like Foghorn Leghorn. I'll say, somebody better turn the Fox News off the television.
Hammer and Nigel, weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Mortgage rates are down and creating more active buyers and sellers. If you've been waiting, now is a great time to sell your home before more homes flood the market, driving down prices. Maximize your home sale now with the market expert who delivers maximum money in less time, Mark Dietel. Perhaps you're worried about costly repairs or upgrades needed to sell your home. Mark Dietel guarantees your home sold at a mutually agreed upon price and deadline, or he will buy it. Listen to what Dee and Andrew in Noblesville had to say about working with Mark Dietel. We were done with the rat race and ready to live the dream of buying a camper and traveling west. We needed top cash from our home to make the dream work. Thankfully, we hired Mark Dietel, who delivered big time. Our home sold for our asking price in 4 days on the market. Call the local Indianapolis agent I trust and recommend, and the agent who guarantees your home sold or he'll buy it. Call Mark Dietel at 317-755-4232 for all the details, or go online to markdietel.com. That's Mark, Dietel.com. Tell him Rob sent you.
There's no substitute for experience, and that's especially true when we're talking about teenagers learning to drive. You teach them the basics, but what about those things drivers don't encounter every day? Hey, I'm Matt Baer, here to tell you about Rule the Road Indiana. It's a hands-on experience at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway just for teenage drivers that provides practical knowledge and skills that go beyond regular driver education programs. So, for instance, a controlled braking course and evasive maneuvering course where young drivers learn how to maintain control while avoiding collisions. It is taught by police officers and professional driving instructors. Saturday, September 28th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's free. All you need to do is sign up at RuleTheRoadIndiana.com. Lunch is provided. And American medal-winning swimmer Ryan Murphy and IndyCar driver Stingray Robb and defending two-time Indy 500 champ Joseph Newgarden will be on hand signing autographs. Rule the Road Indiana, brought to you free by Alliance Highway Safety, September 28th at IMS. Register now at RuleTheRoadIndiana.com.
Seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach was reported today, resulting in the exposure of
1 in 4 consumers have been a victim of identity. That's because there are endless places that could accidentally expose you to identity theft in a breach or simply by mistake. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
There is still time to get a patio this season. Get on the books now for a patio this fall. Indy Decorative Concrete, the patio experts, changing the way Indy thinks about concrete.
When he has a good day, we like to point it out. We're talking about Donald Trump. He was in New York yesterday, and he told people at his rally in Long Island that he plans to go to Springfield, Ohio. But do you think New York is in play at all?
No, it's not in play. There was a poll that came out at 55-42, which is not bad. I mean, that's good by like New York standards. No.
But because he had a sizable crowd there, and they seem to be really energized.
Yeah, this is the mistake people make with the crowds, though, is that, yes, the people who vote for Trump are many of them very, very passionate people. And I think one of the things that got kind of convoluted in 2016, and it's just kind of kept going, normally you don't see people that passionate about a politician and it just be a confined group of people. Like Obama had it in 2008, but it was like all over the place, right? The passion at the rallies for Obama clearly showed up in the electorate. Now it was a different story in 2012 because the newness had worn off, whatever. But with Trump, I think the people, no matter where he goes, there's always going to be a big group of people who are super passionate about Trump and what he stands for, and they're going to show up. I mean, it could be Vermont, it could be New York, it could be California. They're gonna show up. I don't think it's indicative, though, of the entire state leaning in his direction.
Well, speaking of showing up, he was doing his best to relate to New Yorkers, and he was pretty funny at this rally. And here he is trying to encourage people to go vote, and he was very specific in his mind who he was talking to.
We can do all of this and more, but patriotic New Yorkers must get your asses out to vote. Gotta get up. Gotta get up. Harry, get up, Harry. Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You're gonna vote for Trump today, Harry. Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go. Let's go, Harry.
So clearly there's a New Yorker in his mind that is named Harry, who likes to sit on the couch with the remote and a bag of Doritos.
I heard this from somebody who hates Trump, and they said, you cannot dispute he may be the most, the funniest man alive. I mean, like his stuff is, from an entertainment standpoint, just straight entertainment, it is just A-plus material.
So one thing he announced while he was in New York was that he would officially make the Ground Zero site a national monument. Yeah. And that's you can't lose. When you're in New York and you make that announcement, of course, that's going to be received very well. But he also sent out a truth yesterday, and this was a dig at Kamala Harris and what's going on with the campaign.
Okay, so just a reminder, if you're new to the program, when we read Trump's thoughts, I do them in the voice that I picture going on in his head as he is typing the thought out with his thumbs. And in the background, we play Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You as a tribute to Donald Trump doing that interview with me in 2016, which sort of set me on a path to make me end up here and the fabulous life I have today. So we factor those two things into each one. Now, this is in all caps. Every word, every letter is in caps. So I'll do my best to read it as it's written, but also not totally blow everybody's ears out on the radio. How about that?
Got
all
it.
Ready? Here we go. Wow. Just out. The FBI caught Iran spying on my campaign and giving all of the information to the Kamala Harris campaign. Therefore, she and her campaign were illegally spying on me. To be known as the Iran case. Will Kamala resign in disgrace from politics? Will the communist left pick a new candidate to replace her? Question mark.
Yeah. And where's the mainstream media on this?
Well, it's a big story, right? I mean, the fact that you clearly, it appears, had foreign governments, for what was it? Foreign interference, right? Foreign meddling, Russia. It certainly appears that there is some evidence to support that the Iranians are really wanting Kamala Harris to be the president of the United States.
Okay, so he was addressing the second assassination attempt a few times, not only at the rally, but also when he was on with Gutfeld, and he said that they've given me a much bigger and stronger mission. They've only hardened his resolve to use his time on Earth to make America great again. There were a couple of songs that were released yesterday. I just want to share a little bit of them with you. One of them is by a singer named John Kahn, and this song is called Fighter, and it's about Trump never backing down. You be the judge. Does this sound like Bruce Springsteen? What do you think? You're the Bruce Springsteen aficionado here.
I mean, he's not like blatantly ripping off like that one guy. What's his name? Cafferty and the Brown.
John Cafferty.
Oh, John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band.
Yeah, I mean that is just blatant theft. Like he should be on American Greed for fraud, like mass fraud. Something like Eddie Vedder to me. A little Eddie Vedder
he's got
there.
a little Eddie Vedder kind of twang there.
Yeah.
So the second song, this one is by the actor Robert Davi. He released this. This is called The House I Live In.
What is America to me?
So Robert Davi?
Yes, the actor.
Known for, he was in Goonies, one of the bad guys in Goonies.
He was in Showgirls. He's in that Reagan movie that's out in theaters
Die Hard.
now.
He's one of the cops in Agent Johnson in Die
That's
Hard.
right.
One of the Agent Johnsons.
But listen to how he sounds like Sinatra. That would probably be more Donald Trump's speed, this song.
It's pretty wild that he's that good of a singer.
Yeah.
You know who else is a great singer, Casey?
Who's that?
Kurt Darling.
Is he?
Yeah.
We should make him sing his newscast. He's on the way from 93 WIBC.
Did you know you can now use your own body's healing properties to revitalize your achy joints and get you real lasting pain relief? Tony Katz here. We're talking about QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. If you're tired of arthritic pain in your knees, your hips, your back, your shoulder, this is something you need to check out. Everybody's talking about regenerative medicine, and the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are experts in these amazing treatments. You can enhance your joints, improve mobility, and get back to doing the stuff you love without pain and without drugs or surgery or downtime. Under the leadership of Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this exciting breakthrough using cellular therapies. The consultation is totally free, so call now. Take action to get lasting joint pain relief with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics in Eagle Creek, Greenwood, and Carmel. Call 317-559-PAIN. 317-559-PAIN. QC Kinetics, Eagle Creek, Greenwood, and Carmel. 317-559-PAIN.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
He's back out there. It's partly cloudy and 74 downtown. I'm Kurt Darling. Here's what's trending at 10:30. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is back campaigning after an apparent assassination attempt over the weekend in Florida. He was in New York rallying.
It hasn't been done for a long time, but we are going to win New York.
Trump brought up the attempt on his life at the campaign rally several times and said that he would visit a Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn today. Reacting to the Fed's rate cut.
This big cut comes a little more than a month before a presidential election, but Fed Chairman Jay Powell told me yesterday this was about the economy.
This is my fourth presidential election
at the Fed, and it's always the same. We're always going into this meeting in particular and asking what's the right thing to do for the people we serve.
He's calling this a recalibration to protect a strong labor market. However, big cuts historically come during times of stress.
Fox's Mark Meredith. I'm Kirk Darling, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Are you ready for the biggest boat and RV sale of the year? The 35th Annual Indianapolis Fall Boat and RV Show. 3 days of blowout clearance pricing at the Indiana State Fairgrounds, September 20th through 22nd. But it's not a show. It's a sale. For 3 days only, shop acres of new and used boats and RVs, and this year we're in the new air-conditioned pavilion. If you don't buy it here, you'll pay too much. Dealers are liquidating their inventories, and after Sunday, they're gone forever. The 35th Annual Indianapolis Fall Boat and RV Show. Save on tickets at IndySportShow.com. Another Renfro production.
Sweet chocolate reward. Sweet chocolate reward.
This is not just the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat at Walgreens. This is the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat right after receiving all their vaccines in one trip. This is the sound of treating yourself, because you protected yourself.
Stop by or schedule both your flu and COVID-19 vaccines today and grab yourself a sweet treat while you're at it. Vaccine subject to availability. State, age, and health-related restrictions may apply.
What is 988? It's a way forward. It's a listening ear. It's whatever help you need when you need it. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline offers trained crisis specialists ready to talk to you 24/7. If you or someone you love is experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis in their life, call or text 988. Want more information? Visit 988indiana.org.
40 years of B-Window.
And 80,000 Indiana homes with windows, doors, siding, and bats.
Pam and I are happy to announce B's 100 employees now own B-Window, and Patrick Renard will lead B as CEO.
And B will continue the customer-first feeling that George and Pam built. And to celebrate B employee-owned, B's offering employee pricing 60% off, plus 18 months, no interest, no payments.
Proud to be employee-owned. Woo! Trust me.
Transform your home with Galaxy Concrete Coatings. Say goodbye to cracked, stained floors and hello to durable, stunning surfaces that last. Their cutting-edge technology ensures a beautiful finish every time, and you get to pick out from their many colors. Upgrade your home today like I did. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. They're for garage floors, driveways, pool decks, and patios. They come with a lifetime warranty and one-day professional installation. Call now for a free estimate. 877-417-0635. They're also online at galaxyconcretecoatings.com.
Have you lost Indiana Medicaid? At healthcare.gov, you can find a low-cost, quality health plan.
Do plans cover doctor visits?
What about emergency care?
And prescriptions?
All covered and more. Plus, with the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Chris Wedekin here, owner of Absolute Comfort. Increase comfort, lower gas bills, and reduce your carbon footprint.
Go to AbsoluteComfort.org. Absolute Comfort is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIBC. It's time to hear from you. Kendall and Casey present Voicemails. Brought to you by QC Kinetics for non-surgical regenerative medicine treatment at 317-559-PAIN.
317-684-8444. That is the phone number if you'd like to be involved with voicemails. It's Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC. Earlier in the program, you were talking about having 3-4 families living in one house and how that's a real problem when it comes to, well, not only the housing shortage, but what's going on with the illegals in the country.
Yes, this came from a very high-profile appointed official in central Indiana who is not a Republican. He's not a conservative. And this person told me that a serious crisis issue, especially for school systems across central Indiana, is all these homes being built. These idiot, clueless town and city council people are getting obsessed with the assessed value of a home and they see $450,000 on paper and think, oh, look at us, when in reality there are sometimes 3 or 4 families of people who have come to this country, some under temporary status or whatever, and so now you have 3 or 4 families living in a home. These people are all needing services. They're flooding the school systems with kids, and thus explains why we are seeing more and more migrants living in the state of Indiana.
Here's a phone call about that.
Hey, guys. It's me again, Miss. I'm a nuisance. I'm listening to your show today, and I just wanted to let you know what you say about this numerous people living in one household is very true. It's happening in my neighborhood. The city is very much aware of it, and the havoc it causes not only on our neighborhood, but what it does to our water table, being that we still are on wells. And it just doesn't work for us. We notice it in the taste of our water. We notice it in what's coming out of our water. And we notice it by all the broken down vehicles, et cetera, and quite frankly, some questionable activities going on in these properties. So stay in there, work it hard, let the people know what's really going on in this city. Oh, and by the way, Hogsett was on the news saying something about these cameras and the police cars. Maybe we ought to have them in the mayor's office as well as over there at the city-county building, too. Have a good one. Over.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
We'll have security everywhere. Okay, so yesterday the Teamsters, they decided to do a non-endorsement, and Donald Trump took that as a win, rightfully so. And here's a call about that.
Hey, Kendall and Casey. I think the Teamsters' silence is golden. That should tell the world or the U.S. that the Democratic Party has some sucky people running, and the Teamsters won't even support them. So, yeah, go ahead and vote for that little Communist Party, you Democrat weirdos that want to follow them down a hole. At least the Teamsters are smart enough not to support those idiots. Thank you very much.
I'm really confused about where she stands on the issues.
Yeah.
She didn't make that clear.
You need to be more direct, lady.
Okay, she said these sucky people running, and here's a phone call about the candidates that are running.
Hey, good morning, folks. I'm sitting here about to start my school bus route, and I just wanted to mention that, this is the third presidential election in a row that we've had, let's face it, not the best candidates on either side of the aisle. Man, oh, man, it's hard to believe out of all the people in this country, these are our choices. And that's been for 3 in a row. So anyway, I just thought I might mention a new ad that I think Trump should run. He should run what Kamala has said about unburdened by what has been. Because, it's been Democrats the last 3.5 years, so maybe we should unburden ourselves with them and see what happens. Anyway, you guys have a good day. Talk to you later. Bye.
We appreciate the phone call, and be safe driving the bus around because you do have the most precious commodity as your cargo.
Yeah.
And he mentioned choices. Okay, so I did a little thing yesterday. I went down on the Circle. I was going to try and see and talk to some people about choices and how they feel about the candidates. You want to hear how it went?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Man on the street stuff. In Indianapolis, doing some man on the street questions. What issue is most important to you for this election?
Freedom of speech.
Do you feel confident in your candidate choices?
At which level?
All of them. Presidential, governor, senator.
Township assessor, township board. Yes, I do.
Have you noticed a change in political engagement among your friends and family?
Via Facebook, yes.
What about in person?
I stay away from those people.
Do you have conversations around politics with your friends? Yeah, all the time.
All the time.
What sources do you use to get your information?
Well, it begins and ends with the Rob Kendall, Casey Daniels media empire. It's like a giant conservative Death Star that's hovering over Indiana.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
I think it was.
Okay.
Hey, all right. So we got to have a little extra time with Hammer because, Casey, it's time for one of our favorite long-running bits on this radio show, one of my favorite things we do each year.
Yeah.
It is time to nominate me, our fabulous audience, to nominate me to the Brownsburg High School Hall of Fame. October 1 is the deadline. We decided today would be the day we promote it.
Yeah.
Just for the sheer entertainment of making these people send out hundreds of rejection letters every year. So when Hammer comes back, we'll tell you how to do it.
Okay.
And walk you through it. And we'll have a good old time telling people who don't like me how important I am to you.
It's 93 WIBC.
Hammer and Nigel Show. We cracked the mic at 3:06 this afternoon. Monica Crowley talks about the economy. Rob Kendall flips out and goes off the rails. And maybe, just maybe, a Nigel sighting. Do you believe in miracles? Find out this afternoon, 93 WIBC.
Hey, it's Thursday. That means Sunday is going to be here before you know it. And this Sunday, if you're looking for a new church home or even a first church home, consider checking out the place that we call home, Life Church. You know, many WIBC listeners over the years have found a home at Life Church. We meet them almost every Sunday, and man, it's awesome to visit. And see for yourself why. They're warm, they're welcoming. You're treated like so much more than just a number. You're an individual at Life Church. They've got campuses all across central Indiana, Noblesville, Fishers, Eagle Creek, and Pendleton. Great online services. Learn more about everything at lifechurchin.com.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Indy, tired of using the fall to paint your house year after year? Then do what Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
And right now, Indy, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price. Plus, there's more great news. Rhino Shield has partnered with Green Sky Financing to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans to qualified customers.
I think it increases the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Here's Rhino Shield Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey guys, it's Rob from my friends at We Grow Hair Indy. And man, it's hard to believe it's been almost 4 years since I made that choice to head on over to We Grow Hair Indy. And I'm so glad I did. Every time, look in the mirror. Darren and the gang, first class all the way. They did a phenomenal job. Now, here's how it works at We Grow Hair Indy. You call today, 317-522-2995. 317-522-2995 and say, hey, Rob Kendall from WIBC told me to call and schedule that totally free, no hassle, no obligation consultation. And when you do that, then you're going to head over to We Grow Hair Indy. They're going to take a look at what you got going on, and they're going to give you some suggestions on what might make it look just a little bit better, and then you make the choice. The ball is in your court. Now, you can see for yourself some of the other success stories with We Grow Hair Indy by heading over to WeGrowHairIndy.com. WeGrowHairIndy.com, see some other results, and then call today, 317-522-2995. Schedule that totally free, no-hassle consultation, and you could be on your way to a better head of hair. 317-522-2995. Tell them Rob sent you.
Sinus pain. You know it all too well. It's constant. It's frustrating. The pressure, the headaches, the snoring, the constant clogged feeling. You're tired of feeling like this, but you've tried nasal sprays, over-the-counter medicines, even home remedies. No matter what you try, nothing gives you lasting sinus relief. You're tired of missing out and feeling miserable. There is something you can do, something different. Indianapolis Sinus Center. The physicians at Indianapolis Sinus Center have been serving the community with proven treatments for over 50 years. They know what you're going through, and they're standing by ready to offer you the best treatments to provide long-term relief. breathe better. You don't have to keep suffering from sinus pain. Call Indianapolis Sinus Center today at 317-528-9650 and take the first step toward relief. 317-528-9650. That's 317-528-9650 or go to IndianapolisSinusCenter.com.
Here's a real-life story that affects 50% of all of us out there. It's called divorce. If you've gotten divorced and now you're struggling to pay your bills and your credit card debts are completely out of control, you need to call this special debt relief hotline right now. We help people with all kinds of money problems caused by different life challenges, a divorce, a job loss, even heavy medical bills. All these life events can sometimes financially stress you out and cause you to get out of control. We help people get their lives back by showing them ways to consolidate and reduce their debt, in some cases for a fraction of what they owe. If your credit card balances are more than $10,000, call us and learn how to reduce your credit card bills and monthly payments now. Here's our number.
Paid for by Debt.com. Call now at 800-810-1820. 800-810-1820. 800-810-1820. That's 800-810-1820.
You want to listen all day to WIBC, but you don't always have time. Don't worry. There's a podcast for that. The WIBC Mashup. Daily highlights from your favorite hosts. Tony Katz, Kendall and Casey, and Hammer and Nigel. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
There he is from the #1 rated Hammer and Nigel program, Jason Hammer in the studio. Good morning.
Let's get Rob in the Brownsburg Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
It's long overdue.
It is. And here, it's a new year. There's a new superintendent at Brownsburg.
They don't know you.
Well, this person knows me, but we want to give everybody a chance. And I can't think of a better way to bring the community together with the new superintendent than the Brownsburg Education Foundation saying, we're going to let bygones be bygones, and we're going to put Rob Kendall into the Brownsburg High School Hall of Fame.
Because you are #1 in your time slot.
That's correct.
That is a pretty successful thing.
That is.
And I'm willing to bet you look at some of those other zeros that they let in the Hall of Fame.
That's true.
They can't say they were the best at what they do.
Right. I was a local elected official, cut more property taxes.
Tax-cutting machine.
That's right. Distinguished member of the community for many, many years.
And you're engaged. Like, you go to these council meetings. Yeah. Sometimes you're a pain in the ass, but you go to these council meetings.
That's right. Nobody's given more. I mean, think about all the money between defeating that referendum and the tax cuts and stopping those Little League fields a couple of years ago. I've saved the taxpayers over $200 million in that town.
Now, granted, we had a caller call in on caller roulette the other night that wished you would stop talking about Brownsburg and hoped you got fired.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But you deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. And you know me, Casey. Mm-hmm. I don't just throw praise on people. Truth be told, I don't even really like Rob.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I kind of despise him. I think he's a small, petty man that can only do one thing at a time. And when he's on his phone and you're trying to talk to him, you just want to knock the taste out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm familiar with that situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Every year we do this is a little bit because these people at the Education Foundation who decide who gets in, they do send rejection letters to if your candidate didn't get in. And in the past, we've done it as a joke. I think now with the new superintendent, maybe we're turning over a new leaf. Let's go for some seriousness here. So at Rob M. Kendall on Twitter, at the top of the feed, I've got the form. Link to the form. You click it. It takes you like 2 minutes to fill it out. Let's walk through the form real quick, shall we?
Sure.
All right. So some of this stuff, my name, the person you're nominating, your name, that's pretty straightforward. The address, you're going to put 40 Monument Circle.
The address of the building we're at right now, which is the Emmis building,
right.
Emmis Communications.
40 Monument Circle, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46204 is what you're looking for.
So just look it up on Google. You'll find the address for the Emmis building.
Graduation year, that would be 2002. Man, I'm getting... What, didn't you do a segment called Damn, I'm Old?
Yes, 2002.
Wow, boy, that's crazy. Nominator phone number, that's you. Nominator email, your address. How did you hear about the BEF Alumni Hall of Fame from Rob Kendall's #1 rated radio show?
There we go.
And you have to mention #1 rated.
Yeah. Nominee's occupation or title, #1 rated broadcaster. Nominee's place of employment, WIBC. Why is the nominee worthy of the Alumni Hall of Fame? He's #1. I mean, that would probably be fair,
yes.
right?
#1 rated broadcaster.
Yeah, that's right.
Loves his community.
Right.
And tax-cutting machine.
That's right. Yeah, all those three things. #1 rated broadcaster, loves his community, tax-cutting machine. I like that, Hammer. Since graduation, please list any special professional achievements of the nominee. Works with Jason Hammer.
Former president told him how great he was.
That's right.
Yes.
You should put that in there.
It was a great dream.
Yes.
You could also put that you were award nominated.
That's true. Yes. I think you should put, since graduation, please list any special professional achievements of the nominee. And you know those Education Foundation people, their political leanings, they'll love Donald Trump told Rob he was a, quote, great dream.
Now, do you want them to say Donald Trump or just say a former president?
That's true. That's a good point. They may not know which president, and then they might be more apt to actually take that as...
Because these eggheads aren't paying attention. They'll probably think it was Obama.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, a former president told Rob he was, quote, really terrific and a great dream.
A great dream.
Yeah. Please list any professional awards or honors nominee has received at the local, regional, national, or international level. Have I been given any awards?
Nominated for, what did you guys get? A Spectrum Award.
Nominated for the Spectrum Award.
Helped raise a buttload of money for the Salvation Army.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's in there too. Boy, you guys are making the case
Well,
for
we were
me.
the Ocho.
The what?
The Ocho, 8th in the country.
Oh, 8th at what?
Don't you remember we got that award from that news organization?
the Barrett Media.
Oh, that's right. We're the 8th best radio program for our time slot in the entire country.
In the country.
That's pretty exciting. Yeah, we got to list that too. That's right. I've won so many awards. I forgot. Please list any community awards or honors the nominee has received at the local, regional, national, or international level.
Well, voted most punchable face on the Hammer and Nigel show.
Put that in there. Yes, there you go. There you go. Boom. Look, they're going to know who it is when you're nominating me. So,
most punchable face.
What unique contributions has the nominee made in service to his or her community? Saved the taxpayers $200 million.
Yes.
That's pretty good, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
As a tax-cutting machine.
You could also put in defeated that bullcrap referendum if you'd like to throw that in there. Please share any additional information you feel the selection committee should consider about this nominee.
Oh, any special information?
Yeah.
Nobody loves Brownsburg more than you do.
Right, that's
You're almost in an unhealthy relationship with your hometown.
A mascot.
Attended every town council meeting.
88 town council meetings in a row. Made 88 town council meetings in a row. Yeah, that's
and
very
as
good.
much as you mentioned Brownsburg on this flamethrower of a radio station, the #1 rated station in the city of Indianapolis, think about all the added value, extra publicity the town is getting.
All right, so there we go. It's at Rob M. Kendall on Twitter right now.
I'll retweet it when I get back to the office.
Perfect, and you can fill out the form, and
we have to make one thing clear, though.
Yeah.
Okay, nominations are due by October 1st.
Yeah, we'll do it today. Don't wait.
The induction is March 14th, 2025. So your calendar's open, right?
Oh, I'll
You're
be there.
available
Absolutely.
to attend.
Yeah, I'm going to be like Steve Buscemi in The Wedding Singer when I give my victory speech.
Right. And take the podcast of this and link it on your Twitter or whatever, so if people have questions, they can come back to
absolutely.
this.
All right, what do you got for us?
I know time's a factor here, so we got time for one.
Okay.
Dealer's choice here. You were talking about that song that the guy sang about Trump called Fighter. Now, I think we're going to have that guy on the show tomorrow.
Fantastic.
But Rob said it sounded a little like Eddie Vedder. And then I think Kev brought up John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band. So I've got two tributes here. Do you want to hear the Pearl Jam tribute or the John Cafferty tribute?
Oh, the John Cafferty tribute, because that's one of Kev's favorites.
Okay, so this is the song featuring real Joe Biden quotes that we made that was styled after John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band.
Oh, no.
Perfect. Look, fat, look. Here's the deal.
Look, fat, look. Here's the deal.
Where's Jackie? Is she here?
Where's Jackie? Jackie, you here?
Happy birthday, Velvet. You ain't black.
And you ain't black.
You're a damn liar. Get your words straight, Jack.
You're a damn liar, man. Get your words straight, Jack.
I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. Lion, dog face, pony soldier.
Lion, dog face, pony soldier.
True international depression.
True international depression.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
True international depression.
True international depression.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Clap your hands. Kajan.
Come on.
Katanji Brown Jackson.
I'm Joe Biden's husband, Joe Biden.
I'm Joe Biden's husband, Joe Biden.
You know the thing. Let's go, Brandon.
You know the thing. Let's go, Brandon.
Log on now to vaccines.gum.
Vaccines.com. Vaccines.com.
Thank you, Dr. Pepper. I'm not going nuts.
Thank you, Dr. Pepper. I'm not going nuts.
I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. Lion, dog face, pony soldier.
You're a lion, dog face, pony soldier.
True international depression.
True international depression.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
True international
True
depression.
international depression.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you don't have a Marconi is beyond me.
Thank you.
I mean, that's
awesome.
That's good stuff. We got a new podcast coming out today.
Yeah, it drops at 1 o'clock. A new Degenerates Next Door, the NFL edition. We're talking Colts and Bears. We got prop bets. I got action tonight, free at 1 o'clock.
What's coming up this afternoon on your radio program?
You are going to go off the rails. Right. Monica Crowley is going to break down everything with this whole Fed rate situation, and we're going to have a good time.
Excellent, Hammer. Thanks. It is Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
After college, Mike Braun could have gone anywhere. He chose to move back to his hometown of Jasper, Indiana. There, he started a small business, kept his head down, worked hard, and turned his small business into a national company, employing thousands of Hoosiers. He'll use that same determination for us. Lead the charge on lowering the price of gas, groceries, energy. Take on the big healthcare companies to increase healthcare access and lower costs. And Mike will improve education across our state by increasing school choice. Mike will make our streets safer, back the blue, and stop illegal immigration if the federal government won't. Because Braun believes every Hoosier should be safe and secure in their community. As governor, Braun will continue working for Hoosiers. Because when you're Mike, working hard is just what you do. Mike Braun, governor. Paid for by Mike Braun for Indiana. Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Tune in to the Absolute Retirement Planning Show.
When retirement comes about, we're now relying on what we have saved to meet those needs.
Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on 93 WIBC.
There is still time to get a patio this fall with Indy Decorative Concrete, the patio experts. No subcontractors ever. Big enough to service, small enough to care.
Coming up in 2 minutes, students in Mooresville are at home learning today, though it seems it was avoidable. Plus, interest rates are lower today. So this expert says you should consider this and why the feds were knocking on the door of a racing team on Wednesday. I'm Kurt Darling. That and more coming up from the Technology Recyclers studios after Fox News Radio. You're listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It's 11 o'clock.
Sonic booms heard over Beirut. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. As Israeli fighter jets go on the attack with airstrikes in Lebanon.
Israel's defense minister says the war is entering a new phase and focusing on Hezbollah.
Fox's Mike Tobin in Tel Aviv. As Hezbollah fires rockets into Israel, its leader vowing to retaliate for what Hassan Nasrallah calls a severe blow. 2 days of deadly Israeli sabotage, he says, crossed all boundaries and red lines.
Starting Tuesday afternoon, pagers belonging to Hezbollah operatives exploded all over Lebanon, even some in Syria. The next day, the handheld radios Hezbollah intended for emergency communications exploded, as did some solar equipment.
At least 37 people were killed in those explosions, more than 3,000 injured in Lebanon. Former President Trump will meet with Jewish leaders today at an Israeli-American Council National Summit.
A vote for Kamala Harris
is a vote to obliterate Israel. That's what's going to happen.
That was from a Trump rally in Uniondale, New York last night, days after a second assassination attempt.
They've only hardened my resolve to use my time on earth to make America great again.
And speaking of threats, an Alaska man's been arrested, charged with threatening to kill 6 U.S. Supreme Court justices and some of their relatives. Vice President Harris has a 2-point lead over former President Trump in a new Fox News poll with a 12-point edge among independent voters. But one major labor union has decided not to endorse her or Trump. The Teamsters staying neutral.
The decision not to back a Democratic candidate is catching some people by surprise, considering the Teamsters backed Biden-Harris in 2020. Tonight, Harris is going to be holding a campaign event with Oprah. It's a live stream.
Fox's Mark Meredith at the White House. Now, the morning after the Federal Reserve's 0.5% interest rate cut, the Dow has hit a new all-time high. It crossed 42,000 for the first time this morning. It's come back down from that, but it's still up over 370 points right now. The NASDAQ is gaining 415. The S&P 500 also hit a record high. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Turns out it was something else. It's 79 and partly cloudy downtown. I'm Kirk Darling. Here's what's trending at 11:02. An e-learning day for students at Mooresville schools, but it was implemented because of a suspicious device found on school district grounds. However, it turns out that device was actually a piece of police equipment left behind by officers in that area this morning. It was reported by people who came across it. It's the first time in 4 years the Fed has decided to cut interest rates. That happened on Wednesday, so if you've been considering buying a house or even refinancing a mortgage, Mike Wood with Bailey & Wood Financial Group in Whiteland says now is the time to do it.
This actually should be a great time to buy or a great time to look to refinance because it's providing some relief to borrowers.
Talking to Wish TV, he says more rate cuts could happen before year's end. Federal agents raided the headquarters of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing in Zionsville on Wednesday. The FBI walked into the facility that morning and told workers to leave all electronic devices and computers as is and leave the facility. It's not clear yet why they conducted the raid. Someone in Hancock County is about 50 grand richer. Harrison Silcox.
It's all thanks to the Powerball. Maybe you played it recently without any luck like most, but a customer at a supermarket in Fortville bought a ticket that was worth $50,000 after the drawing Monday. That wasn't the only $50K winner in the last few days. Someone else landed enough matching numbers to take home the same cash prize after buying a ticket in Scottsburg before Saturday. Harrison Silcox, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
The Indiana Fever taking a we'll play anyone, anywhere approach as they still don't know who they'll be facing in the first round of the WNBA playoffs.
It is about us. I mean, we do what we do and at a really high level and be consistent with it. With our habits, I think we have an opportunity to compete with anybody in the league.
They'll know soon, though. Tonight is the final night of the regular season for the Fever as they'll take on the Washington Mystics. Tip-off tonight in D.C. at 7 o'clock. I'm Kirk Darling, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Everyone is talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation. Like your neighbor Dennis.
In the process of refinishing my garage and, trying to turn it into a man cave. So I started searching, online, and I ran across Galaxy.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings is not epoxy. It's better.
First thing I wanted to do initially is I wanted to repair where the concrete had eroded. They said they could do that. I said, well, heck, let me go ahead and get the entire floor covered.
Commercial or residential, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a 15-year warranty.
They were so courteous and respectful of the home and the property. And when they're done, they cleaned up, picked up, swept up. It was like they were never there.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com now. That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this world.
I would recommend Galaxy over any other competitor, hands down. You're going to be taken care of and you're going to be satisfied. These guys know what they're doing.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Absolute Comfort, your American Standard air dealer serving Central Indiana.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
93 WIBC, it is the Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Casey's here. We have a special guest, Casey.
Yes, we do.
On the WIBC hotline. He was a part of that big Hope Starts Here breakfast today, helping raise money and awareness for Project Rescue. It is the great organization that is fighting human sex trafficking across the globe. Attorney General for the state of Indiana, Todd Rokita, joins us now. All right, Todd, was told that you guys had a fabulous day there in Carmel at the Lucas Estate, raising money and awareness for Project Rescue. Before we get to some other things, tell us all about it.
Yeah, thanks, guys, for having me on. It's great to be here with Mike Beckwith. He's the one that invited me, and I'm glad he did. And he's going to be a great partner, by the way, when we get him into the lieutenant governor position, which we must do. So I'm pleased to partner with him already on things like this. So one of the duties of the Attorney General is to help local law enforcement to fight against human trafficking, sex trafficking. This is modern-day slavery, and it's manipulation of children, and people are making billions of dollars off of it. It's absolutely disgusting. So when I saw this coming into office, I wanted to change what was happening in the office from a discussion about it. Literally, they had, as I came into office, there was a monthly discussion that the Attorney General led with other partners, which has some value, but we really want to change this into doing something about it. So we've done a few things. We became the first non-border state in the nation to sue Biden over the lawlessness going on the southern border. What does that have to do with human trafficking? Well, that's where most of our human trafficking is coming from these days. When I went down to the border, the mainstream media, not you guys, but the mainstream media said, oh, he has no business doing this. He has no business going down to the border. And what I saw there was that the daily rate to rent a child was $400 US.
Wait, hey, hang on a second, Todd. Todd Rokita, the Attorney General, is our guest. You're saying you can actually just renting a boat or a kayak, and then you return them where you found them?
Correct.
Oh, that's horrible.
It wasn't necessarily for sex, although we, think about it, we had no idea what was really happening. But what they did was these adult age male criminals would try to act like a family. So in order to act and cross the border and get asylum. So what do you do to act like a family? You have to have kids. So they would literally rent Mexican children, act as a family, cross the border, and then the child will get put in the trunk of a car or something going southbound and go back into Mexico to be re-rented.
So they're using these children as tools to get into the country illegally.
Yeah. Right. And that's just one of the examples I saw. So you can only imagine the evil that's going on at the southern border. But that's not the only place. It's going on right here in the state of Indiana. And I know we like to stick our heads in the sand and pretend that it's Passover or something, and there's like a biblical angel of death of evil that's going to go over us, and we're going to pop our head out of the sand, and it's all going to be fine in Indiana. But all this is here. Just like the stuff going on in our schools does happen in Virginia and everything else, it happens here. So the same with sex trafficking. So what we're doing, in addition to using one of my biggest levers, suing the federal government, we're also created, through the help of the legislature, child ID kits. Now, this is a low-tech it's actually provided an envelope, an inkless ink pad that you can fingerprint your kids. Hold on. Fingerprint your kids, get a DNA sample through saliva, put up the other vitals there on this card, and you do not send it into government. You do not send it into me. Do not send it to the police. You stick it in your Bible. You stick it with your insurance contracts. You stick it in your safe. Mm-hmm. And the reason is this, guys, because if the horrible thing ever happens, or your most precious gift from God is taken, it's the first 48 hours that you have the biggest chance of success for getting your child or your grandchild back.
Yeah, and you've got a current picture of them.
Yeah, and all the vitals, including a DNA, including a fingerprint. So if that happens, you give it right to the police. It's all right there, and they have a huge, huge head start in getting your child back.
Todd Rokita, the Attorney General for the state of Indiana, is our guest. He was a part of the big Hope Starts Here breakfast today, helping raise awareness and money for Project Rescue, which fights human sex trafficking. Real quick, I want to come back to those kits, Todd, but we've seen play out in a mainstream national media story with this Sean Diddy Combs. Now, everybody's entitled to innocence until proven guilty. But, man, there's what appears to be a lot of evidence against this guy. Human sex trafficking is very real, and it's very everywhere.
Absolutely. That's a good example, Rob, and it's part of the Hollywood influence over our lives generally, and it's just part of a lot of evil that we have to understand is, number one, real, and it has to be fought.
Where can people get these kits for their children? Because I think this is an awesome idea, and I love the fact that you're very adamant. Don't send it to anybody. Keep it out of the hands of the government. Just keep it for yourself.
Yeah, until it's needed, and hopefully it's never needed. Well, my office, with the help of the General Assembly, and working with superintendents across the state, mostly superintendents and principals, we are distributing them in K through 5 classrooms. That's what we had funding for. So that's going to happen this year. Parents should look for that in their schools. If their school is saying they're not distributing it, they should be. And they should call me or have the school call me, and we will make sure they're hooked up. But the partnerships that we have are the distribution channels. For one-off requests, contact my office. I know we have a big pile of extra ones. We'll get you one.
Attorney General of the great state of Indiana, Todd Rokita, is joining us. Todd, is it difficult for you to coordinate with federal, state, and local agencies to create a unified approach to combat trafficking?
Well, it is difficult, like most of the crimes these days. I mean, that we have a full cooperation, don't get me wrong. But this is something that, number one, you don't want to talk about. It's hard for people to have this discussion. It's hard for people to acknowledge that this kind of evil actually exists. So you have to get over that hurdle. And then it's so just baked in, fried into, so decentralized that a centralized, unified approach doesn't necessarily help. It's being vigilant as adults. It's recognizing that this evil exists and that it could happen to you and it can happen in your family, whether your child gets abducted, whether your child gets influenced by this evil. So it's just really baked into the lower layers of our society, and that's where we have to look for it, recognize it, and combat it at that level.
Just one more minute with you, Todd. The question is, what steps are you guys taking to strengthen the prosecution of human traffickers, especially in Indiana?
Yeah, thanks for that. You know, that's up to the legislature. We're law enforcement. They're the lawmakers, so they would have to come together and decide that we're going to raise this to the highest level of crime. Not that it's not a crime right now. I mean, these are felonies. So, you know, they involve jail time. And now it's just a matter of making sure that, you're right, Casey, to make sure that we set examples by punishing these people to the highest extent of the law.
Todd Rokita, the Attorney General for the state of Indiana, man, I think it's wonderful that you're able to be out there with Micah today doing this Hope Starts Here breakfast, Project Rescue. It's a great organization. And thanks for taking a few minutes to talk about that, to talk about human sex trafficking. And we appreciate it. I know I speak for Casey in this. We appreciate your work and the work of all law enforcement trying to stamp these guys out because they're really, really bad actors. So thanks for spending a few minutes with us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And thanks for Micah.
Yeah. If you want more information, you can find that at lifechurchin.com.
Yeah, they're obviously all the money they raise then goes to Project Rescue.
Mm-hmm.
So lifechurchin.com, you can get more information about how you can help and give to Project Rescue.
It is Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC. This could be one of the most consequential votes of our lifetime.
Who will be our next governor?
U.S. Senator. Our next president.
Who will represent us in the General Assembly?
You have a voice with your one vote.
Unhappy with the current state of affairs?
You can do something about it.
Voting is one of our most important rights as Americans.
It's how you can stand up for your beliefs,
your values,
and for future generations. A reminder to make your vote count on November 5th.
November 5th.
November 5th.
From WIBC
and Urban One.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right, enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Your home is your sanctuary. Get the peace of mind you deserve with a free estimate on a Generac automatic standby generator for your home from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. With expert installation and 24-hour monitoring, Generator Supercenter won't leave you in the dark. Financing is available. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter. Call 317-827-0808. Generator Supercenter of Indianapolis, 317-827-0808.
It seems like all the kids do during summer is drag dirt into the house. Well, they stink up the house too, but here's some good news. The kids are back in school, and fortunately, there's Zero Res. Zero Res is the healthy way to get your home feeling fresh and clean again. Even if your house doesn't look dirty, you still need to call Zero Res to remove the dust, dander, and bacteria in your carpets from a summer of fun. Zero Res will clean up the pizza spills and the puppy piddles, and they can get the yuck out of your air ducts as well. Now, lucky for you, you can score big this month with great savings. Hi, this is Denny Smith, and right now with the big BOGO at Zero Res, if you buy 2 rooms of cleaning, you get 2 rooms for free. Get your home Zero Resified with the patented ZR water that uses no soap, leaves no residue, and there are no harsh chemicals either. They just aren't needed to get things really clean. Now mention WIBC, buy 2 rooms of cleaning, get 2 rooms cleaned for free at Zero Res. 317-388-5141. Book online at ZeroResIndy.com.
Hey, this is Spencer Thompson at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus. Now through Monday, it's our Made in the USA Labor Day sale. Lazy Boy recliners start at $3.99. Queen mattresses start at $3.99. And sofas start at $4.99. Interest-free financing available, free delivery, and cash discounts on select items. Plus, low price guarantee on Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses. Sale ends Monday only at Thompson Furniture Mattress in Columbus.
Seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach was reported today, resulting in the exposure of
1 in 4 consumers have been a victim of identity.
That's because there are endless places that could accidentally expose you to identity theft, in a breach, or simply by mistake. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career and they talked to me about it.
He was done in just months.
I did do it online.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at My Computer Career.
It worked for me and I know it can work for you.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
The Suburban Indie Home and Outdoor Living Show at Grand Park.
Featuring over 200 home improvement exhibitors.
September 20th through 22nd.
Tickets are only $7 at suburbanindieshows.com.
His theme is Make America Healthy Again. Robert Kennedy Jr. said that Donald Trump wants him to help choose leaders for some specific key public health agencies if Trump wins the election in November, specifically the FDA, the NIH, and also the CDC. So what do we think about that? Obviously, Kennedy is going full force into the Make America Healthy Again. Many people saying he might be holding a cabinet position in the future with the Health and Human Services Department.
Well, I think there's some intrigue on where Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to end up if indeed Trump wins the election. I don't know. I mean, would you have confidence in an agency that RFK Jr. is running? Now, take away your just deep-seated attraction to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Take away your personal affinity for his assemblage. Would you have confidence in an agency Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is running?
I think I would have more confidence in him running the Health and Human Services Department than the assistant secretary we currently have.
Well, that's a pretty low bar to hop over, right? Like, we would like to think that we're, going to, regardless of who Trump is going to put in there, is going to be a little bit better, versed and professional and competent is probably the word I'm looking for than the people currently calling the shots. I just wonder, like, is that somebody, okay, he's a celebrity, he's a known quantity, but in terms of the nuts and bolts of running my government, I don't need celebrity or known quantity. I need somebody who's good at what they do. And do you feel would you have confidence in Robert F. Kennedy Jr. calling the shots?
Well, you said it's a pretty low bar to step over, and isn't that what we're just looking for? Just improvement, even if it's incremental. And the one thing about Kennedy, while he was on the campaign trail, he did spend a lot of time talking to different people, and it seems like he wants to get to the truth, especially in regards to vaccines and everything that goes with that.
Yeah.
So it seems to me it may be small improvement, but improvement is improvement. Consider this, and it's premature to talk about it because he can't actually ask people to be in his cabinet until he wins an election. But if Trump were to win, think about all the people he could have surrounding him. J.D. Vance, RFK Jr. You've got Nicole Shanahan, that's the woman that RFK Jr. picked as his vice president. She's an AI person, right? Technology-based. Then you've got Tulsi Gabbard, Tucker Carlson, Vivek Ramaswamy, and, of course, Elon Musk. That sounds like a dream team to me. And when you think about those people versus who Harris would have surrounding her, can you even... who's one person that she would put in her cabinet?
Do you have any idea? We always talk about the importance of being able to put it on a napkin, or the importance of being able to put it on a door hanger, right? 3 or 4 points. Can you put on a napkin what the goal of a Trump presidency is? Right. That's my point.
Well, I mean...
you're struggling to... I'm not saying you are. I'm saying any person. If you were to say the goal of the Trump presidency is boom.
Well, he would say it's make America great again.
That's not stuff. That's a slogan. I'm talking about if you elect Trump, these things are going... You are electing Trump to blank.
Fix the economy?
No.
Close the border?
Okay. That's a thing, right? Okay, so that's
have a better standing in the world?
Yeah, but I'm saying you've given me one specific policy thing, if then, right? Like, so much of politics is picturing the thing. You've given me one thing. I'm not saying this is your fault. You are playing out the exercise as I intended, which is it is a campaign that is very void on specifics. It's very void on actuals, as we would like to say. I don't know many specific policy proposals that Trump has put forward, and I think it makes it very difficult to run a government when you're not entering with specific guardrails and guidelines by which your agencies are going to operate under.
Well, I mean, I think he has said specifically that he would make energy a priority, which would, in fact, help everything else, help your pocketbook, because it begins and ends with energy. So drill, baby, drill. I mean, he wants to do that, so that's specific. He said he wants to close the border. That's specific.
Okay, so he wants to... Right, but now you've given me 2. You see what I'm saying here? The federal government is so big and so massive. And one of the problems I think Trump ran into, just in a sheer... Like, campaigning sexy governing's hard. And one of the things that Trump ran into from 2016 forward is he didn't get a lot of reforms in a lot of agencies because I don't think he went in with a lot of specific guardrails and guidelines by which of the things they were trying to achieve. Because I don't think that's the world Trump lives in. I think Trump lived in a world previously where go do it. Like, here's the thing.
Well, I think he's still living in that because if you look at what's going on the campaign trail, where is Donald Trump? He's making these appearances at large rallies. He is on highly rated programs like Gutfeld. He'll do the debate, but when it comes to the grunt work, the small town stumps, he's putting J.D. Vance on that. When it comes to the Sunday morning talk shows, he's putting J.D. Vance on that.
Yeah, that doesn't work. So why was Mitch Daniels so effective and the 2 clowns after him have gotten nothing done? Because Mitch Daniels was a detail-oriented person whose life had been around being down in details. And when he knew when he said, I want to do A, B, or C, he knew there was an entire process, underground, right? Like before the flower came up out of the ground, there's an entire, what do they call that, photosynthesis or whatever, right? Process by which had to happen for that flower to grow. And Mitch Daniels was very good at implementing people who were working underground to push that flower to the surface, and people went, wow, Mitch Daniels grew that flower, and it's so beautiful. Well, all these things had to happen. Mike Pence and Eric Holcomb don't give two craps about details. Mike Pence and Eric Holcomb are incredibly lazy, non-detail-oriented people, and that's why the government became far more efficient under Daniels and became recycled back into largely train wrecks with one disaster after another under Pence and Holcomb. Like that, the details really matter in government. The people you implement really matter in government. And the people you implement with the guardrails and guidelines really matter in the government.
Gosh, when you talk about that, think about this. In the state of Indiana, you had Daniels, and then you had Pence, and then Holcomb.
Right.
It's been a while.
You went from someone under Daniels who was governing versus Pence and Holcomb who are playing government. They don't the thing was more important to Pence and Holcomb than Daniels. And by the thing, I mean, so for Pence, it was, I'm using this as an elevation to the next thing. I'm into the pomp and circumstance of the government, which is I want 9, state police guys walking behind me. And when I go to McCormick and Schmick's, I want it to be a big deal, and I want everyone to know. I remember interviewing Mitch Daniels in 2006, and he showed up with one guy. He was on his motorcycle, and he showed up with one dude.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, the only thing this guy's going to need is like make sure a phone's working in case there's some sort of emergency. And we went in the room and just like, he spent 30 minutes and we just banged out some content. And he was just like, yeah, let's go. Like probably nobody even knew where Mitch Daniels was other than this, the state police people who are in charge. But it was a guy. Like there was no press secretary. It was the most amazing thing ever. It was just a guy going behind him. But he knew he wasn't interested. The thing to Mitch Daniels was the reform. The thing to Mitch Daniels was the better government. The thing to Mitch Daniels was the better public policy. Holcomb, clearly, it's how many foreign jaunts can I go on? How many foreign companies can I buddy up to looking for my next gig or whatever? And how many of those people can I bring to this state? Like that's how he judges his success. Look at there's a new report out from IndyStar alleging $700 million in Medicaid waste, fraud, and abuse. It's a federal lawsuit you can look at. I mean, the details are horrendous if true. You've already got $1 billion shortfall with that. Look at the various state government agencies that are just complete disasters. Holcomb doesn't care at all. So my point in all this, and there's always people who get mad anytime you point out anything obvious about a Trump shortcoming, and we've spent most of the day saying nice things about Trump.
Yeah.
But if you are that sensitive, if you're that if your ears are that fragile that you can't possibly hear anything, Trump didn't succeed on a lot of things because he's not a detail-oriented person. And who you put in positions of authority matter. Trump leaned a lot on people who he thought were names and star power versus actual doers, and it repeatedly bit him in the ass the 4 years that he was the president.
Well, the mark of a good leader is to surround yourself with good people and let them do their job, and hopefully that's what he will do this time.
Look at the positions, though, that he look at the people. He had the Mooch. He had Omarosa. I mean, and all of these people who, because in Trump's world, it's star power. Star power doesn't make the government better. You know who makes the government better? People who want to make the government better. Like the name is not the thing is the thing, and the thing is better public policy.
I'm curious, when you interviewed Mitch Daniels, you said he showed up after riding his motorcycle, and this is going a ways back, so you may not remember. Do you recall what he was wearing?
He was. I've got a photo of it.
Did he have on a leather coat and jeans and boots?
No,
did he have a helmet?
No, he was dressed. I don't know what he wore. Like if he wore I'm assuming he wore a jacket and a helmet. But his actual photo, he was like slacks and a tie and a. I've got the photo. I'll see if I can during the break find the picture.
Yeah, you should find it. I just you piqued my interest because in the motorcycle world, there's people that ride, and then there's people who have the costume.
Oh no, he knew what he was doing.
And they get it out once or twice a year, and they're going to put on their gear, and it's more like a costume. And that to me was always the way that Pence and Holcomb struck me with their motorcycle.
Yeah, no. I mean, he was dressed like he got out, and he obviously looked like a guy who was in a business thing. But I was told this by the guy, the dude, state police or whatever he was. Oh, yeah, he just goes and rides. And
right.
He just
like he really rides.
Sure,
It's not just a costume for photo ops.
Here's the other Mitch Daniels story that was amazing. So he did 2 things that day because it was a music station. So Mitch Daniels was great at doing PR stuff. And for the thing he did after me, he did with the lady who was hosting the morning show. He taped the thing that he was supposed to do with me, and then he's doing this thing for the morning show. And she goes, I hear Mitch Daniels is really into cards. I'm going to put a deck of cards down in front of his microphone and see what he does. And so he goes and he sits down at this microphone, and the cards are there. And without thinking about it, he just picks up the cards and starts shuffling them in his hands. And we just start laughing hysterically. And then we told him, well, we heard you were really into cards. We wanted to see what you would do with those cards.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people do that who are, efficient. They're high active in their brain. They have to have their hands moving all the time, tactile sort of thing. Okay, we have to talk about what's going on with this Indy Star article, okay?
The Indy Star has full-blown Micah Beckwith derangement syndrome.
Yet again.
It's
another
hilarious.
article. It's on the way from 93 WIBC.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Be careful if you burn. I'm Kirk Darling. Here's what's trending at 11:30. There are 92 counties in Indiana. More than half of them are under burn bans.
Conditions are so dry, and that's kind of where we're in this situation where it's not the best idea to burn.
Randy Bowers with the National Weather Service says most of the state is under moderate drought, and there's only a chance for some light rain this weekend. Sean Diddy Combs will remain in jail until he goes to trial for sex trafficking and racketeering charges. A second judge denied his appeal for bail, calling him a flight risk. He's accused of forcing women to have sex with male prostitutes, among other things. AM radio is one step closer to being required in all new vehicles sold in America. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act passed out of the House Energy and Commerce Committee Wednesday by a bipartisan vote. I'm Kirk Darling, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Sinus pressure, congestion, snoring, being unable to sleep, being unable to breathe. Yep, it's another sinus infection. You've Googled, watched videos, tried over-the-counter sprays, medications, and home remedies, but nothing ever works. There must be some kind of treatment that can help, right? Indianapolis Sinus Center understands how draining it can be when you try treatment after treatment without any relief. That's why they've been serving and treating the community for over 50 years. Indianapolis Sinus Center has performed thousands of procedures and helped thousands of patients find lasting relief they didn't know was possible. Patients like you. If you've had enough of sinus pain, pressure, and congestion, schedule a visit with Indianapolis Sinus Center today. Call 317-528-9650 and take the first step toward breathing easy. 317-528-9650. That's 317-528-9650 or visit IndianapolisSinusCenter.com.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-659-7540. 800-659-7540. 800-659-7540. That's 800-659-7540.
Garage door problems? Call today for service today. Garage Doors of Indianapolis services all makes of garage doors 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call today for service today. 875-4577. Call today for service today. Get it fixed right now. Call Garage Doors of Indianapolis at 875-4577 or visit doorstoday.com.
In the morning, call 875-4577.
Service today?
Today.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh,
don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Have you lost Indiana Medicaid? At healthcare.gov, you can find a low-cost, quality health plan.
Do plans cover doctor visits?
What about emergency care?
And prescriptions?
All covered and more. Plus, with the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Research shows smoking costs Indiana businesses $3.1 billion every year. It also shows that an extra $2 per pack tax on cigarettes would drastically reduce smoking, which could save lives, create jobs, and infuse the state of Indiana with hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Read the reports from the Richard M. Fairbanks Foundation at thepriceofsmoking.org and see for yourself how an extra $2 per pack tax on cigarettes can have a positive impact on Hoosiers.
Chris Wettican here, owner of Absolute Comfort. Go to absolutecomfort.org to lower your monthly bills.
Savings on heating and cooling at Absolute Comfort, your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIPC.
Casey, stop drooling over that photo of me and McDaniels.
I can't even believe this picture. Okay, so Rob sent me a picture of him and Mitch Daniels circa 2006. And in a second here, I'm going to post it to my Twitter account, Casey Daniels 317. I just want to describe you for a second.
Sure, thank you.
Your hair's a little longer.
Yeah.
You got some curls that are poking out on top. You know, those curls remind me of your daughter Olivia now. I see where she gets the curls from. But you've got a goatee.
Yeah.
You've got, this is the infamous puka shell necklace.
One of many.
Yeah. You're wearing a button-down shirt. You look heavier in this picture than
Yeah,
you
I was a
do
fatty.
now.
I think I was a fatty back then. You don't realize it until now. I've actually gotten thinner as I've gotten older.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'd have been 22 in that photo.
Okay. And what's up with the earrings?
Well, I don't even know
Both ears?
I don't even know if I had them in that day because old cameras, right? Like, obviously, you can't see things like you can now. But, yeah, I had little half-hoopties when I was younger.
You had both of your ears pierced?
Totally.
That just surprises me.
Oh, I was totally hip, Casey. I was
hip?
one of the hip.
Both ears?
Yeah.
Well, because how old were you?
Women loved them, Casey.
I bet.
They did.
How old were you?
Everything I did back then was what bad entanglement with a member of the opposite sex can I rope myself into.
Were you like, I know Mitch Daniels, and they were like, ooh. They probably said, who's that?
It's the people I hung out with. Yes, they definitely would have said, who's that? I don't know if I had them in, though, but I had my ears pierced. You know what they say, go big or go home, right? And so
you went big.
Oh, yeah. I got them pierced. True story. I got them pierced, and they're stupid things we do when we're younger. I saw a magazine cover, and Bruce Springsteen had his ears pierced, and I was like, that looks freaking cool. And then I got them done, and I was like, that is freaking painful.
Yes, but you don't wear any earrings now.
No, I haven't. I'm an adult man, Casey.
Well, how old were you in this picture?
I was 22.
22.
I would have been 22 years old in the summer of 2006, right? Yes. Yeah, I would have been 22.
And look at you hanging out with Mitch Daniels.
Yeah. I've been a mover and shaker my whole life, Casey.
No, seriously, when you showed me this picture originally, I see Mitch Daniels, and I'm checking out Mitch Daniels' outfit and what he's doing, and I see the person standing next to Mitch Daniels, and I just think that that's the guy that you were talking about, how he showed up with.
Right. No,
I didn't even realize that that's you.
Totally.
Okay. Well, you look a little different now. You look a little different. But I
would hope it was, what was that be, 18 years ago? I would hope.
I mean, I can't really talk. I'm trying to think back in 2006. I was a brunette back then, so.
Well, I've gone through, here's the thing. I've been as high as 180 pounds. I've been as low as like 145 in my adult life. Like I weight fluctuate. I did. I'm a little bit better about it now, but I used to weight fluctuate all the time. That was in a fat phase.
That was a fat phase.
But I mean, I weigh 155-ish now, probably.
You're like Jerry Seinfeld and scratching off the jeans on the back label. So
well, you know, it's
know.
like you you know this when you're younger. Well, you don't because you've been in a stable relationship for a long time. But, like your physical attributes used to change for me based on
the breakup.
If you were engaged in regular interpersonal relations with someone, and then how hard you had to work for that. So I would in my tall 20s was just a big giant weave, and then I think like the next year I was super physically fit. And
so what does the fat stage say?
What?
You were single?
No, I don't even remember now. But it's just like you look at all those photos of me, in my 20s, and it's just a giant weave of that man looks incredibly healthy and very fit, and then that man looks like he's about to keel over dead.
Well, you were still cute, even if you were comfortable, healthy.
Well, good thing is I have no shame, so you can tell. Mitch Daniels is probably standing next to me going, what is wrong with this guy? Like, how did I get roped into this? But he was super nice.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
Yeah, you can post. So Casey Daniels 317 at the break. Casey will post that up, and then we'll laugh at me for a little bit.
Sounds good. Okay, let's talk about what's going on with Indy Star and the latest article and another hit piece on Micah Beckwith. I know you're surprised by this,
It's a
right?
day that ends in... So the Star has severe Beckwith derangement syndrome, and I'm sure it's killing them that this new poll shows he is definitely going to be the next lieutenant governor of the state of Indiana. I'm sure they are just having aneurysms over there. And so now they're mad. So for years, Life Church has been a polling location. It is incredibly common in whatever town you live in that a church, why? Because they have vast amounts of space and resource, and it's not being used during the day, that churches will serve as polling locations. And for years, Life Church has served as a polling location in Hamilton County. And they are now up in arms that it is going to be a polling location this fall since Micah Beckwith is running for lieutenant governor.
Yep, they say among the 111 Hamilton County polling sites for the November 5th general election, one will ring familiar to some voters. The Noblesville Church, and they have to describe him this way: controversial Republican Lieutenant Governor candidate Mike Beckwith.
Right.
He's the campus pastor.
Totally.
Okay, and here's something interesting. So, Indy Spanglish, who is here with WIBC, he posted about this, and the comments coming in are what you'd expect. We got Micah Beckwith derangement syndrome in Indiana media. Somebody else commenting, this is horrible. I'd hate to go into a church with nice, comfortable carpet and nice location to cast my vote. Other people saying they're making a mountain out of a molehill. And then something that Jerry posted about this. How about they ask Andre Carson holding his district hostage using his grandma Julia's seat?
Well, look.
Interesting.
Here's the
He's
deal.
picking a fight.
Here's the deal, Star. Mike is going to be the lieutenant governor. You better deal with it.
Get on board. Okay, we have to talk about the death of the minivan and also the death of Tupperware. That's on the way from 93 WIBC. I'm going to go post that picture.
Tonight on the Tony Kinnett Cast, both parties decide it's time to get extra stupid before the election because, of course, they do. I hope you've got tickets because you'll want front row seats to this circus. Tune in at 7 p.m. right here on the Daily Signals YouTube and X live streams or the podcast anytime.
There's no substitute for experience, and that's especially true when we're talking about teenagers learning to drive. You teach them the basics, but what about those things drivers don't encounter every day? Hey, I'm Matt Bear, here to tell you about Rule the Road Indiana. It's a hands-on experience at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway just for teenage drivers that provides practical knowledge and skills that go beyond regular driver education programs. So, for instance, a controlled braking course and evasive maneuvering course where young drivers learn how to maintain control while avoiding collisions. It is taught by police officers and professional driving instructors. Saturday, September 28th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's free. All you need to do is sign up at ruletheroadindiana.com. Lunch is provided, and American medal-winning swimmer Ryan Murphy and IndyCar driver Stingray Robb and defending two-time Indy 500 champ Joseph Newgarden will be on hand signing autographs. Rule the Road Indiana, brought to you free by Alliance Highway Safety, September 28th at IMS. Register now at ruletheroadindiana.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-9369. 800-525-9369. 800-525-9369.
Attention all Hoosiers, a historically important election is headed our way. The time to prepare for the election is now. Are you registered to vote? Do you have a plan to vote? The Indiana Secretary of State's office wants to remind you, registering to vote or updating your registration is fast, easy, and can be done online at indianavoters.com. You must be registered 30 days before Election Day, so get registered and get out to vote. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Secretary of State's office.
Discover cancer care that empowers you at Community Health Network MD Anderson Cancer Center, with leading-edge treatment options right in your backyard.
I feel blessed and lucky. If I knew someone that was going through what I was going through, I would definitely encourage them to participate in a clinical trial. For me, it was life-changing.
Learn more at ecommunity.com/cancer.
Come celebrate the 51st Annual New Earth Festival on September 28th and 29th in historic Atlanta, Indiana. Free admission and over 600 vendors offering handmade arts, crafts, antiques, and collectibles. Free entertainment all weekend with 9 live bands plus Kids Zone with 5 bounce houses. You can skip the drive and arrive in style on the Nickel Plate Express train. Saturday night concert and fireworks sponsored by Duke Energy and Barbecueology. Visit AtlantaIndiana.com for more information. That's AtlantaIndiana.com.
Sweet chocolate reward. Sweet chocolate reward.
This is not just the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat at Walgreens. This is the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat right after receiving all their vaccines in one trip. This is the sound of treating yourself, because you protected yourself.
Stop by or schedule both your flu and COVID-19 vaccines today and grab yourself a sweet treat while you're at it. Vaccine subject to availability. State, age, and health-related restrictions may apply.
Is your pet a digging enthusiast, an escape artist, or a counter surfer? Invisible Fence brand has you covered. For the wannabe landscaper, we've got a solution to keep them active but not destructive. For the escape artist, our personalized pet fences keep them safe and sound at home. Counter surfer? No problem. We know how to keep cheese thieves at bay. Invisible Fence brand. Tailor-made solutions for your pet, your yard, and your needs. Visit invisiblefence.com today.
Royal Spa hot tubs are simply better. Come into any of our locations and make the salesperson prove the superiority of the Royal Spa product.
Royal Spa.
Tailgate this Sunday from 10 to 1 at the parking lot at McCarty and Church Street before the Colts-Bears game. Presented by Real Alternatives, Jack Daniels, and Twin Peaks. Register to win tickets to the game and $100 in Colts cash from Bud Light. No purchase necessary.
At night I go to bed, but I just can't sleep.
So it was the least cool vehicle ever designed, Rob, or at least it gave off that, vibe that it's really not cool to drive around in the minivan.
Yeah.
However, many people realized how convenient it was and how well the gas mileage was.
Look
on
at Kevin. Kevin has a minivan.
How you can haul things. It seats 7 comfortably and all of the amenities that come along with the minivan. And since the year 2000, guess what? It is falling steadily. It's declining. They used to sell about 1.3 million in the United States, and of last year, that figure is down by 80%.
Now, I wonder, is this because, they're just simply not cool, or are there, because we've heard about low birth rates in this country. Are there so few people having families large enough
to need the minivan?
That's
a really good point.
It is an SUV because it's kind of a cooler vehicle. frankly, probably a little safer depending on what kind you get, or at least the perception, I think, with many people is that what is the reason for
People
that?
are moving away from the minivan.
Right.
Well, it can't be that sliding door. I mean, how easy is that to get it in and out of the back seat? And, the video monitors for the kids, if you do have any. For some reason, people are turned off from the minivan. Now, would you have ever been inclined to buy one?
Well,
the price point's pretty decent.
Well, here's the thing. So, like, the car I have now,
Mhm.
I mean, it is, it's hanging in there.
Or hanging on by a thread.
And I was given an advice from a guy who sells cars for a living. He said, that car, you should just run it into the ground.
Yeah,
because he said at this point,
absolutely.
because there's no power windows, there's no power locks. I mean, it's a little bitty engine, but it gets great gas mileage. And it is at a point where it really is burning oil like it shouldn't. But as long as you just regularly put oil in it, it seems to run fine.
Do you feel safe, though, driving that with Olivia and Gabrielle?
No, I would never have Olivia in that car. That's the point. So, like, Gabrielle has a nicer car, but we're at the point where probably next year, hey, we need to kind of begin looking at something else, and she really wants an SUV, and the minivan was never in the conversation.
It was never brought up. Now, why do you think that is? Is it the coolness factor?
I don't know. I'm going to suggest that to her. That's what I'll do tonight.
Find out what she says.
I'll go home and say, Casey said you really need a minivan.
Oh, no. I have never been on the minivan bandwagon.
Now,
never.
Well, you're a great person to ask about this. Was that because you had just one child? Like, what was your reasoning for not wanting the minivan?
Well, we had a bigger SUV when she was younger, and it was a big, it was a brick. It was good and safe. And then I went to a smaller SUV, but then I got to the point where I wanted cooler vehicles.
Yeah.
And the minivan never had that coolness factor. In fact, when it was brought up, I would always be like, no, I am not driving around a minivan. And for me, I guess it was the image that it portrayed.
Like you were uncool?
Like that just wasn't cool enough for me.
Is that because you were a TV star in South Bend and you said I can't be seen in a minivan?
Well, I mean, think about that. I drove a convertible Mustang versus a minivan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never wanted one. I think it's because of the perception.
I have zero shame. That's the point. Like I have integrated my horrible car into being part of the show. I'm the world's most frugal man, and so I have zero shame. So it's like, look at this car. It is a complete piece of garbage, but it gets me from point A to point B, and I have no car payment.
Right.
So thus, efficient, right?
Yeah.
But you can't.
There is a bit of coolness involved with that, not having a car payment.
But there's also like that conversation, if we're blessed to have other children, you can't. I mean, then you really got to have something bigger, and you really can't be relying on two just regular kind of base cars. You got to have something a little bit bigger. So I can see that. That is kind of sad because as a child of the 80s and 90s, that was a staple of my youth. And
seeing minivans driving around. Okay, so there's only
Kev.
4 manufacturers left: Chrysler, Honda, Toyota, and Kia.
Oh, that make the
minivan.
Yeah.
Okay, something else that is going away. The party is over.
Oh, no.
Tupperware filing for bankruptcy.
What?
Yes, this is years after troubles. And I'm on board with this as well. When you say the word Tupperware, are you reminded of any plastic container that you would store leftovers
Well,
in?
I was going to just
Kind of
say,
like the brand name.
It's like the Band-Aid or Kleenex,
Yeah.
or Coke or whatever,
Yep.
where there's other things certainly that do that thing, but it is the universal symbol for whatever that is.
Right. You used to have to burp the Tupperware.
You had to what?
You had to burp it. You'd put the lid on and snap it down in the middle, and it would burp, and you knew it was sealed.
No kidding.
But I, like many people, have gone away from the plastic containers and replaced all of my plastic with glass.
Why?
Just the plastic, being a little bit more aware of the chemicals involved in the plastic and getting on your food.
Yeah.
And that's what Tupperware is saying, that after years, they've been around for like 78 years.
Wow.
That their sales have been declining. And, they used to have Tupperware parties, right? No more parties.
I do wonder, too, as part of it, and maybe it is not, that people just don't cook it as much at home anymore. There's not large meals being made like there used to be. I mean, I can remember as a kid, it was just me, my mom, and my dad, but we would always have what would be kind of the equivalent of one leftover meal out of all the portions or whatever, and then you would just pack that up and, hey, that's your lunch tomorrow, or, whatever.
Yeah.
I wonder now, with the declining of the nuclear family and with the declining of people who do more traditional things like eating at home, is there less and less of a need for that thing?
For the Tupperware? Well, clearly there is, because their shares have plummeted down 74% just this year. They're trading at just 51 cents a share, which is quite a decline. However, it's been a very long, slow decline.
Slow burn.
Yeah, it's very slow
Sort
burn.
of like our radio careers. It's a slow burn.
Slow burn. So you can take your Tupperware and put it in your minivan and drive off into the world of things that are no longer going to exist.
Again, just like our radio careers.
And speaking of that, that's going to do it for us today. Hey, you're off tomorrow.
That's right. I'm gone.
Have a fantastic day. The dude is in. So thank you, Rob. Thank you, Kevin. And thank you for listening today. It's Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-890-5075. 800-890-5075. 800-890-5075. That's 800-890-5075. Paid for by Term Direct.
Hey, Bill, where you been? You're overdue for a haircut.
Man, listen, my water pipes burst and flooded my house. Place a mess. I've been staying with my daughter till I can figure out what to do.
You trying to fix it and move back in?
No way. It's too big a mess. It'll cost me tens of thousands of dollars. I ain't got that kind of money.
You trying to sell it then?
Well, that's what I'd like to do, but who's going to buy my house in this condition?
Did you call Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters bought our house when we were in a jam. We needed to move real quick. They closed fast and gave us cash.
Simple Quarters will buy in any condition?
That's right. They buy as is. You don't have to repair anything or clean anything out. It's simple.
What do I have to do?
Just call them. They'll do a quick walkthrough, then they'll make you an offer.
Simple Quarters is a local Christian company that loves to help people in difficult situations. Call Simple Quarters at 317-900-HOME. That's 317-900-HOME. Check us out at simplequarters.com.
Sinus pain. You know it all too well. It's constant. It's frustrating. The pressure, the headaches, the snoring, the constant clogged feeling. You're tired of feeling like this, but you've tried nasal sprays, over-the-counter medicines, even home remedies. No matter what you try, nothing gives you lasting sinus relief. You're tired of missing out and feeling miserable. There is something you can do. Something different. Indianapolis Sinus Center. The physicians at Indianapolis Sinus Center have been serving the community with proven treatments for over 50 years. They know what you're going through, and they're standing by ready to offer you the best treatments to provide long-term relief. Breathe better. You don't have to keep suffering from sinus pain. Call Indianapolis Sinus Center today at 317-528-9650 and take the first step toward relief. 317-528-9650. That's 317-528-9650 or go to IndianapolisSinusCenter.com.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
There is still time to get a patio this season. Get on the books now for a patio this fall. Indy Decorative Concrete, the patio experts, changing the way Indy thinks about concrete.
On the level, on the go. 93 WIBC Indianapolis.
Coming up.
The good thing is the winds aren't super strong.
It's not just homeowners. I'm also hearing it from business.
People need that relief.
A lawsuit filed because of the denied approvals could soon be resolved.
This is the WIBC News at noon.
What they found and what it caused.
It's sunny and it's 79 downtown Indy. More on your forecast in a moment. I'm Ryan Hedrick.
And I'm Sean Herwick. Here's what's trending at 12 noon. Due to a suspicious item found on campus that was mistakenly considered a threat, Mooresville schools have called for an e-learning day today. Investigators say it was linked to a training exercise. Well, that led students to having to learn from home, though after-school activities will still go on. Huntington North High School in northeastern Indiana is also on an e-learning day because of a potential threat involving a student with a weapon. Both the district and local police are looking into that, along with social media posts associated with it.
And with dry weather and drought conditions going on in the Hoosier State right now, the threat for fires has gone up.
The good thing is the winds aren't super strong, so that'll keep significant fire spread, but it's enough, even with the dry conditions, to where that's a concern that the fires could get out of control.
Randy Bowers with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says if it's best that you don't burn anything outside. He says there might be a little bit of rain this weekend, but it won't be enough to help get rid of the drought.
Hoosiers are concerned about their quickly rising utility bills, says Indiana's Democrat candidate for governor, Jennifer McCormick. Earlier this morning, she released a 4-point plan to address that issue.
It's not just homeowners. I'm also hearing it from business because it impacts everybody. I know some of our school leaders are talking about the impact they've had in utility costs that are just outrageous, and they're trying to keep the lights on.
McCormick says her plan would stop utilities from using ratepayer money for lobbying, advertising, trade dues, or political contributions to prevent misuse of funds meant for services.
The Fed cut interest rates on Wednesday. It's the first sign in 4 years that things might be cooling down when it comes to inflation. Mike Wood with mortgage lender Bailey & Wood Financial Group in Whiteland tells Wish TV now's a good time to consider refinancing your mortgage.
Obviously, with everything with the economic times, people need that relief. There is relief in there now that can lower some of those payments and opportunities for clients to save some money.
And he says he wouldn't be surprised to see more cuts by the end of the year.
From the Fed to federal agents who raided the headquarters of a racing team based in Zionsville. Kurt Darling with that story.
The FBI entered the front doors of the Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing HQ shortly after 8 a.m. Wednesday. They had the help of Zionsville police, as those close to the situation say employees were told to leave all electronics and computers as is, gather their belongings, and leave the facility. RLL says in a statement that they will comply however possible with the investigation. The FBI not releasing any details as to why they conducted the raid. Kirk Darling, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Not far from there in Hendricks County, you may remember hearing about an Islamic organization that wanted to open a religious school there. It was denied zoning approval twice.
Well, a lawsuit filed because of the denied approvals could soon be resolved. I'm Sasha Nixon. As part of a proposed agreement, Hendricks County could pay $295,000 to the religious organization, as well as a $5,000 fine to the federal government for violating the Fair Housing Act and Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. If this all sounds like legal mumbo-jumbo, it basically means that the religious organization believes the zoning denials were based on discrimination. The Department of Justice announced Wednesday that the county would also implement new policies and require new employee trainings if the decree is approved. Sasha Nixon, 93, WIBC Mobile News.
Where the candidates are heading today. That story and more next on 93 WIBC.
Coming up on Tony Katz today, Trump in New York and why it's driving so many on the left crazy. That's after the news at noon on 93 WIBC.
A woman was killed in a hit-and-run accident on the southwest side of Indianapolis Wednesday night. IMPD says it happened just before 10 o'clock on Lyndhurst Drive, not far from the Sam Jones Expressway. Now they're trying to find the driver.
Several arrests were made by Indy cops Wednesday on attempted murder and criminal recklessness charges that go back to a case from last week when a detective's vehicle was shot up.
There are not enough police officers in Indianapolis, says Indy FOP President Rick Snyder on Wednesday afternoon. He also says when people hear about violence in the Circle City, too often they respond by dismissing it.
But we always say, well, that's happening everywhere in the nation. Well, go tell that to the mom who just lost their child at 38th and College overnight. She doesn't care what's going on in the nation. She cares what's going on in Indianapolis.
Snyder says some townships only have 2 officers patrolling the area, which makes responding to crime difficult.
More than $500,000 in Indy Metro Police budget is being used for body cameras and patrol car cameras. Donnie Burgess reports.
Nearly 200 of those cameras have been installed.
And about 1,200 more are on their way, says Indy Mayor Joe Hogsett. The mayor and Chief Chris Bailey explained Wednesday in-car cameras are necessary for transparency and accountability, but Chief Bailey believes the cameras will also add much-needed context to certain cases.
I believe several of our critical incidents last year, there would have been a better story told had we had these in the car at that point in time.
He's talking about police shootings. IMPD says the cameras will also act as digital witnesses, which could be provided for criminal trials. Donnie Burgess, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Former President Donald Trump is attending an event on fighting anti-Semitism before he speaks at the Israeli-American Council's National Summit in Washington, D.C. Vice President Kamala Harris will speak at a rally in Detroit with Oprah Winfrey.
The regular season ends tonight for the WNBA. The Indiana Fever will be going to the playoffs, which get started on Sunday. But this evening, they play the Washington Mystics, and the Mystics are playing for a spot in the postseason with a record of just 13-25. That game gets started at 7 this evening.
Checking your radar, 82 and nothing on it right now on Monument Circle. I'm Ryan Hedrick.
And I'm John Herrick. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Live from the heartland and the crossroads of America, it's Tony Katz Today.
Mr. Trump, the thing that I think my theory is that famous people don't like it when their fame is put in proper perspective, when it's dwarfed by somebody with more fame. So they prefer to be on the hierarchy of fame. They want to be on top. I notice a lot of these guys, it's an emotional response to the fact that you're bigger, more well-known. Does that make sense?
Well, I know some of them, and like Howard, I was on Howard Stern's show as much as anybody, and
yeah.
he was great at that time, and then he went woke.
Yeah.
And since he's gone woke, his ratings have gone down the tubes, and he sort of went anti-Trump for a couple of reasons, but I was on his show a lot.
Yeah.
In fact, he has a best of. Did you ever see the best of Howard Stern? I don't want to promote it necessarily, but and I was there for just about all of them, the best of. We had good shows. He was good, but he's changed, and he doesn't do the ratings anymore.
No.
Trump on Howard Stern while on Gutfeld is maybe as surreal as it gets. Because if you didn't grow up on the East Coast or in a town where Stern was dominant, maybe it's hard to comprehend just how odd it is to have Stern out there talking about I don't want people who listen to Donald Trump listening to me. As a matter of fact, I flat out I forbid it.
I hate the people who vote for him. I think they're stupid. I don't think I do. I'll be honest with you. I have no respect for you.
That's you. I have no respect for the people who vote for Donald Trump. All right. I mean, you put it out there. You said the words, but you had the guy on the show often. You guys had a relationship. There's no real comprehending the level of strength that Stern had and the levels that he has not given up, but the things that he has shed in order to be even more connected to one group of people he values more because they have more power. That's Stern. Tony Katz Today. Good to be with you, but this isn't about Howard Stern. This is about Trump on the media blitz yesterday in New York, doing Gutfeld's show and doing the rally that took place there and saying, hey, I'm visiting everywhere.
I'm going to Springfield and I'm going to Aurora. You may never see me again, but that's okay. Got to do what I got to do. Whatever happened to Trump? Well, he never got out of Springfield. I'm leading in Ohio by like 15 points, a lot. And we're going to take care of Ohio, and we're going to take care of Colorado, and we're going to take care of every single state in the union. They're all under siege. A lot of people don't talk about. But think of this. So the mayor of Springfield, and I think he's a very nice person, but instead of saying we're getting
Let's
them all
not worry
out,
about the mayor of Springfield right now. He might not be so happy with Trump, but I do think it's smart to go to Springfield. I will get into what I think he should do there. The rally in New York, the visit to Gutfeld. This, I will admit to you, has the left bothered. And there's a story that goes with this that I'll get to in a little bit. What bothers them about such a thing? Former president doing a television interview on a friendly network, former president doing a rally, and he always does rallies. The answer is twofold. First, Trump on Gutfeld legitimizes who it is doing late night TV. Now, it's not as late night as Colbert, Fallon, etc., Kimmel. But it has always been a smart move to do that late night show to show that others can be in late night. It has been the most necessary pushback place. The late night shows for ABC, NBC, CBS, they act as kind of like, is it the id or is it the ego? I always forget. It's the id, right? It's the id. So the id is instincts and the ego is reality and superego is morality. What the late night shows do for television networks is send out this reminder to their fellow travelers that, oh, don't worry. No matter what we did in those newscasts, we're totally with you. You know we're with you. You know we're buddies, we're pals, we're friends. We have got you covered. We've got your back. You don't have to question our politics, our narrative. We are always on it right here. And that's what the late night show proves. That's what it sets up. So I don't know, maybe that would be the superego. Maybe the late night show is the superego. You know what? I'll let the psychologists, psychiatrists, the brain people figure that out for me. So having competition in the late night space is important because it puts a very competing narrative, which is more based in, and I think an honest interpretation versus a narrative interpretation, and allowing Trump in that space now reminds an audience that here is the guy who those guys would never talk to. If Chuck Schumer really wanted to do Greg Gutfeld's show, I would make a bet. Not knowing Greg Gutfeld at all, not having had real interactions with the man a couple of times in my life, but nothing substantially. Signed a couple books for me. We were at maybe one or two events within the same world, same place of each other, etc. He wouldn't be able to pick me out of a lineup. No shot. I would argue he'd say sure. I would argue he'd say yes. I would argue if near any Democrat said, hey, I want to come on the show, he'd say yes. I think he would do it. Right now, there's only like one or two Democrats I can even think of that would do the show. Ro Khanna is one of them, congressman out of California, progressive. That guy seems like he's able to relax and rock and roll, even though his politics are dreadful. He's a free speech guy. He's able, that part not dreadful. He's able to do that. Very a few Democrats have the strength to be able to do it. Trump, of course, could do all those other shows without question. And it shows that. And then you just take a look at the posture of the man. And trust me, many things that drive me crazy. He is sitting, legs in the full man spread, hunched over. He's ready. He's relaxed. He's ready. The visual is something else. So that's first and foremost. That is first and foremost, that you have this approach that has a unique look, and he is now playing into late night culture, because even though late night ain't what it used to be, you still are going to see all of these clips moved around in all the places. So appearing on Gutfeld, really, really good. Yes, a friendly confines, but for everything he has said about Fox News, not bad for him to be in a friendly confines. Not bad at all, and smart politically, because maybe you want to have more friends there than not. Maybe you want to do that. And he said some things that, well, have me asking questions.
No, he's a strange guy.
Strange.
You know, he called up years ago. I was in the White House, and he said, my house is being surrounded by people with American flags. I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? He said, I think they're going to attack me. But this was during the riots and everything else. They were MAGA people. You know, they like the American flag, all right? And they also had Trump. And I said, how do you know? There were about 15,000, He said, could you put out a word like that I'm your friend? I don't even know him, but that's the only time I ever spoke to him. And if you look back long ago, tweets, before Truth, tweets, long ago, I put out a statement. He's a good man, the governor. He's on our side. I didn't know him, but I didn't want him to get hurt. And everybody put down their flags and they left. He said it was a miracle. He said it was a miracle. I didn't want him to get hurt.
Scared by the American flag.
That is Trump talking about Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Called me during the riots, put in a good word. I wonder how the Walz team is going to respond. I wonder how they're going to respond to the rally in New York. The rally in New York has gotten to them. Now, first, allow me to be clear. I'm voting for Trump, but he ain't winning New York.
With your vote, we are going to rescue our country. We are going to rescue our Democrat-run states. We are going to start by saving the great state of New York. Is that good?
Going to New York is smart and valuable, and it has purpose. And you have down-ballot races and congressional races, other types of elections on the local level. You have a base there, and you want to excite them. You're not winning New York. And I'll dig a little more into this. But I think the thing that has the media apparatchik kind of apoplectic about this move is that he has a base in New York. People want to forget. They want to take a look at certain areas and say that we could write that off. That's never going to be a problem. New York is our stronghold. New York is our home. We don't have to worry about anybody coming in and stealing our votes. No. And so here comes Trump into New York and having this very large rally. People on the streets waiting for him to cheer him on. That indeed drives them nuts. And that the cheers are overwhelming.
By less than 2 months from now, we are going to tell Kamala that we've had enough. Kamala, you've been a terrible vice president. You will be an even worse president. We're not going to take it anymore, Kamala. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. You're fired.
All right. It's the red meat of red meat of red meat. Doing a "you're fired" reference on Kamala Harris. But it's New York. And they showed up and they cheered up. And that does drive them crazy because anything that might hit their bastions is considered a problem. And Trump played a lot of this speech very, very well.
They're doing things in politics that have never been done before in the history of our country. And worst of all, with their open borders and bad elections, they have made us into a third world nation, something which nobody thought was even possible. Americans deserve a campaign based on the issues. We try and keep it on the issues. And God has now spared my life. It must have been God. Thank you. Not once, but twice. And there are those that say he did it because Trump is going to turn this state around. He's going to turn this country around. He's going to make America great again. And maybe.
One of the funny things about his speeches, and you've heard critics get bothered by this, and it's not saying that God spared my life. I mean, they don't like that part because it makes him a sympathetic character. Well, one person shot at him and one person tried to shoot at him. So maybe there's a little sympathy that goes his way. But no, it was this right here that he said in the beginning.
Bad elections, they have made us into a third world nation, something which nobody thought was even possible.
The left always wants to chide and chastise Trump for saying that. He's always so negative of the country. The country's a third world nation. The country's terrible. He's always talking about everything is awful. Everything is awful. That's always in context of, if you elect me, it's going to get better. Oh, always. It's always of, and when I'm in office, here's what we're going to do. Does he believe the country is awful? I've never actually believed he believes that. And I don't. Does he believe, and does he campaign on the idea, the marketing, that if you elect me, it'll be better? Every single day of his life. That is his entire mantra for anything he has ever done. With me, it'll be better. That's it. You know, I've often talked in my life about the two rules of Trumpism. The first rule of Trumpism is that Trump wins. The second rule of Trumpism is that a deal can always be made as long as it adheres to the first rule of Trumpism. Maybe this is indeed the third rule. I've been searching for the third rule for forever. With me, everything is better. With Trump, everything is better. The first rule of Trumpism is Trump wins. The second rule of Trumpism is that a deal can always be made as long as it adheres to the first rule of Trumpism. And maybe rule number 3 is that with Trump, everything is better. That has been his entire career. That's been his mantra. That's his, it's mantra, right? The thing that you say to yourself over and over and over again, right? That's his vision board. With me, everything is better. They always want to chastise him on that part. But this trip to New York and this rally, I think worked out very, very well for him. And he needed some things to work very, very well. Because it is possible that this dogs and cats stuff, the dogs and cats stuff may have had a negative effect. When I say may, certainly the media is talking about it 24/7, and certainly we are not hearing the stories the way he and J.D. Vance said the stories are happening, which was to just say it without giving some kind of context to it. And it could be argued that there could be an effect because you've given the media so much to talk about, when I want to talk about how much of a failure Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are. I think this was helpful. He was upbeat, sounded good, youthful, energetic. Oh, wait till they notice he was youthful and energetic. Oh, they hate that too. The 1-2 punch, the energy, very, very good. This is a nice 24-hour moment for Trump, and I hope they can keep it up. I'm Tony Katz.
Attention, we have some delightful news, and it's kind of a big deal. You're invited to the first WIBC Pop-Up Pickleball Social, presented by Franciscan Health at Craig Park in Greenwood, Saturday, September 28th. Sign up for the Pickleball Clinic. See your favorite personalities pick up their paddles, plus open play and kids' activities. All the details are at WIBC.com. Get in the game. But to stay out of the kitchen.
Oh, I see what you did there.
With Franciscan Health and 93 WIBC.
Did you know the Social Security Trust Fund is expected to run out of money in less than 10 years? And according to Barron's, an average income couple could lose up to $16,500 every year in Social Security income. Multiply that by 10 or 20 years, and it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's why it's so critical you have the right strategy to file for Social Security.
Discover how you could get every nickel that's rightfully yours with a free, that's the key word, free custom Social Security analysis from Bill Demery, your retirement guy. Bill Demery is my retirement guy. He's Nigel's retirement guy. He should be yours. So if you've saved more than $200,000 and have not yet filed for Social Security, schedule that free analysis right now. 317-648-5120. 317-648-5120. 317-648-5120. Bill Demery, your retirement guy.
There's no substitute for experience, and that's especially true when we're talking about teenagers learning to drive. You teach them the basics, but what about those things drivers don't encounter every day? Hey, I'm Matt Bear, here to tell you about Rule the Road Indiana. It's a hands-on experience at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway just for teenage drivers that provides practical knowledge and skills that go beyond regular driver education programs. So, for instance, a controlled braking course and evasive maneuvering course where young drivers learn how to maintain control while avoiding collisions. It is taught by police officers and professional driving instructors. Saturday, September 28th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's free. All you need to do is sign up at ruletheroadindiana.com. Lunch is provided, and American medal-winning swimmer Ryan Murphy and IndyCar driver Stingray Robb and defending two-time Indy 500 champ Joseph Newgarden will be on hand signing autographs. Rule the Road Indiana, brought to you free by Alliance Highway Safety, September 28th at IMS. Register now at ruletheroadindiana.com.
Nobody cares for you like family. Family Heating and Air.
Hey, this is Malia. We often get asked when is the best time to buy, and the answer is today, not tomorrow. With rising utility costs, rising product costs, and missed opportunity costs, which you could be saving with a high-efficiency system. Give us a call today to schedule your free in-depth estimate, 317-577-8077.
Family Heating and Air is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach was reported today, resulting in the exposure of
1 in 4 consumers have been a victim of identity.
That's because there are endless places that could accidentally expose you to identity theft, in a breach, or simply by mistake. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
So they are on edge in Lebanon, and I'm not surprised. We don't know if our phones are safe. Okay, but that's not really true. Now, is it? Hezbollah, terrorists don't know if their phone is safe, and that is very, very different. Tony Katz today. Good to be with you. Find everything at TonyKatz.com. You had the pagers. You had the cell phones, walkie-talkies, other electronic devices. Israel has been able to decimate is not the word. I've seen some people use the word decimate. Decimate 10%. This is far greater. This is just destroying the terrorist capabilities, destroying Hezbollah capabilities. They can't communicate with each other. They can't physically move around. And they've been outed to the people of Lebanon. And I had some people, I had posted this on social. Follow me on X, Twitter, at Tony Katz. What makes you think Lebanon could do anything about Hezbollah? What I had posted was, now that Lebanon knows exactly who these terrorists are, they have an option. And the option is to cover for them and allow them to remain in the country, or expel them. Do something. They're terrorists, known terrorists in your midst. You now have an option. And people are like, what do you expect Lebanon to do? What do you mean, what do I expect Lebanon to do? Just that. You know what? They don't have to do nothing. They don't have to do nothing. And we will watch Lebanon do nothing, and then we'll know what Lebanon is all about. That's part of the amazing planning of this attack, perfectly targeted to Hezbollah fighters, not the general public, exposes who they are, puts Lebanon on the spot and other nations, because if they could do it there, they can do it in other places, right? We don't think we're done, do we? And we will discuss. I've got Major Mike Lyons, retired U.S. Army, coming up in a little bit. Are we on a war footing? And how is Israel going to move next? I have that all coming up. I'm Tony Katz. This is Tony Katz Today.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
The cost of trying to live. 84 degrees. I'm Donnie Burgess. Here's what's trending at 12:30. Utility companies need to be checked, says Democratic nominee for governor Jennifer McCormick.
It's not just homeowners. I'm also hearing it from business because it impacts everybody. I know some of our school leaders are talking about the impact they've had in utility costs that are just outrageous, and they're trying to keep the lights on.
McCormick said Thursday part of her 4-point plan would stop companies from using your money to boost their own lobbying, advertising, and political contributions. The accused I-75 Kentucky shooter is dead. The body of Joseph Couch was found a few miles away from where the shooting originally took place a few weeks ago. Indiana gas up 4 cents from last week, says AAA. Today's average is $3.20 a gallon. I'm Donnie Burgess, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Sinus pressure, congestion, snoring, being unable to sleep, being unable to breathe. Yep, it's another sinus infection. You've Googled, watched videos, tried over-the-counter sprays, medications, and home remedies, but nothing ever works. There must be some kind of treatment that can help, right? Indianapolis Sinus Center understands how draining it can be when you try treatment after treatment without any relief. That's why they've been serving and treating the community for over 50 years. Indianapolis Sinus Center has performed thousands of procedures and helped thousands of patients find lasting relief they didn't know was possible. Patients like you. If you've had enough of sinus pain, pressure, and congestion, schedule a visit with Indianapolis Sinus Center today. Call 317-528-9650 and take the first step toward breathing easy. 317-528-9650. That's 317-528-9650, or visit IndianapolisSinusCenter.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-9369. 800-525-9369. 800-525-9369.
Have you lost Indiana Medicaid? At healthcare.gov, you can find a low-cost, quality health plan.
Do plans cover doctor visits?
What about emergency care?
And prescriptions?
All covered and more. Plus, with the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Research shows smoking costs Indiana businesses $3.1 billion every year. It also shows that an extra $2 per pack tax on cigarettes would drastically reduce smoking, which could save lives, create jobs, and infuse the state of Indiana with hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Read the reports from the Richard M. Fairbanks Foundation at thepriceofsmoking.org and see for yourself how an extra $2 per pack tax on cigarettes can have a positive impact on Hoosiers.
Since our founding, the very idea of America has been nurtured, enriched, and advanced by the contribution and sacrifice of hard work, and dreams of immigrants and descendants from all over the world. Like so many of your families, like mine and Jill's families from Ireland and Jill's. I may be Irish, but I'm not stupid. I married Dominic Giacoppa's daughter. You can say that again, man. No one screws around me. One of the reasons.
Who is still letting him talk? How much does the Biden team hate the Harris team that you let him go out there? This was, I think it was the celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, and he manages to throw in a little bit of, look at this Italian girl I married, and I may be Irish, but I'm not stupid. Holy hell. Tony Katz today, 833-468-8669. 833 got Tony. That was not all of it. That is just, I cannot believe they're still letting him go out there. Democrats must be apoplectic that you let him go out there and have these conversations to which he's still mumbling, still tripping all over himself, still slurring words, still incapable, looking frail, and, well, doing what he's always done, either making a really crass statement, making a dopey statement, or kind of yelling at you.
Let me be clear. We believe in an immigration system that reflects our values. We don't demonize immigrants. We don't single them out for attacks. We don't believe they're poisoning the blood of the country. We're a nation of immigrants, and that's why we're so damn strong.
Cheer him in the room all you want. But every time he talks, it hurts Kamala Harris. All right, well, you're right. I'll just let him talk.
Thank you. I always said America is defined by one word. I spent an awful lot of time with Xi Jinping, more than any other world leader has. I spent over 90 hours alone with him, literally. Traveled 17,000 miles with him. I was on the Himalayan plateau with him, and he asked me, he said, can you define America for me? Not a joke. Some of you have heard this. It's true. I said, yes, one word. He looked at me through an interpreter. He said, what's the word? I said, possibilities. Everything's possible in America. Everything is possible in America.
He didn't spend 90 hours alone with Xi Jinping. He hasn't traveled 17,000 miles with him. This has been debunked. Repeatedly, this has been debunked, and he still does it. You let him alone in a room. And then, of course, you know, he's thrilled with Kamala Harris. Oh, he's just overjoyed.
I've been here 51 years. I was a senator for 36 years. Vice president. Out 4 years, we're working as the Penn Biden Center. And then back here for 4 years. Folks, there's nothing we can't do. I really mean it. And that's why I'm so happy about Kamala being upbeat about what's happening.
You think she's upbeat about not getting the endorsement from the Teamsters? The Teamsters, of course, Trump by an overwhelming margin, which is hilarious because when it was Biden, Trump, they were in favor of Biden. So I don't know what she's happy about. He must love that, by the way, because I am one of the people who absolutely believes that he is angry, that he is disgusted, that he can't stand these people. I do believe that because that fits his character as we know him. He hasn't shown that in public yet, which could, of course, lead to the fact that he doesn't know to show it in public yet. But he sure knows how to do this.
There's a whole hell of a lot. This is the single most consequential election, maybe the lifetime of anyone standing here, because it matters. The other team doesn't see the world like we see it. They don't have the same attitude we have. They are the most closed-minded people that I've ever dealt with. Like I said, I know I only look like I'm 40, but I'm a lot older.
The Republicans are the most closed-minded people that he's ever dealt with. Just another day of insulting you. Now, you might not be a Republican. You might be might be like me, a conservative. You might be an independent. You might be a moderate. You might be a whole series of things. But he's talking about you too. He forgets this. He's talking about anybody who isn't 100% with him. And he's happy to do it. They're also incredibly happy to do it. Now, you could argue, well, the political right does it. And I'll say to you, yeah, it's terrible. But as we will get into many, many times, look what's happening from the president of the United States. And then you have a media apparatus that looks at the political right and says, tone down the rhetoric. The rhetoric continues apace. And I don't think Biden does anybody any favors when he's out there. And they keep putting him in these places to only create problems for Harris. Harris was speaking to the Hispanic Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and she's just so much fun.
In fact, recently I was in Nevada. I'm in these streets, let me tell you, I'm everywhere.
She's so tough. She's so tough. I'm in these streets. Oh, and while she's there, she wants you to know that she's very concerned about the children of the community.
I grew up understanding the children of the community are the children of the community.
Well, I'm sold. Maybe we should put Joe Biden more out there. Because Joe Biden sounds just lost and frail. And Kamala Harris, every time she talks, she's got one of those. Or one of these.
I love you back.
Is she trying to do some kind of Hispanic Jenny from the block kind of accent there?
I love you back.
Knowing her past history of trying to change her voice, which they refer to as code switching, by the way. That's the actual term. Code switching. No, it's pandering. However, when she's pandering to the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, it's going to be about amnesty.
And together, CHC, we must also reform our broken immigration system. And protect our dreamers and understand we can do both, create an earned pathway to citizenship and ensure our border is secure. We can do both, and we must do both.
She's talking about amnesty. Kamala Harris is having a discussion about amnesty. I agree with President Biden that we shouldn't demonize people who are coming to the country. We should demonize policies that allow illegal immigration, and we should demonize policies that don't vet people coming to the nation, and we should demonize policies that don't make demands on people coming to the nation that they be part of the American fabric, learn the American way of life, and have a recognition not only internally but outwardly that where they came from is part of who they are, but it's not as valuable as where they are now, because this is where their life begins. This is where their opportunity is. Possibilities? Absolutely. It's here. So stop telling me about how great it was there and stop telling me I have to be deferential to the way you did things. What you need to do is learn the way we do things. Exactly what my grandparents did coming from Poland, and exactly what so many of your parents and grandparents, or maybe you did coming from other nations, not forgetting where you came from. My grandparents didn't forget where they came from. The Judaism came with them, although my grandmother certainly had no interest in anything Poland. She had no interest whatsoever in talking about where she grew up. She had no interest in thinking that there was anything good about it. Everything good came from being in America. The possibilities, yes. But we should be honest and clear about what it is that we demand and hold everyone to a standard. Saying, as Kamala Harris is there, that we need comprehensive immigration reform, she's talking about amnesty. She is demanding amnesty. And we should say in a clear voice, no. We don't want pathways to citizenship for those people who haven't done the work to become citizens. They must be here legally, and they must be part of the fabric of America, and we should vet those who come into the country. Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. You've heard me say this before. Yearning to breathe free. That is from the poem, The New Colossus. It's at the bottom of the Statue of Liberty, the poet Emma Lazarus. Not a policy. You're allowed to know who's coming into the country. You're allowed to make demands of those people. Of course, Kamala Harris, in her speech, made sure to talk about where Donald Trump is going to take us.
And while we fight to move our nation forward to a brighter future, Donald Trump and his extremist allies will keep trying to pull us backward. We all remember what they did to tear families apart. And now they have pledged to carry out the largest deportation, a mass deportation, in American history. Imagine what that would look like and what that would be. How's that going to happen? Massive raids? Massive detention camps? What are they talking about?
First, when you talk about deportations, you mean like Barack Obama, right? You mean that's what you mean. You mean like Barack Obama and those levels of deportations. But wasn't it Kamala Harris who said of guns that, well, if we have to, we'll go into every house and make sure you're dealing with a firearm correctly?
Responsible behaviors among everybody in the community, and just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible. And
how are you going to do that? Isn't that what you just asked? How are you going to have this deportation? How are you going to do these raids? How are you going to do that? You actually stated, I think you were Attorney General at this time, maybe you were a senator at this time in California. Just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your home, of your locked home, doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible. That's Kamala Harris. If Trump does it, it's evil. By the way, Biden and the kids in cages, and no one cared. That Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez doesn't care about brown children. She has never cared about brown children. It has always been a farce. When Trump is president, she's there at the border, dressed in white, tears coming down her face, crying at a fence. The fence is nowhere near the border. There's nobody on the other side. You could walk around the fence. It was all a staged photo op. But when Biden is doing the same exact thing as Trump, no pictures. She doesn't go down. She doesn't care because the plight of brown children means nothing to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And you being safe in your person and your possessions, you having the Fourth Amendment that protects you against unwarranted search and seizure means nothing to the then Attorney General, then U.S. Senator, and current Vice President of the United States. It doesn't mean anything to her. When she talks about what Trump is going to do, how is she going to do this? The Fourth Amendment, by the way, the right of the people to be secure in their person, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Yeah, the Founding Fathers were smarter than this crop of progressives who believe they can do this in a better way. I can't believe they let Biden speak. I really can't believe they let Kamala Harris speak. I'm Tony Katz. This is Tony Katz Today.
Fingers in the door jam.
Oh, damn!
When stepping in it. And when the backup on 465 has you stuck.
Oh, Mom, just turn on the radio. Whoa. Sorry, Mom.
You know the backups and ways to avoid them. And you have no problem swearing.
Traffic makes Dad say much worse.
You'll be on time.
No surprise.
Matt Baird Traffic. Mornings and afternoons on 93 WIBC.
You let him try violin because you love him. And if you love him that much, love him enough to make sure he's buckled up and in the back seat. Find out more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Mike loves the fall in Indy, but he hates to paint, so he called Rhino Shield.
Our home is basically a contemporary, and we just started noticing that the paint was just fading and just looked like garbage. We had received a postcard from Rhino Shield, and we decided to take a look at it.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate here in Indiana.
We had problems in the past with painters. They leave debris and everything. Well, we didn't have that with Rhino Shield.
And right now, Indy, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price. Plus, there's more great news. Rhino Shield has partnered with Green Sky Financing to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans to qualified customers.
The thing about Rhino Shield, the heat gain has been reduced, and we save $70 a month. You don't hear that about any type of paint.
Here's Rhino Shield Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Cindy Carrasco has spent a career holding the powerful accountable. As Indiana's Inspector General and Director of the State Ethics Commission, Cindy fought waste, fraud, and abuse wherever she found it. Cindy also combated wrongdoing in state government, which meant standing up and doing the right thing even if it wasn't popular. Now, as our state senator, Cindy Carrasco continues to fight on behalf of all Hoosiers by improving the quality of our children's education, providing tax relief for everyone, and working to make our communities safe by getting law enforcement the resources they need to fight crime, violence, and keep fentanyl away from our families. It's why Cindy has been endorsed by the Indiana Fraternal Order of Police, State Police Alliance, and the Professional Firefighters of Indiana. Because they know that Cindy has their back, and we know she has ours. Vote for more government transparency, better schools, lower taxes, and safer streets. Vote Cindy Carrasco for State Senate.
Paid for by Cindy for Senate.
Are you worried about your taxes? Okay, so I'm talking to those of you out there that have not filed in a few years with the IRS or state. It's time to get worried, and here's why. The IRS is getting back from their own COVID lockdown, and they're hiring more enforcers, and they're going to come after people that owe taxes. So if you're a 1099 worker, and maybe you just plain forgot to file your taxes, you need to call the professionals right now at the Tax Helpline. They are experts at knowing the tax regulations, and their goal is to help you pay as little as possible. Call right now and get a 100% free tax evaluation. Remember, before the IRS knocks on your door, knock on our door. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, make this free call right now.
Call Taxes 321 now at 800-808-9443. 800-808-9443. That's 800-808-9443.
Tony Katz here for Premier Arms in Brownsburg. This is your premier gun store. Premier Arms has the experience and know-how to help the new gun buyer and the most experienced marksman. They've been in business for over 20 years and have a friendly, knowledgeable staff that wants to help you, not talk down to you. Premier Arms in Brownsburg is family-friendly, so bring the kids. All ages are welcome. Everyone can find what they're looking for at Premier Arms in Brownsburg, 3754 South Green Street. Online at premierarms.com. Tell them Tony Katz sent you, premierarms.com.
Is your pet a digging enthusiast, an escape artist, or a counter surfer? Invisible Fence brand has you covered. For the wannabe landscaper, we've got a solution to keep them active but not destructive. For the escape artist, our personalized pet fences keep them safe and sound at home. Counter surfer? No problem. We know how to keep cheese thieves at bay. Invisible Fence brand. Tailor-made solutions for your pet, your yard, and your needs. Visit invisiblefence.com today.
Join WIBC this Saturday for the Home and Garden Show, live from Sullivan Hardware and Garden at 49th and Pennsylvania from 9 to 1. They'll be talking about the upcoming Meridian Kessler Home and Garden Tour.
Diddy is not getting out of jail. I gotta stop calling him Diddy. He's not Diddy worthy, which, well, sounds awful knowing the indictment. Tony Katz today Good to be with you. Find everything at TonyKatz.com. The judge, Andrew Carter Jr., saying that Sean Combs, his proposal for home detention and electronic monitoring, right, he's under arrest. The indictment talks about sex trafficking, prostitution, just an assortment of just twisted things and people who helped him. Who else was involved? Who's sweating right now? There have been claims about Sean Combs for a while now. The indictment comes out, and it is ugly as can be. He wants out of prison. He'll do anything to get out of prison. He's willing to put up $50 million in bail to do it, and the judge says, sorry, that's insufficient. Holding up the ruling from the magistrate judge just the other day. And I think this is why people brought up the idea of, is he going to Epstein himself? Which is to say, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. And we still need to find out who was connected with Jeffrey Epstein, who knew about the girls on this island, who accompanied him, who turned the other way, and they have to go to jail. Sean Combs is innocent until proven guilty. And one could argue that maybe keeping him in prison isn't the right thing, but you'd need to legally argue that. I'm not going to help you do it. $50 million in bail, and the judge said no. Somebody's got to keep an eye on him. You understand that, right? Someone has to keep an eye on Sean Combs at all times. I'm Tony Katz. This is Tony Katz Today.
Did you know the Social Security Trust Fund is expected to run out of money in less than 10 years? And according to Barron's, an average income couple could lose up to $16,500 every year in Social Security income. Multiply that by 10 or 20 years, and it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's why it's so critical you have the right strategy to file for Social Security.
Discover how you could get every nickel that's rightfully yours with a free, that's the key word, free custom Social Security analysis from Bill Demery, your retirement guy. Bill Demery is my retirement guy. He's Nigel's retirement guy. He should be yours. So if you've saved more than $200,000 and have not yet filed for Social Security, schedule that free analysis right now. 317-648-5120. 317-648-5120. 317-648-5120. Bill Demery, your retirement guy.
When you have a stuffy nose, life can be a bit unpleasant. Some live every day with a stuffy nose, and that can make life downright miserable. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent, where we are committed to eliminating your nasal breathing problems with simple in-office procedures like balloon sinuplasty, which requires no surgical cuts, little to no downtime, and can have you breathing better in less than 30 minutes. At Advent, we understand your inability to breathe freely limits your quality of life. And that's why we continue to pioneer the most advanced in-office procedures that have made our practice a global destination for those seeking to live their highest quality of life. Visit AdventKnows.com to see if you're a candidate for the balloon sinuplasty procedure. Because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary.
After college, Mike Braun could have gone anywhere. He chose to move back to his hometown of Jasper, Indiana. There, he started a small business, kept his head down, worked hard, and turned his small business into a national company, employing thousands of Hoosiers. He'll use that same determination for us. Lead the charge on lowering the price of gas, groceries, energy. Take on the big healthcare companies to increase healthcare access and lower costs. And Mike will improve education across our state by increasing school choice. Mike will make our streets safer, back the blue, and stop illegal immigration if the federal government won't. Because Braun believes every Hoosier should be safe and secure in their community. As governor, Braun will continue working for Hoosiers. Because when you're Mike, working hard is just what you do. Mike Braun, governor. Paid for by Mike Braun for Indiana.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Chris Wedekin here. Go to AbsoluteComfort.org for a free second opinion so we can keep you absolutely comfortable every day, all day.
Absolute Comfort is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
The Suburban Indie Home and Outdoor Living Show at Grant Park.
Featuring over 200 home improvement exhibitors.
September 20th through 22nd.
Tickets are only $7 at suburbanindieshows.com.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
Lisa Brady, Fox News. A day after the House rejected a short-term spending bill with 11 days left to avoid a government shutdown.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he'll be moving forward on a bill to avoid a shutdown today. Schumer has continued to call on House Speaker Mike Johnson to work with him to keep the government open.
The bottom line is very, very simple, and that is you need a bipartisan agreement to get things done.
Schumer, though, when pressed by Fox News, wouldn't say if he's spoken directly to Johnson. This after House GOP leadership's plan to extend funding for 6 months with an election security bill attached failed after pushback from both sides. Democrats would like to see an extension that doesn't go into next year.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz is at the Capitol. The House bill would have required proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections. The U.S. not giving up on efforts to reach a ceasefire in Gaza. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says it's still possible. Meeting with the French president in Paris, he's also calling for restraint in the Middle East and Lebanon in particular.
France and the United States believe strongly and are working together toward a diplomatic resolution and an agreement that would create the conditions for security that would allow people to return to their homes.
People on both sides of the Israel-Lebanon border have been displaced by months of clashes after the Hamas attacks on Israel. The leader of Hezbollah says Israelis won't be able to go home until the war in Gaza ends. The two sides trading ramped-up strikes today after 2 days of suspected Israeli attacks on Hezbollah electronics.
For the first time since those 2 rounds of explosions, the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, spoke, and he said it could be a declaration of war. He said Israel crossed a red line.
Fox's Nate Foy in Tel Aviv. The explosions killing at least 37 people, wounding some 3,000. A belated Fed rally on Wall Street. The Dow's up 521. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Finding a way to save you some cash. You've got 84 degrees, low 60 tonight. I'm Donnie Burgess. Here's what's trending at 102. Net metering credits would help support renewable energy and reduce your power bill, says Democrat candidate for governor Jennifer McCormick.
When I bring it up, there are a lot of claps. So, there are just certain topics where it's interesting across the state. When you get that same reaction, it says something. So that net metering is huge.
That's part of her 4-point utility plan, which you can read at WIBC.com. More than half of all Indiana counties are now under a burn ban.
Conditions are so dry, and that's kind of where we're in this situation where it's not the best idea to burn.
There's a slight chance of rain this weekend, says forecaster Randy Bowers. And it's the Indiana Fever and Washington Mystics tonight in D.C. for the final regular season game. Head coach Christy Sides may cut a few starters to get ready for the playoff Sunday.
We'll make that decision. We're talking about different options on what that looks like. We just want to make sure on Sunday we're ready to go.
WIBC News Time 103, traffic and weather next.
Your home is your sanctuary. Get the peace of mind you deserve with a free estimate on a Generac automatic standby generator for your home from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. With expert installation and 24-hour monitoring, Generator Supercenter won't leave you in the dark. Financing is available. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter. Call 317-827-0808. Generator Supercenter of Indianapolis, 317-827-0808.
Denny Smith for Sundown Gardens. The nursery's filled with great fall selections, so shop now and save 20 to 50% off trees and shrubs at Sundown Gardens. Fall is just a great time to plant, and it'll establish roots for next year's growth. The friendly staff can help you make all the right selections. Visit the Garden Center for all these great things for fall. Mums, pumpkins, fall decor, and more still on full display. 20 to 50% off trees and shrubs and 50% off pottery at Sundown Gardens. 186th Street and Spring Mill Road in Westfield.
Sweet chocolate reward. Sweet chocolate reward.
This is not just the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat at Walgreens. This is the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat right after receiving all their vaccines in one trip. This is the sound of treating yourself, because you protected yourself.
Stop by or schedule both your flu and COVID-19 vaccines today and grab yourself a sweet treat while you're at it. Vaccine subject to availability. State, age, and health-related restrictions may apply.
Get a free reverse osmosis unit with the purchase of a 30,000 grain or larger water softener. C&J solves hard water problems. C&J, 317-733-SOFT.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the whoops. Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Through their service, veterans have our backs. Now we should have theirs. Learn more at gotyoursix.org.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Absolute Comfort, your American Standard air dealer serving Central Indiana.
WIBC traffic at 105. No crashes being reported, but you do have spark on the Circle and construction, both on Monument Circle, so keep that in mind if you're heading downtown. The forecast from the American Standard Cooling Weather Center.
Mostly sunny skies for the day today. It is going to be a hot one with high temperatures climbing into the upper 80s, right around 90. Mostly clear skies expected on tonight with lows falling to 62. On Friday, we'll go with a partly cloudy sky. There is a chance for a few spotty showers, maybe a rumble of thunder. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Tara Hastings for 93 WIBC.
On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Live from the heartland and the crossroads of America, it's Tony Katz Today.
So it's one thing to be amazed by how Israel was able to get to weaponize pagers, weaponize phones, and electronic devices, and in two waves engage a very targeted attack on Hezbollah terrorists, not the people of Lebanon, Hezbollah terrorists, outing them, of course, because of now being so damaged, wounded, maimed in many cases. I don't cry for terrorists, ladies and gentlemen. But in the second wave, they killed 20, 450 wounded, this according to the BBC. You're never 100% sure on the numbers. But what has clearly happened is that Hezbollah knows and Iran knows that Israel can get to them anytime they choose. And it seems that they have softened up the ground for possibly ending a war before it starts, even though I believe that this war is going to be prolonged. Tony Katz Today. Good to be with you. Major Mike Lyons joins me right now, retired United States Army West Point graduate. He has been following the scene, military analyst on TV and radio. He is our guy. Before we get into what comes next, let's talk about the actual action itself. The United States saying they had no prior knowledge of Israel doing this. I wonder whether or not the United States knew that the technology was even possible. When you heard it happened, and then you heard how it most probably happened, what was your take?
You know, Tony, you can always rely on Israel to be the most creative when it comes to how it conducts warfare. And in particular, these kinds of operations, it's always a double tap. It's not just the first one. When those pagers went off yesterday, there was another planned attack likely that we were all waiting for, and that happened today with walkie-talkies. But it just goes to show they infiltrate the supply chain of their enemy, and they're able to install explosive devices and pagers because they're trying to avoid Israel being able to monitor their conversations. And so just the level of creativity, and it just shows you what can be done. Now, you flip everything on its head and you go, boy, can the Chinese do this? Can other big countries do this? Or other countries do this? I think you have to kind of look at that, but they're just willing to go, again, have the creativity, get into the supply chain of their enemy, and make this a very targeted counter terrorism operation that doesn't violate a single law of land warfare. It's actually the perfect response, and to your point, softens up the ground for what might be avoiding now a conflict there. This might have avoided it as opposed to escalating something.
I would love for you to be right. I just cannot believe that is the case, because I can't believe that Iran would allow that to be the case. But then again, Iran allegedly was going to be on the attack for the past month. And certainly a month ago, we were talking about this, you and I, at a very heightened level. We haven't seen the response from Iran. Tehran, are they mortified by what they just saw in the recognition that they, in the real planning operations, as opposed to just utilizing a level of brute force, they can't keep up?
Well, I think Iran looks at Israel and says, not again. You saw what happened when they tried to protect Hezbollah leader that couldn't, or Hamas leader, I'm sorry, that stayed in Iran in a safe house, and they were able to blow that safe house up, so they couldn't even protect one of their allies that came there. You look at the response Israel had to the rockets that were fired towards Israel in response to another Israeli attack. And you saw the Iranians basically come right up to Iran's nuclear facilities and, basically put a Post-it note on them because of that capability. So I think Iran sits there and goes, what else can they do? And they continue to be, on the wrong side of these operations, not thinking that Israel is always going to outsmart and outthink them. I'm not sure it's going to change their behavior. I'll give you that one. But I do think that it's going to cause the Iranians to close down supply chains. This is all. It reflects badly on them as Hezbollah is one of their main allies here, and way they use to everything from laundering money to attacking Israel the way they do. It definitely reflects very badly on Iran.
Talking to Major Mike Lyons, retired United States Army military analyst. Part of what we're seeing here is that the pager conversation, walkie-talkies, etc., was because Hezbollah was trying to be low tech. Knowing that Israel could track phones and other things, they thought this was the workaround. So one of the conversations here is how absolutely, and decimated isn't the right word because it's far greater than that, their ability to communicate with each other is their word about exactly how bad it is and how now leaderless, if you will, they are in certain pockets in Lebanon?
Yeah, no, we won't know for a while as to what the specific impact's going to be because of this attack and who specifically is out and what tactics they'll change, because they will adjust. They'll do things, go to landline. They'll do other things. It'll force them to change radio frequencies on a daily basis if that's what they're doing. So it's going to make life very difficult for them. But it's really remains to be seen what the impact is going to be, because this is a terrorist organization. It's not a classic military operation where they line up in platoons and companies and squads and conduct war conventionally. But they took out a lot of capability, and communication is always so important when it comes to how terrorists decide to attack and how they operate. And so by doing this, it definitely changes the way that Hezbollah is going to have to look at any kind of future attacks on Israel.
Which then brings us to, if you're Israel, and we know that fighter jets went into southern Lebanon from Israel, and they're moving tanks up. Of course, they announced, as you discussed, that the plan, or many have discussed, I should say, the plan is to get these people back into their homes in the north. You have 80,000 refugees, refugees in their own country. They have not been able to go home because of the constant bombardment from Hezbollah and their rockets, 250,000 rockets. This clearly is the first step to trying to get these people back home. But back home doesn't last an hour. Back home has to last for a lifetime. So when you take a look at a map and you take a look at the situation, if you're the Israeli military, how do you think they are planning to keep these northern areas, the Galilee and the areas to the east, heading up to the Golan Heights? How do they keep these areas protected?
Yeah, very difficult mission with air defense umbrella systems that are linked and using, frankly, artificial intelligence in the kind of way that they talk and walk together and how they operate, because that's really all that they have left. Hezbollah is those rocket systems that come from there. And let's say that this did get most of the leadership, or it got a lot. It put most of them on notice. For example, and they were able to take out a significant portion of them, perhaps we'll know in the next few weeks or so as to whether or not that's going to make them change their behavior. That's really what this is about, the deterrence that the Israelis can put on their enemy to the north there is, I think, shows that that will be the deciding point as to whether or not they can move some of those settlements back and some of those refugees out. People forget that that's what caused this. It's the fact that that there's been tens of thousands of refugees that are not safe in that part of Israel, and Israel going after Hezbollah the way they did, I think, was just frankly ingenious.
Talking to Major Mike Lyons, retired United States Army military analyst. Now let's talk about us, the United States. We're the great Satan, according to the Ayatollah. Israel is the little Satan. They would have no compunction about saying Israel did this to us, so we're going to make moves on the U.S., whether it be via the Houthi rebels and the Red Sea or wherever they possibly could. Is the United States looking at this from Israel, and are they adapting now a new posture to deal with potential threats in the seas or in other places from Iran and Iran-based proxies?
I don't think their posture has changed. I think we still have our hands full with the Houthis. I think that as the Iranians continue to support them as well, I believe you might see Russia now get a little bit involved. I bring them up only because the Iranians might need some Russian military assets that they might be able to trade off for something Iran could give Russia back that would help them in Ukraine. But you're not seeing the U.S. change its posture. We've got as much naval assets in the Middle East as we've had in a very long time. And the people I talk to say that there's no question that the Houthis create this problem, and a lot of it just has to do with our passive defense towards it. Perhaps another administration would go much more on the offense and go after a lot of these targets that continue to harass and interdict both Israel and the U.S. naval assets that are in the Mediterranean Sea.
Before I let you go, talking to Major Mike Lyons, military analyst, retired United States Army, we talk about Ukraine and Russia a lot and what's going on there and how Ukraine was able to take this Kursk area, how they want to be able to use long-range missiles. You, on this show, discuss this as being very Cuba Missile Crisis. This is raising the stakes. Something that maybe could have been done a year ago is now seen as rather reckless, because this is going to end with some level of deal being made. And you have Russia not only claiming the UK is doing spying, but saying that any move with long-range missiles from Ukraine will be seen as an attack by Europe, the United States, and NATO as a whole, and they will respond to it, them trying to raise the stakes, knowing that the Biden administration is not a fan of that. Where are we in the conflict? What are the Russians making moves?
Well, they're doing a couple of things. Again, we're seeing them getting closer to the Iranians, and they're trying to increase their sphere of influence there, and in order to possibly trade back and forth military assets there. But I've seen reports of these leaked documents that basically are outlining what I'll call a larger scale operation that's going to keep Russia in this conflict to at least 2026. They want to put enough pressure out there. They wanted that information out there, I think, for the United States to hear them, that they will not give up. The countries that have more industrial capability usually end up winning these, and historically shows they win these wars of attrition that's taking place right now as both sides continue to grind each other down. Perhaps Russia thinks that if Trump ends up winning the election and an administration comes in, knowing full well that he'll look to settle and do something. And that settlement likely means Ukraine gives up landmass in the Donbass region, areas there that in Donetsk in the south that they have not controlled for years. So I'm just seeing the fact that Russia is digging in and is not going to this negotiation table anytime soon.
The Russians digging in part, is there a move being made based on what happens with our presidential election?
Yeah, it's this administration, the current one, trying to get a deal in either Israel or Ukraine before the election is just all about trying to get a W in an area where that's not in U.S. foreign policy interests, security interests to do either at this time, because neither will happen. The administration feels that Russia eventually will become an ally again, or so to speak, of the United States, and that's what their basis is, and that's what they're most concerned about. I just think that they've lost sight of the fact that Ukraine continues to take a pounding and continues to want to do that. We've allowed them now to use these longer range weapons. I think we have to see what Russia does in response, and their response is going to be, we're digging in and we're not going to stop the fight.
Major Mike Lyons, military analyst, retired United States Army. I appreciate you being with us. More is coming up. Find everything at TonyKatz.com. This is Tony Katz Today.
Kendall and Casey.
The rhetoric of the left. I mean, this guy was using the exact same words that Biden and Harris have been using. The right is not out there shooting at Joe Biden.
Kamala Harris calling Donald Trump the biggest threat to America since the Civil War. Many people are saying lone wolf. I'm questioning whether he truly was a lone wolf.
Well,
and I think many people are.
Kendall and Casey, weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Fall in India is great, but don't spend it painting. Do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's better than paint. And the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house and all the pillars. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
And right now, Indy, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price. Plus, there's more great news. Rhino Shield has partnered with Green Sky Financing to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans to qualified customers.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and that would be the way to go.
And here's Rhino Shield Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
PA Jewelers in Brownsburg is your place for fine jewelry, custom pieces, one-of-a-kind pieces, vintage pieces, and also your place to sell jewelry. 3754 South Green Street in Brownsburg. PA Jewelers inside Premier Arms. You have old jewelry from grandma or jewelry you don't wear anymore? Come sell it for top dollar at PA Jewelers. I've sold jewelry there. My wife has. You're going to love the prices. PA Jewelers inside Premier Arms. 3754 South Green Street in Brownsburg. PremierArms.com.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them. And they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Attention, we have some delightful news, and it's kind of a big deal. You're invited to the first WIBC Pop-Up Pickleball Social, presented by Franciscan Health at Craig Park in Greenwood, Saturday, September 28th. Sign up for the Pickleball Clinic. See your favorite personalities pick up their paddles, plus open play and kids' activities. All the details are at WIBC.com. Get in the game. But to stay out of the kitchen.
Oh, I see what you did there.
With Franciscan Health and 93 WIBC.
18 years ago, Tom and Sarah Joyner started Joyner Homes in Greenfield, and to date, they've built hundreds of homes across central Indiana. The homes they build are different than the cookie-cutter houses you see today. They build homes that have the character like the homes of yesterday, but have modern features, character-rich features, exposed wood beams, stone fireplaces, custom build-ins, and smart design. Building a new home doesn't have to be a headache. Joyner Homes will build you a truly unique, beautiful home. Visit JoynerHomes.com.
So they are on edge in Lebanon, and I'm not surprised.
They're doing things in politics that have never been done before in the history of our country. And worst of all, with their open borders and bad elections, they have made us into a third world nation, something which nobody thought was even possible. Americans deserve a campaign based on the issues. We try and keep it on the issues. And God has now spared my life. It must have been God. Thank you.
Trump in New York, having the rally there on Long Island. I know. I'm working on it, because usually when I'm Long Island, it's Long Island. It's the strong G. It's the only vestige I have of an accent. No. Trust me. If you think this is New York accent, you have no idea. Tony Katz today. What's going on, everybody? 833 got Tony. 833-468-8669. Find everything at Tony Katz. Get the podcast wherever it is you get podcasts. Just look for Tony Katz today. Search for it, subscribe, download, and the world will be a better place. The rally, I think, went well for him. They're in New York. And, of course, you know, the people saying, why in the world is he campaigning in New York? Well, why shouldn't he? I mean, this was Erin Burnett on CNN to some level of just, apoplectic.
So let me just go back to those swing state polls, including the one that I led the show with, Pennsylvania, that has him losing by, frankly, an overwhelming margin. A state that if Harris wins, it is really, really hard for her to lose the election. Maybe you'd think Trump would be in Pennsylvania or another one of those swing states. But he was there in New York City. And as I speak, he's about to hold a rally in Uniondale, New York. Now, that area is a Republican stronghold. But, of course, that's just one area. The campaign says it's given out 60,000 tickets, right? So you could have a successful rally there. But here's the thing. Trump lost New York by 20 percentage points in 2020 and 2016. 20. So is he being delusional when he says this?
I love New York. I always love New York, and we're going to give New York a big play. I leave here. I mean, you see the crowds, and it's so friendly. I love New York. I think we have a real chance of winning.
Look, a 20-point spread, maybe when Biden was at the ticket, that was actually, there was starting to be some serious conversation. There really hasn't been any of that since. But that may be why Democrats are all too eager to welcome Trump to New York. A state party chair tonight saying, quote, I'd love to have him here because anytime he's in Nassau County, he's not in Pennsylvania, he's not in Wisconsin, Michigan, he's not in Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, so he can stay here.
You seem very bothered that he came to New York. Super weird. Like, you could spin these things any way you want. He's not winning New York. I agree. But there are other races going on in New York. We keep discussing this. There are congressional races, and you want to get out enthusiasm. And as for Pennsylvania, well, she's basing the spread on the Quinnipiac poll. We're going to talk to Chris Stegall, morning host of AM 990 The Answer in Philadelphia, about whether that poll holds compared to what he is seeing and others are seeing across the state. And he's campaigning in Pennsylvania regularly. So this is Erin Burnett not giving a full story, which is what we've come to expect from many of these cable outlets. Not that you're anyway surprised. Speaking of surprised, Harris Faulkner over at Fox is talking to Tammy Bruce and a surrogate for Kamala Harris named Patrick Murphy. And fantastic.
Right. So wait a minute. What did you say inflation was when Biden took over?
I said inflation was up at high at 9%. It's now down to 3.2%.
No. When he took over from Trump, it was 1.4%.
Yeah, and there was also
okay.
there was also
I want to make sure, because Biden
debt,
says it was at 9%, and I don't want you to get confused with his
debunked.
His false talking points.
That's spectacular. Harris Faulkner, terrific at that point. Stopping everything, making sure everyone's clear about the data, and moving forward. First of all, it's the model for what a show should be. You're not trying to play gotcha. You're simply correcting the record and getting everybody focused on what's actually happening. That's good. That is more of that, please, for the love of the Lord. But it's a great example Here is CNN not discussing the amount of time spent in Pennsylvania. He does one event in New York. He spends some time in New York. He's with Fox News. He was with Gutfeld, of course. And you're like, oh my gosh, he's totally out of sorts. He's not focused on the things that matter. It all matters. It gives him good talking points. It gives him a good amount of video that he can then disseminate all over the place. Of course, it's fine. If he spent 12 days in a row in New York, I would think it odd. One rally? What does anybody even think it's odd for? And so that's CNN not giving the story the way it is. And there's Harris Faulkner on Fox making sure everybody is honestly addressing the financial situation. What inflation was when Biden took office and what happened because of the spending that he did. Don't get me wrong, Trump spent too much, and I'm concerned about it going forward. If Trump should win, and I hope he does. But this inflation is all Biden. And when they told us it was transitory, they lied. And when they told us Bidenomics was working, they lied. Those are the facts. I'm Tony Katz. This is Tony Katz Today.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Countdown to the shutdown. It's sunny and 85. I'm Donnie Burgess. Here's what's trending at 1:30. October 1st is the deadline to fund the government or risk a shutdown. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says a handful of Republicans are holding things up on purpose.
Unless they can jam parts of Trump's Project 2025 agenda down the throats of the American people.
Some Republicans want an election security bill attached to the government funding bill. Indiana is going through a drought, which means a fire could easily start and grow out of control.
The good thing is the winds aren't super strong, so that'll keep significant fire spread, but it's enough, even with the dry conditions, to where that's a concern.
A burn ban is in effect for more than half of all counties, says forecaster Randy Bowers. And the funeral for Corporal Brandon Schreiber of Newton County will be held tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time at the Newton County Fairgrounds. He was shot September 1st and died last week. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
According to a 2023 Gallup poll, 71% of non-retired adults are worried about retirement saving. At Howard Bailey Financial, we don't believe retiring with confidence should be guesswork. In fact, our mission is to help you gain clarity and purpose and elevate meaning in your life through personal and practical financial strategies. That's why we provide our Retire with Purpose toolkit at no cost. In it, you'll find valuable information on minimizing taxes, maximizing Social Security, and building a retirement income you won't outlive. To receive your complimentary toolkit, text CLARITY to 866-482-9559. Take a step toward a more confident retirement with Howard Bailey Financial and text CLARITY to 866-482-9559.
This endorsement was not provided by a client of Howard Bailey. This individual was compensated for this endorsement. For more information, visit howardbailey.com/TS1.
Greetings from R&R Agency, your Indiana health insurance pros. And a thank you to our loyal customers for making our agency a national sales leader for the 7th straight year. We recently saved a family of 4 over $500 monthly when compared to their ACA plan. You know it's still Obamacare, right? We've recently saved a 61-year-old retiring couple over $600 when compared to their COBRA plan. Breaking news. We are now able to offer health insurance to employer groups of all sizes with 2 of the largest insurers in the Midwest. We'll be here when you need us. Quoting my favorite president, what the heck do you have to lose? We can help. As always, God bless America, or at least what's left of her.
Call Ron or Terry at 317-563-0868. That's 317-563-0868. Or go to rragency.org. That's rragency.org. A health plan managed and chosen by you, not the government.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Dow is up 582. The NASDAQ up 491. I guess this is what happens when the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, decides we need a recalibration of policy. It's not recalibration when you say inflation. Who really cares about inflation? Meaningless. Nonsense. Let it last. Let it happen. Let you in the Midwest, in the middle of America, pay more for eggs and pay more for milk and pay more for all the basics. As long as Wall Street can get some cheap cash and make some bucks, that's what matters. The problem is we're involved in Wall Street. We have 401ks, we have retirement accounts, we do some level of day trading, which I have never quite figured out. I cannot figure out the speed. People move in day trading. They know what they're looking for. They figured out the arbitrage. If it's up a nickel, they're selling. I don't understand how they deal with the tax implication. Like, I've never had anybody, and I've had friends try, and then at some moment they're like, Tony, you are so pretty. You are such a pretty boy. You should really stick with radio. Tony Katz today. Good to be with you. 833-468-8669, 833-GOT-TONY. The recalibration that Jerome Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, is referring to is that inflation will be what it is. I'm giving you what you want, not what you need. What you want. These are two fundamentally different things. What we need is to beat back inflation, which, according to the core CPI, we've discussed this, was up 0.1 in June, 0.2 July, 0.3 in August. That's an upward trend. Why would you cut anything a half point? Not a quarter point, a half point, with a guarantee, if you will, of a half point cut still coming in 2024. It is no wonder we see the market jumping up in such massive ways. Now up 594, the NASDAQ up 500. It's no doubt. Here's the parallel story. Here's the part two. August home sales dropped more than expected as price sets a new record. Interest rates could go down a half a point. Right? When they said they're dropping a half point in the Fed, they're talking about the federal funds rate. This is the number, the percentage that is charged, banks charge to each other as they lend each other money. So this is not where interest rates are. This is just where they borrow money. We take a look at the 10-year Treasury because 30-year fixed mortgages are based on that. And what we see, and we have seen, is it in the 3.6 range. It was in the 4s. And that's how you got to mortgage rates of like 7% because there's a spread between the mortgage rates and the 10-year Treasury. It was 300 basis points. 100 basis points is 1%, 300 basis points, 3%. You did the math with me. None of you took Common Core. So you saw 7% and 7% plus interest rates on mortgages, and people bought houses at that time because there were still houses to buy. Now we're going to start seeing, and we've seen things down as low as 6.29%. We might be seeing things at about the 5.95%. We might see things in that area. The problem is, if there's nothing to buy, it doesn't matter. If the price is still too high, it doesn't matter. People are not selling because if I had a house for 25 years, raised my family in the house, 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, pick it, wherever it is you live, whatever that house is, I can't now replace that house at an interest rate that allows me to save. I can't downsize and better my position, which would really be bettering a cash position, and that cash can then be used to do what? Invest in the market. I can't better the position. All I'm doing is paying equivalent or more for less. So the average person, which is all of us, I shouldn't even say average, I should say the rational person, says to themselves, why bother? We already live here. I don't have to pack a box. Nobody has to go to the UPS store and get more of that tape. No one knows how to use the dispenser. Let's just stay. Who wants to get lunch? I say Chinese food. And that's what they do. So you don't have the level of supply. And this is only proving the point. This is proving the point. By the way, the 10-year Treasury at 3.747, it has jumped up a little bit, but the spread at last look was only like 263 basis points, which would put us in some places in just over that 6%. One would think we'll see this come down over the next week or so, and we will see interest rates under 6. As we've discussed here, it's when we see interest rates under 5. That's when we're going to see movement, because people will say, you know what, screw it. Well, they might say it differently than that, but this is radio, and I like to keep my job. We are seeing the proof of our argument that people are not buying homes because they're not selling homes. So the interest rate conversation is going to be a very moot point very, very soon. But what we do see is that our life is still going to cost us more. So this cut is good if you're on the investment side. Knock yourself out. And by the way, don't ever take stock advice from me. What in the bloody world do I know? Don't ever, ever, ever take stock advice from me. But as just a guy who is talking about our everyday, for the vast majority of us, our everyday is not some level of investment. Our everyday is eggs and milk. And the everyday is going to be as costly as ever, because the recalibration that Jerome Powell is discussing is give up. Just give up on trying to fix the inflation. I cannot stop government from spending. I'm not going to try anymore. Meanwhile, President Trump wants to know if Kamala Harris is going to resign over the Iran spying. I talked about this information that was handed over from the Iranians to the Biden administration, a hack of Donald Trump and his campaign. We'd heard about this a few weeks ago. Maybe at this time it was a few months ago. I don't recall when it was. But we know that the Biden administration got the data, and what you keep hearing is they didn't ask for more information. They didn't reply to the messages. That doesn't matter. The question is, when they got the data, did they immediately call the FBI and tell everybody to hand in every laptop, stop using every computer, and hand in every phone? That's the question before us. Did they or did they not, right there, as quickly as possible, say everybody hands up like you had just counted down to 0 in some kind of chef competition, and say, call the FBI, nobody touch a thing? Why not be immediately public about what happened? Why did it have to come out even an hour later? So it doesn't matter that they didn't reply and say, what else you got? What matters is what they may have done with the information. What did they do with the info? Did it get shared? Did they build plans around it? We were discussing this. It requires a real deep level of understanding of how ugly this is. Now, how we deal with Iran, I'm a man with a theory. What Trump is asking is if Harris will resign in disgrace after this came out. So this was the FBI, a series of other agencies, saying the hackers sent unsolicited emails to people connected to Biden to try and interfere in the 2024 election. Trump posting on Truth Social, wow, just out, in all caps, by the way. I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to say it in all caps. Just assume it's Trump doing Trump. The FBI caught Iran spying on my campaign and giving all the information to the Kamala Harris campaign. Therefore, she and her campaign were illegally spying on me. To be known as the Iran case. Will Kamala resign in disgrace? He's so good when he wants to be so good. He's so good when he wants to be so good. When to be known as the Iran case, like Russia. Will Kamala resign in disgrace from politics? Will the communist left pick a new candidate to replace her? And then this morning, this was just a few hours ago, when does Kamala and her campaign go before a grand jury on Iran? My campaign went through hell on the Russia hoax. The big difference is that the Iran-Kamala campaign corruption case is real. Now, you say to me, but Tony, we don't have any proof of any corruption. This is where the concept comes in of how you fight. I was... To misunderstand where a great number of people on the political right are. It's not that they like this. It's not that they want this. They don't want the insanity. You don't want it. If it's you and me on a bar stool, smoking a cigar, we don't want this crazy. It's the last thing in the world we want. We want people to be normal. The political right has dealt with decades of the left not being normal. The left doing anything and saying anything and changing the norms and obscuring the norms and calling the political right every last name on planet Earth. And when the political right says, hey, that's not nice, the political left says, why are you threatening me? How dare you? It goes back, for example, a recent one when we talk about gas stoves. The left wants to do away with gas stoves. The political right says, why are you talking about gas stoves? Leave our gas stoves alone. And the left says, no one brought up gas stoves. Why are you bringing up gas stoves? Good Lord, you and your culture wars on gas stoves. And then they move through the agency class, the fourth branch of government, to try and do away with our ability to have a gas stove or a gas heater or a gas furnace, etc. The political right in this Trump world, it's not that conservatism is broken. It's that they equated conservatism to weakness, and one cannot fault them harshly. Because look at how people acted after getting punched in the face again and again and again and again and again. They didn't act with strength. They didn't act with vigor. George Bush's entire philosophy, every time he was getting smacked around and called a name, was to say, let's pay him no mind. Let's just go on, oh, that's just the way it is. That isn't the way it is. And it sits into the psyche and sinks in and has created a tremendous number of issues. And the political right has had enough. I don't like it because I didn't like it when the left did it. I sure as bloody heck don't like it when my people do it. But to not understand them and to somehow say they are to blame, like they do, whether it's Elie Mystal or whether it's Joy Reid or whether it's Jen Psaki, and not look at themselves. Well, there are a lot of people on the right who won't put up with that anymore. And if Trump has done anything remarkably well, and I'm not saying he does everything perfect, it is this. If there was email sent from the Biden campaign to the Trump campaign, the calls for an investigation, the calls for resignation, he'd have to no longer be the nominee. If he got elected president, they would impeach him again. And oh, by the way, if he actually gets to serve, that's coming. It would be nonstop, and you know it. So why shouldn't Trump say it? Why shouldn't he? And this is the argument that his supporters, his most ardent supporters, make in a very inarticulate fashion. They're disgusted, and they're tired of being disgusted, and they want a little vengeance. They want it to stop, and they want the other side that has abused them for years and called them names and called their parents names, they want them to suffer. I don't like living in that world, but to not understand them is criminal. We're through the looking glass. They must be understood, and we should also be clear, they need to be respected. Respect the fact that the anger comes from a place not of fancy, not of fantasy, but of reality. That's where it comes from. They have every right, and Trump taps into that better than anybody. Now, not everything Trump does is perfect, and certainly Trump has gone down the road of populism, especially in this election, and I'm not a fan of that, you know it. But I pay attention like you do. Our job is to be honest. This is why this is. And who's to say that Trump isn't right and these people aren't right to be disgusted by the abuse they take and this idea that somehow they can't push back? I think we should open up an investigation right now into what the Harris campaign knew and when they knew it. I want to know what was done with the emails. I would like to know if any of the emails were forwarded and to whom. And who were those emails forwarded to? I want to know if any ad campaigns were created because of these leaked, hacked, stolen emails. I'd like to know if anything was done on a business side to threaten or cajole or to blackmail. Let the investigation begin and let Kamala Harris explain what her campaign did. I think that's rational, reasonable. How about you? I'm Tony Katz. This is Tony Katz Today.
Hammer and Nigel.
In Detroit, Kamala rolls out this bizarre accent.
You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave.
I would love it if that's how she talked in meetings. Kamala Harris goes up there sounding like Foghorn Leghorn. I'll say, somebody better turn the Fox News off the television.
Hammer and Nigel, weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
There's no substitute for experience, and that's especially true when we're talking about teenagers learning to drive. You teach them the basics, but what about those things drivers don't encounter every day? Hey, I'm Matt Baer, here to tell you about Rule the Road Indiana. It's a hands-on experience at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway just for teenage drivers that provides practical knowledge and skills that go beyond regular driver education programs. So, for instance, a controlled braking course and evasive maneuvering course where young drivers learn how to maintain control while avoiding collisions. It is taught by police officers and professional driving instructors. Saturday, September 28th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's free. All you need to do is sign up at ruletheroadindiana.com. Lunch is provided. And American medal-winning swimmer Ryan Murphy and IndyCar driver Stingray Robb and defending two-time Indy 500 champ Joseph Newgarden will be on hand signing autographs. Rule the Road Indiana, brought to you free by Alliance Highway Safety, September 28th at IMS. Register now at ruletheroadindiana.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369.
You expect your home to protect everything you love, but you don't expect the ways water is breaking down your foundation and damaging your home. Cracks in walls and uneven floors are just a few signs your foundation is compromised. But there's one way to get answers to all your concerns. A free home inspection from Indiana Foundation Service. We put water back in its place. Get your free inspection at indianafoundation.com.
We know to contact Indiana 811 at least 2 working days before every dig. But did you know spraying a white line around your digging area means utility flags will be placed only in that area? Fewer flags in the yard? Easier mowing? Everybody wins.
Except for my kid.
I don't want to mow the yard.
Contact Indiana 811 and white line before every project. It's the only way to dig. Learn more at 811.safedigindiana.com. Sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and aired by this station.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Earn, save, grow. It's time your money works harder and goes further with a Stockyards Bank and Trust CD. For a limited time, earn 5.15 annual percentage yield with our 5-month CD special. Proudly serving our communities since 1904. Visit any of our 5 Indianapolis area locations or syb.com/IndyCD today and experience the Stockyards Bank difference. 10,000 minimum balance required. Limited time offer. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Head to Suburban Indy's Home and Outdoor Living Show at the Grand Park Event Center this Friday. Catch Hammer and Nigel broadcasting live 3 to 7 and see over 200 home experts, exhibitors, service providers, and more.
What if one of those pagers made it on a plane when one of these went off and killed innocent Americans? That's a post I got on Twitter X. You can follow me at Tony Katz. That's my name, by the way, Tony Katz Today. That's the name of the show. Find everything at TonyKatz.com. That's the website. I've covered enough of that. Talking about, of course, the pagers, Israel being able to intercept pagers meant for Hezbollah, a terrorist organization. We're able to put in an explosive into all the pagers and at one moment set them off. You killed some terrorists got maimed, some terrorists got damaged, and now everybody knows who these terrorists are, which is, of course, a good thing. But what if one of them made it on a plane when one of these went off and killed innocent Americans? First, not an expert on pager technology, but I don't know many pagers that get signal when in the air. But let's say they were on the ground, and let's say that happened. As we saw in the vast majority of these videos and other things, it affected the person wearing the pager and no one else. Secondly, certainly it would have been terrible. I'm really glad that didn't happen. And number 3, and if I could be so bold, it's a war, and I'm tired of the squeamish. Every move Israel makes is, ooh, that could have been this. Oh, it could have been that. Oh, they shouldn't do this. Oh, what about this? Could I ask everybody to please put on their big boy pants? It's a war. I don't understand. If America had to fight another war, I really do question how these people would fight. Because it doesn't seem to me like they have any willingness to do so. That's maddening, if I'm being asked. I'm Tony Katz. This is Tony Katz Today.
After college, Mike Braun could have gone anywhere. He chose to move back to his hometown of Jasper, Indiana. There, he started a small business, kept his head down, worked hard, and turned his small business into a national company, employing thousands of Hoosiers. He'll use that same determination for us. Lead the charge on lowering the price of gas, groceries, energy. Take on the big healthcare companies to increase healthcare access and lower costs. And Mike will improve education across our state by increasing school choice. Mike will make our streets safer, back the blue, and stop illegal immigration if the federal government won't. Because Braun believes every Hoosier should be safe and secure in their community. As governor, Braun will continue working for Hoosiers. Because when you're Mike, working hard is just what you do. Mike Braun, governor. Paid for by Mike Braun for Indiana.
Sinus pain. You know it all too well. It's constant. It's frustrating. The pressure, the headaches, the snoring, the constant clogged feeling. You're tired of feeling like this, but you've tried nasal sprays, over-the-counter medicines, even home remedies. No matter what you try, nothing gives you lasting sinus relief. You're tired of missing out and feeling miserable. There is something you can do. Something different. Indianapolis Sinus Center. The physicians at Indianapolis Sinus Center have been serving the community with proven treatments for over 50 years. They know what you're going through, and they're standing by ready to offer you the best treatments to provide long-term relief. Breathe better. You don't have to keep suffering from sinus pain. Call Indianapolis Sinus Center today at 317-528-9650 and take the first step toward relief. 317-528-9650. That's 317-528-9650 or go to IndianapolisSinusCenter.com.
Hey, it's JMV. Miss M's Fall Open House is this Saturday. The Garden Center is bursting with great fall decor, pumpkins, mums, and everything fall. Visit the garden shop for great giveaways, enter to win prizes, hot cider, and more. Local partners, Pearl Coffee Company, will be serving great seasonal delights in the morning, and Mallow Run Winery will have their classic starting at 11. All week, 20 to 50% off container nursery items and 50% off pottery. Miss M's on State Road 135, south of Whiteland Road in Bargersville.
Seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach was reported today, resulting in the exposure of
1 in 4 consumers have been a victim of identity.
That's because there are endless places that could accidentally expose you to identity theft, in a breach, or simply by mistake. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Everyone knows that soaking in Epsom salts can make you feel better. Now imagine soaking in Epsom salts in a Royal Spa hot tub.
Ah, Royal Spa. If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Find the path to recovery that works for you. Learn more at cdc.gov/stopoverdose.
This is Chris Wedigan with Absolute Comfort. Go to absolutecomfort.org to find out how dual fuel systems can keep you absolutely comfortable all day, every day.
Absolute Comfort is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Shop Grand Appliance for expert advice, thousands of in-stock appliance options, fast delivery, and professional installation. Learn more at grandappliance.com or your local Grand Appliance showroom.
The Suburban Indie Home and Outdoor Living Show at Grand Park,
featuring over 200 home improvement exhibitors.
September 20th through 22nd.
Tickets are only $7 at suburbanindieshows.com.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News. 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
A declaration of progress. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. That's how President Biden describes the Fed decision to start lowering interest rates after a long fight with inflation.
No one should confuse why I'm here. I'm not here to take a victory lap.
Speaking at the Economic Club of Washington, D.C.
At its peak, as you all know, inflation was 9.1% in the United States. Today, it is much closer to 2%. It doesn't mean our work is done. Far from it. Far from it.
The president says we've entered a new phase of recovery, adding that his administration inherited the worst pandemic in a century. Former President Trump has argued much of the recovery has been a normal bounce back from the pandemic and that Biden policies spiked inflation. He has meetings with Jewish leaders today, focusing in part on a rise in anti-Semitism, while Vice President Kamala Harris has a live stream event with Oprah in Detroit. The leader of Hezbollah says Israel crossed a red line after 2 days of deadly device explosions targeting members of the militant group in Lebanon.
He actually ordered Hezbollah fighters to use pagers and walkie-talkies instead of smartphones because he feared that Israel could track them.
Fox's Nate Foy in Tel Aviv. Hezbollah vowing to continue daily strikes on Israel, firing more rockets today as the Israeli military launched airstrikes in Lebanon. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will travel to Washington next Thursday and hold separate meetings with President Biden and Vice President Harris.
The White House says the leaders will discuss the state of the war between Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine's strategic planning, and U.S. support for Ukraine's defense. Zelensky says he will present President Biden with a victory plan designed to end the more than 2-year-old war.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Former President Trump has said he would probably meet with Zelensky as well, whose trip coincides with the UN General Assembly. America is listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
They shouldn't use your money. 86 degrees. I'm Donnie Burgess. Here's what's trending at 2:02. Utility companies are dipping into your money to make political contributions, says Democrat Jennifer McCormick. She says that needs to change.
Lobbyists are going to entertain. We're just saying they should not do a tax rate payer dollars. And so there are other ways if they're going to choose to do that. It just shouldn't be out of that pot of money.
The McCormick campaign's full utility reform plan is at WIBC.com. Burn bans are in effect for more than half of all Indiana counties. There's a small chance of rain tomorrow, but it won't accomplish much, says forecaster Randy Bowers.
Yeah, it looks like Friday and then late on Sunday and into the early part of next week, but these are not really significant rain chances. We really need a good all-day soaking rain.
Winning is all that matters Sunday against Chicago, says Indianapolis Colts QB Anthony Richardson.
If I have the worst game ever and we win, obviously I'm going to have to look in the mirror and go figure out what I got to do to get better, but we're trying to win. We're not really worried about numbers, honestly.
Sunday's game starts at 1 o'clock. WIBC News Time 2:03, traffic and weather next.
Did you know the Social Security Trust Fund is expected to run out of money in less than 10 years? And according to Barron's, an average income couple could lose up to $16,500 every year in Social Security income. Multiply that by 10 or 20 years, and it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's why it's so critical you have the right strategy to file for Social Security.
Discover how you could get every nickel that's rightfully yours with a free, that's the key word, free custom Social Security analysis from Bill Demery, your retirement guy. Bill Demery is my retirement guy. He's Nigel's retirement guy. He should be yours. So if you've saved more than $200,000 and have not yet filed for Social Security, schedule that free analysis right now. 317-648-5120. 317-648-5120. 317-648-5120. Bill Demery, your retirement guy.
Sweet chocolate reward. Sweet chocolate reward.
This is not just the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat at Walgreens. This is the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat right after receiving all their vaccines in one trip. This is the sound of treating yourself, because you protected yourself.
Stop by or schedule both your flu and COVID-19 vaccines today and grab yourself a sweet treat while you're at it. Vaccine subject to availability. State, age, and health-related restrictions may apply.
Is your pet a digging enthusiast, an escape artist, or a counter surfer? Invisible Fence brand has you covered. For the wannabe landscaper, we've got a solution to keep them active but not destructive. For the escape artist, our personalized pet fences keep them safe and sound at home. Counter surfer? No problem. We know how to keep cheese thieves at bay. Invisible Fence brand. Tailor-made solutions for your pet, your yard, and your needs. Visit invisiblefence.com today.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Absolute Comfort, your American Standard air dealer serving Central Indiana.
WIBC traffic at 205. Disabled car, I-465 westbound, 2 left lanes blocked, approaching Allisonville Road. And now the forecast brought to you by the American Standard Cooling Weather Center.
Another hot and dry day today. We'll see mostly sunny skies with highs near 90. Tonight, mainly clear with lows falling to 62. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Tara Hastings for 93 WIBC.
Thank you, Tara. We've got 86 right now. I'm Donnie Burgess on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Live from the heartland and the crossroads of America, it's Tony Katz Today.
I don't think it's wrong to say that Israel is at war with Hezbollah, because it was true before this incredible, odd, peculiar, I didn't know if it was even possible, neither did you, pager response by which Israel was able to, according to reports, intercept pagers meant for Hezbollah, utilizing them to not be tracked by Israeli intelligence, place explosives within and be able to detonate them all at the same time, doing the mass amount of damage to Hezbollah terrorists and not the population at large. They followed that up yesterday with doing the same thing to cell phones and video cameras and all sorts of electronics, not only crippling the ability of Hezbollah terrorists to physically move, but to be able to communicate, and certainly outing them to the general population, forcing Lebanon now to say, do they harbor terrorists or do they expel them? Tony Katz, Tony Katz today. So good to be with you. Yet we have people in America and around the globe, including the United Nations, which wants Israel to go back to some pre-1967 border, and the Squad saying, how dare Israel make this kind of move? Noah Rothman joins me right now from National Review. He is the author of The Rise of the New Puritans, Fighting Back Against Progressives' War on Fun, writing extensively about this, that not only the Israeli war with Hezbollah is coming, I would argue, Noah, that it is here, but let's start with their problem is that Israel won't roll over and die. You wrote an entire piece based on this tweet from Representative Ocasio-Cortez, who calls this that it clearly and unequivocally violates international humanitarian law and undermines U.S. efforts to prevent a wider conflict. That this attack seriously injured and killed innocent civilians. It's not surprising, but it is still always shocking that Squad members like Representative Ocasio-Cortez take the side of Hezbollah. But this was a targeted attack, not an attack on the population like Hezbollah does with rockets to Israel every day.
I almost feel guilty that we're granting AOC and her ilk the kind of attention that they do not deserve. They obviously haven't the slightest idea what they're talking about. And those who are advancing arguments similar to what Representative Ocasio-Cortez is advancing are similarly confused. I just don't think they're actually sincere. If we were to address their concerns on the merits, as I did in this piece for National Review today, on the notion that this somehow violates international law, I mean, first, you'd have to establish what international law is, which is essentially a catch-all for agreements, treaties, conventions that are binding but are passed by states. States have law. The international environment doesn't have law because it doesn't have a police force that enforces the law. The international environment is anarchic to the extent that there is law or soft power initiatives that are backed by hard power. All of it is underwritten by the force of arms. So that's, first of all, okay, we'll stipulate that. But there are binding treaties, right? Well, in the laws of armed conflict, such as they are, LOAC, LOAC, there are applicable prescriptions against booby traps and devices that are designed to kill civilians, and they are restricted, not prohibited, restricted against military targets. And you would have to say that an encrypted piece of communications, these pagers and these walkie-talkies, which are explicitly handed out to ranking Hezbollah fighters, designed for use in combat operations against Israeli forces, there's no more, as you say, discriminatory effort to neutralize these individuals by simply putting essentially an M80 in their pockets, blowing off their hands, hitting them in the groin area, debilitating them, taking them off the battlefield. The objection here is that, well, there's collateral damage, and there's very minimal collateral damage. I mean, if you've seen the videos, and we all have at this point, these things go off, and there's a person maybe 5 feet away from you who is at most startled. I mean, it couldn't be more discriminatory. But there was ancillary casualties, unintended casualties, as this attack is. And there always are. But if Israel is to be constrained by the notion that there can be no casualties in and around targets of opportunity, which is, by the way, what the terrorists want. The terrorists festoon themselves, wreath themselves in human shields so as to anger and incite people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, then there can be, if that's the standard, there can be no Israeli military operation. And that's not a standard we would apply to anybody else. And guess what you call a standard that is applied to Israel and no other country on the planet Earth? Anti-Semitism, by definition. And the definition is established by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, which has a working definition of anti-Semitism, to which the United States is applicable, is signatory to documentation that essentially affirms the IHRA working definition, is that if you apply a standard to Israel that you do not apply to anybody else, that's not just a double standard. You're guilty of bigotry.
But let's go.
Anti-Jewish bigotry.
Let's take a moment. It's not that I disagree. It's not that I disagree that Representative Ocasio-Cortez is this, along with Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, supporters like Andre Carson and others. I'll name names. I believe Chris Van Hollen, the senator from Maryland, fits into that category as well. But this goes to the very idea when you hear Kamala Harris say that Israel has the right to defend itself, but it's always about what they're doing is wrong. The argument that they're trying to make is there's a difference between defending yourself and being proactive in your defense, that the pro-action is therefore the provocative action, and all you should be allowed to do is take punches to the face and block them. But if you should throw the punch...
Even when you say it out loud, it's just insane.
But I'm right? Like, that's exactly what they're saying.
The problem is that, and this would be totally ignorable as the ravings of cranks and monomaniacs, if all these people were not so lavishly credentialed. I mean, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a lot of sometimes conservatives say, why are you giving her the kind of attention she deserves? She's a very powerful member of the Democratic Party in the U.S. Congress. Special rapporteurs to the United Nations talk this way. Half of Europe talks this way. It is so deeply ingrained that Israel cannot defend itself in the ways that these people, by the way, would be compelling them to do. If you object to an operation as discriminatory and targeted as this, or to say, for example, the spectacular intelligence that led to the neutralization of a Hezbollah member in July who was responsible for the 1983 Marine barracks bombing in which 241 American soldiers were killed, or the bomb that was surreptitiously inserted into a diplomatic safe house in the middle of Tehran that took out Ismail Haniyeh, who's a political leader of Hamas. These are some of the most targeted strikes you can possibly imagine, and they were a response to a Hezbollah rocket that fell on a soccer field, killing 12 children, all of whom were Druze, a Christian minority in Israel, not Jews. Christians, all of them, and a lot of those community leaders in the Druze community said, we need you to destroy Hezbollah now, because they're under fire too. There are 100,000 Israelis who are no longer in their homes in the north of Israel. They need to go home at some point. That's why there will be conflict eventually. But they said, hit them back hard. And what did Israel do? It engaged in a campaign of targeted strikes against individuals who are perpetrating these attacks in ways that are so discriminatory you can't possibly object to them unless you object to Israel defending itself, because you know they would object to a major ground operation, which would be far bloodier, incur far more casualties on both sides of the border. They would object to that too. So if you object to discriminatory strikes and you object to a big ground operation, what you're saying is Israel cannot defend itself at all. And I think that's what, if we got to the brass tacks of the thing, that's what they would argue. If you shot them full of sodium pentothal, they would say, yeah, Israel brought this on themselves. They deserve to get hit as hard as they possibly can, and they should not hit back. And when they do, we should constrain them and tether them down and bog them down with diplomatic affairs and take away all their weapons and let them get destroyed. Because Israel is a source of evil in the region, not the Iranian-backed terrorist organizations that have been waging war against this country for nigh on a year.
Talking to Noah Rothman of National Review, his latest, their problem is that Israel won't roll over and die. As you've been explaining, this is clearly the squad issue, clearly a Democratic Party issue that now comes, square to Kamala Harris, unless she can continue to get away with this idea of they can defend themselves. But this also leads to the idea of where is this war? We've expected Iran to engage with Israel for well over a month. It hasn't happened. After these two moves from Israel, you saw tanks rolling up and you saw fighter jets going into the south of Lebanon. I make the argument that the war indeed has begun. This is different than fighting Hamas. Hezbollah has 250,000 rockets that have been allowed to be amassed, even though the United Nations said you can't do that, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and they did it. Moving the people back, as I've been discussing, is the issue. 80,000 plus refugees in their own country. When this northern front of the war starts, the squad gets louder, and with Joe Biden in lame duck status, does he make moves, in your view, to support Kamala Harris by limiting the support for Israel going forward?
All right. Well, there's a lot there. So first, if and when the real war against Hezbollah begins, which we don't know what the objectives would be, but I would imagine they would be similar to 2006 in an effort to push Hezbollah fighters back beyond the Litani River and give a bit of a buffer zone. The Israeli forces occupied southern Lebanon for decades. They would probably be compelled to do that, and it would be inarguable. We would know the war had begun because it would be a significant operation and probably quite a bloody one. And it could be very, very dangerous for Israel. There's 150,000 rockets, estimated rockets and missiles in Hezbollah's inventory. All of them are trained on Tel Aviv, which is about 6 minutes away. Could be very, very dangerous for Israel and the region. Second, if that invasion were to occur, a major operation were to occur, and we don't necessarily know that it will. The Netanyahu administration, for all the negative stereotypes around it, the Netanyahu government is rather cautious and reticent when it comes to the deployment of force like that, and the invitation of real consequences as a result. This is already one of the longest wars in Israel's history. We don't know that it'll begin. But if it does begin and begins in earnest, how will the Biden administration respond? I am very nervous about that and would be very tempted, given Kamala Harris's recent comments about her support for the 2,000-pound bomb withdrawal, which occurred in the spring, along with some artillery shells and even JDAM missile kits. JDAM missile kits are what you apply to dumb bombs, unguided munitions, so that they become smart bombs, so that they become guided munitions. That's designed to make them more discriminatory, not less, which is just counterproductive and obviously something that these ignorant activists demand because they just don't know what they're talking about. But the Biden administration caters to them, and Kamala Harris caters to them. And even though the situation on the ground in Gaza is much different than it was in the spring, major combat operations in Gaza are over. I can imagine that they would revive that line just to appeal to activists. You know, Kamala Harris is running ads in Michigan based on her convention speech, cutting out the parts where she says, I support Israel's right to defend itself, and saying only that there's a big human tragedy in Gaza and we have to do something about it. This campaign is appealing to that demographic, and it'll be tempted to do so in policy. I would be very disturbed, but not surprised, to see the administration reprise that and withdraw perhaps a cosmetic shipment of arms. But even if it doesn't affect material conditions on the ground or Israel's ability to conduct offensive operations, it sends a really dangerous signal to the rest of the world that Israel's primary benefactor is no longer reliable. That the rest of the world will respond to that, and Israel will respond to that. It'll safeguard itself and possibly go its own way in ways that would be disadvantageous to the American position in the region. It is all counterproductive and wholly based on a bunch of lies that are internalized by some very loud activists who are not representative of the American people. It is dirt stupid policy, but the Biden administration seems committed to it.
Talking to Noah Rothman of National Review, Noah C. Rothman on the Twitter X. I saw that you had posted this a response to something in the Daily Mail, which was an article that reads, "What's going to explode next? The fridge? My phone? The scenes here in Lebanon are from a horror film. Fleshless faces, eyes hanging out. With dozens dead and thousands hurt, none of us feel safe." The author there, Hassan Harfouch. I don't know Hassan Harfouch. Okay, when I hear you laugh at that, I don't think you're laughing at the idea of fleshless faces and eyes hanging out.
I feel fine. You cannot, in the same breath, say, wow, this was amazing operational security. How is it even possible for Israeli intelligence to intercept a private order from a company in Taiwan, intercept those devices, introduce 20 grams of PETN into each device, have these things operate as normal for 5 months, only to execute this operation at the last minute, according to reports, perhaps because it was on the verge of being compromised. And then at the same time also say, well, then, yeah, probably the Chinese would do the same thing to millions upon millions upon millions of devices, and nobody would be none the wiser until they all went off simultaneously, like the movie The Kingsman. I mean, it's not rational. The kind of operational security that Israel observed in this situation is science fictional for a reason. Nobody would ever, if you pitched this to an editor, they would say, no, that's way too on the nose. It's the sort of thing that you don't have to really worry about at scale. certainly. The word would get out if they were putting, 20 grams of C4 in every Samsung refrigerator. It's something that, gets clicks and generates a lot of attention to the article, which suits the purpose of the publication, but it's not an especially informative take. Maybe in the medium to long term, that's something that we should worry about, but it's also something that we will have the ability to detect and defend against if and when it becomes a real threat. The reason why this is so profoundly shocking for everybody in the planet Earth, to say nothing of Hezbollah, is because it's so incredibly novel. That novelty is I think, something that these editors should put more stock into.
Noah Rothman, National Review. I appreciate you taking the time. More is coming up. I'm Tony Katz.
This could be one of the most consequential votes of our lifetime.
Who will be our next governor?
U.S. Senator.
Our next president.
Who will represent us in the General Assembly?
You have a voice with your one vote.
Unhappy with the current state of affairs?
You can do something about it.
Voting is one of our most important rights as Americans.
It's how you can stand up for your beliefs,
your values,
and for future generations.
A reminder to make your vote count on November 5th.
November 5th.
November 5th.
From WIBC
and Urban One.
Mortgage rates are down and creating more active buyers and sellers. If you've been waiting, now is a great time to sell your home before more homes flood the market, driving down prices. Maximize your home sale price now with the market expert who delivers maximum money in less time, Mark Dietel. Maybe you want guaranteed no-hassle home sale, but don't want to give up hard-earned equity to do it. Mark Dietel guarantees your home sold at a mutually agreed-upon price and deadline, or he will buy it. Listen to what Mark from Danville had to say about working with Mark Dietel. I finished building my new perfect home out of state and needed out of my old place quickly. Plus, to cover the cost of the new home, I needed a big price. The Mark Dietel team was my answer. My home sold in 3 days on the market over my asking price. Call the local Indianapolis agent I trust and recommend, and the agent who guarantees your home sold or he'll buy it. Call Mark Dietel at 317-755-4232 for all the details, or go online to markdietel.com. That's Mark, Dietel.com. markdietel.com. Tell him Rob sent you.
Cindy Carrasco has spent a career holding the powerful accountable. As Indiana's Inspector General and Director of the State Ethics Commission, Cindy fought waste, fraud, and abuse wherever she found it. Cindy also combated wrongdoing in state government, which meant standing up and doing the right thing even if it wasn't popular. Now, as our state senator, Cindy Carrasco continues to fight on behalf of all Hoosiers by improving the quality of our children's education, providing tax relief for everyone, and working to make our communities safe by getting law enforcement the resources they need to fight crime, violence, and keep fentanyl away from our families. It's why Cindy has been endorsed by the Indiana Fraternal Order of Police, State Police Alliance, and the Professional Firefighters of Indiana. Because they know that Cindy has their back, and we know she has ours. Vote for more government transparency, better schools, lower taxes, and safer streets. Vote Cindy Carrasco for State Senate.
Paid for by Cindy for Senate.
It's all in the numbers with Window Nation. They installed over 200,000 windows last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Do you know how hard it is to get a positive review online?
Buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. 0 down, 0 interest for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. 866-90-NATION. Tell them Hammer and Nigel sent you.
Seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach was reported today, resulting in the exposure of
1 in 4 consumers have been a victim of identity.
That's because there are endless places that could accidentally expose you to identity theft. In a breach, or simply by mistake. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it. Guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Over the last few years, things have gotten weird.
And for our kids, these things can be overwhelmingly stressful.
Scientific research
and real-life experience tell us that the #1 antidote to stress is authentic, trusted relationships.
So that's why I
am committed to building and maintaining a trusted space.
This is a trusted space.
Access free films and resources to build trusted spaces in your schools and communities at atrustedspace.org.
Sarah, is the corporate media, are we being unfair here?
No, and I think that part of it, so first of all, I don't know how you could interpret her comments any other way, but more importantly than that, it's not two comments. J.D. Vance has been going on every weird bro podcast to make sure to talk about not just childless cat ladies, that's almost the funny part, but also that women in abusive relationships should stay in those relationships. The way that they defend people like Laura Loomer, who are talking about how if Kamala Harris is in the White House, it's going to smell like curry. This has become the way that they are currently terrorizing the people of Springfield with their racist smear about eating dogs and cats. Like, this is the most vicious, despicable, lie-filled campaign I have ever seen, and that is comparing it to what was a pretty significantly indecent campaign that Donald Trump ran in 16 and 20.
Hold that.
That allegedly is a Republican strategist. And we can certainly discuss there are things that we don't like, things that shouldn't be said, things that are beyond the pale, things that are unnecessary. The problem is the left never once looks at itself. It's not that I agree with everything that gets said. It's not that I don't agree that there are some things that are beyond the pale. Laura Loomer's comment that you don't elect Kamala Harris because the White House will smell like curry. Curry is delicious. I don't even understand where the slam is here, but you don't put Laura Loomer anywhere near Donald Trump. Tony Katz today, great to be with you. The discussion here about why some of this is happening is because this is exactly what many on the right feel that they have been hit with every single day since 2000 and George W. Bush. You're racist, you're Hitler, you're bigots, you're terrible. We can do anything. We can have posters with Bush with a gun to his head. We can put out plays about Donald Trump where he's assassinated. Remember that one? People forget that one. Kathy Griffin with the severed head. And she was canceled, but only for a while, and now she's back at it. They feel that they're the ones who've been the target of every ugly joke, every ugly smear, every ugly attack. And what they've said is enough. I don't actually like it. I don't want it by any stretch. The argument that they're making is, why in the world should we take this from you? Why shouldn't we play just as dirty? And when you see people in media not admit to the fact that they've been the dirty ones, well, then how do you expect for the temperature to come down? The idea that this is the dirtiest campaign you've ever seen. They're all the dirtiest campaigns. No one was dirtier than Harry Reid. And can we discuss the fact that Nancy Pelosi, dirtier than Harry Reid, took Joe Biden out of the race? Let's not be people who pretend that we haven't seen horrible. But if you want the temperature to come down, you actually have to do it. I'm Tony Katz. This is Tony Katz Today.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
The cost of trying to live. You've got 86 degrees. I'm Donnie Burgess. Here's what's trending at 2:30. Utility companies need to be checked, says Democratic nominee for Governor Jennifer McCormick.
It's not just homeowners. I'm also hearing it from business because it impacts everybody. I know some of our school leaders are talking about the impact they've had in utility costs that are just outrageous, and they're trying to keep the lights on.
You can read McCormick's full 4-point utility reform plan at WIBC.com. At the national level, the Fed's cut the interest rate for the first time since March of 2020.
The Fed lowering interest rates isn't a declaration of victory. It's a declaration of progress. It's a signal we've entered a new phase of our economy and our recovery.
President Biden speaking in D.C. today. Speaking of money, you're paying an average of $3.20 a gallon for gas, says AAA. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
When you have a stuffy nose, life can be a bit unpleasant. Some live every day with a stuffy nose, and that can make life downright miserable. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent, where we are committed to eliminating your nasal breathing problems with simple in-office procedures like balloon sinuplasty, which requires no surgical cuts, little to no downtime, and can have you breathing better in less than 30 minutes. At Advent, we understand your inability to breathe freely limits your quality of life. And that's why we continue to pioneer the most advanced in-office procedures that have made our practice a global destination for those seeking to live their highest quality of life. Visit AdventKnows.com to see if you're a candidate for the balloon sinuplasty procedure. Because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. Breathe well with simple solutions.
Results may vary.
After college, Mike Braun could have gone anywhere. He chose to move back to his hometown of Jasper, Indiana. There, he started a small business, kept his head down, worked hard, and turned his small business into a national company, employing thousands of Hoosiers. He'll use that same determination for us. Lead the charge on lowering the price of gas, groceries, energy. Take on the big healthcare companies to increase healthcare access and lower costs. And Mike will improve education across our state by increasing school choice. Mike will make our streets safer, back the blue, and stop illegal immigration if the federal government won't. Because Braun believes every Hoosier should be safe and secure in their community. As governor, Braun will continue working for Hoosiers. Because when you're Mike, working hard is just what you do. Mike Braun, governor. Paid for by Mike Braun for Indiana.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace! You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
You expect your home to protect everything you love, but you don't expect the ways water is breaking down your crawl space and damaging your home. Musty smells, sagging floors, mold are just a few signs your crawl space is compromised. But there's one way to get answers to all your concerns. A free home inspection from Indiana Foundation Service. We put water back in its place. Get your free inspection at indianafoundation.com.
It's been 24 hours, and I still look at that Quinnipiac poll about Pennsylvania and say, I'm not buying. The idea that I'm going to believe somehow, magically, mystically, that Kamala Harris is up by 6 points? I mean, I looked at Ryan Gurdersky's point that when it shows seniors, 65 plus, Harris over Trump, like that does not necessarily compute, not by any stretch of the imagination. It just doesn't fit normal standards. Now, everything is possible. But what actually is going on? Because when we take a look at polls, national is somewhat meaningless. It's nice talk, but it is Pennsylvania. It is Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada. It is these battlegrounds where this race for this election will get decided. Tony Katz today. Good to be with you. Chris Stegall joins me right now, morning host at AM 990, The Answer in Philadelphia. And East Coast, West Coast when it comes to Pennsylvania. East Coast being Philadelphia, West Coast being Pittsburgh. Two very different places, might as well be two different states at many times. Talk to me about the scene across the state and where you think this Quinnipiac poll is.
Great to be with you, Tony, and I appreciate the time. I think the Quinnipiac poll is an outlier. It would be a mistake for anybody to suggest that this isn't going to be tight. Of course that it will. But the similar poll had Joe Biden up 10, and of course he finished with, quote, 80,000 votes more than Trump, a whisker. Similarly, Hillary was up big time over Trump at the same time, and that same poll was wrong. So will it be tight? Sure. Will she be leading by that? Not a chance. The thing about the registered voters in Pennsylvania, it's really interesting. We're doing a lot of ballot chasing now because Monday was officially mail-in ballot collection day. It got underway. That is mail-in ballot kickoff day on the 16th. And what the PA Chase organization, that's an organization who is they've devoted themselves to just quite literally that, knocking on doors and saying, hey, did you mail in the ballot you requested? And what they know right now is that the numbers for Democrats who have requested mail-in ballots from 2020 to this year has dropped by hundreds of thousands. So it was over 1 million requested mail-in ballots in 2020. They're at something like, what did I see this morning? 700,000. So they were dramatically off, Tony, and the reason that I bring that up is when these polls, these outlier polls, say that you've got a Democrat up big time, you can generally count that out in Pennsylvania. This will be razor thin, no doubt about it. What we do know is Selena Zito, our mutual friend who covers Pennsylvania, she lives in Pennsylvania, she sees this very similar to what she saw Mrs. Clinton and Trump in 2016. She thinks that Kamala Harris is connecting the exact same way with voters Hillary Clinton did in 2016, which is to say, not at all. And there's boundless more enthusiasm for Trump than there was in 2016 in Pennsylvania. So I hesitate to predict, but I know for a fact Kamala Harris is not running away with this in Pennsylvania.
What is moving Pennsylvania outside of Philadelphia? Philadelphia's answer is always the same. It is going to, progressivism works there, and certainly there's going to be a skin color conversation that dominates. Once you get out of that, once you get out of Bucks County, what is moving the Pennsylvania voter?
Well, it's interesting. You would have said even 2 years ago, abortion. But that's not on the ballot. You know, in Pennsylvania, I mean, it's sort of the Wild West. It's almost limitless abortion, like so many other blue states. So it's really not the abortion issue. Crime is a huge issue. Fracking is energy. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of votes tied to fracking, and it's not a subject that I like as a subject, as a word. I don't like the word. I think a lot of people don't know what it means. But I am aware that in Pennsylvania, not so much the southeast where I am, but in central and western Pennsylvania and southern Pennsylvania, hundreds of thousands of people and their industry and their jobs, well-paying jobs, are tied to fracking. She's on tape saying she's against it and would ban it. That does not sit well. So I think that's a huge factor. I think black men, Tony, watch black men in Philadelphia. As I was saying, they have an enthusiasm problem, and she knows it. She just brought it up at the Association of Black Journalists this week.
Yes.
Philadelphia, when she said, I am not going to talk to black men like a monolith. She very specifically singled out black men because they know they have a problem with black men. Black women, not so much. Black men, big time trouble. And Trump is pulling something like last numbers I saw from Fox News nationally, 30% of the black vote, which if that's true, that's huge. And that's big enough to, again, make another big dent in a Democrat's finish.
Talking to Chris Segal, radio host in Philadelphia on AM 990, The Answer, morning host. The black men conversation is big. As I've been discussing here, this election is about men. It's about black men who refuse to be called sexist and white men who, no matter what their wives say when they go into the ballot box, they're going to pull the lever as they see fit. But it's a great example of, well, if you don't like Kamala Harris, it's because you're a sexist, and America is a sexist nation, and they're not ready for a woman president. And what we're hearing on the men's side, black men and others saying, maybe that's true, but it doesn't change how we're going to vote. We don't have faith in you at all. Has it been this sexism conversation, or has there been something else that makes Harris diminished in their eyes? And I'm talking about it as if they vote in a monolith, and Trump ascend in their eyes.
I do think culturally, particularly with young men, you know, I have two teenage boys of voting age for the first time this year, 19 and 18. This is anecdotal. I can't say that it's representative, but I have a funny feeling it's going on all over the country. These are young white men voting for the first time. This is a generation of boys who've come up being told to sit down, that they're bad because they're heterosexual, they're bad because they're Christian, they're bad because they're white, and they've never had much to say about it. And I think, but I think that this election is going to be full of younger men in their late teens and early 20s who are rebelling hardcore against the Democrat mantra that men, white men, straight men, Christian men, people of faith, they're bad. Inherently bad just by birth. I can't explain it. I can't quantify that, and maybe I'm making that up. I'll come back and say I'm sorry after Election Day, but that is my hunch, and I think that goes across the board, not just with white, straight Christian men, but black men the same, and black Christian men, Jewish men. I think men have been emasculated for a long, long time. I can't speak to older men, but I think, certainly young men and middle-aged men, yeah, I think this could be the election that men finally wake up and go, to hell with it, no more. I may not tell her how I'm voting, but I'm going to let my voice be heard.
Talking to Chris Stegall, radio host outside, I shouldn't say outside, inside Philadelphia on AM 990, The Answer. You can also find his work at readlion.com, the Lion part of the Herzog Foundation. Let's move over to Western Pennsylvania, the home of John Fetterman. Incredible on Israel, terrible on everything else. These are the people who said Fetterman most represents or most seems like us, and said no to Mehmet Oz, to Dr. Oz. How are they viewing this presidential election?
That western part of the state is often considered, that's John Fetterman's classic Carhartt and hoodie scene. The working class blue-collar guy. We know what the Teamsters did this week. That is, did nothing, did not endorse the Democrats, which I think could be huge. As I mentioned,
but the Teamster polling, hold on, the Teamster polling is 50+% for Trump instead of Harris, and it was ahead for Biden over Trump.
That's right. I think Fetterman's stalwart support of Israel, along with Trump's stalwart support of Israel, matters. I think it matters, and here's another kook. While we're rolling with kook theories, I'll give you another one. I have a feeling that the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, desperately wants this job someday that she's running for, and really doesn't think she's got the chops. We'll never know for sure whether he was passed over or he said no thank you. Sometimes I think it's the latter. Sometimes I think he would like her out of the way. He knows she can't get it done. He wants the gig. She stands in the way. And call me nuts, but I have this kind of funny feeling that Shapiro may not be very helpful to her. Yeah, he may look it publicly, but I don't know. I can't explain it, but my hunch is there's a lot of hostility toward Kamala Harris for the way things went down with Josh Shapiro amongst Democrats. Can't prove it, just a hunch.
So as we see Election Day approach, you're getting all of the TV ads. You're getting the radio ads. I'm jealous you're getting the radio money. What do the next 50 days look like in terms of what do you expect to see from Harris Walz, and what would you like to see from Trump Vance?
Donald Trump is camping out in Pennsylvania over the next week. He'll be popping in two different spots. He'll be in Bucks County. Then he's going back out west to what's called, I believe, Indiana, Pennsylvania, as a matter of fact. Still to come, I think, another rally in Butler. Of course, Butler, the ground zero of one of the most incredible, iconic images and moments in presidential election history, at least in our modern history. That's the fight, fight, fight moment after he's shot at the first time. Pennsylvania has become sort of this central focus of what's been a lot of scandal and a lot of opposition, even intergovernmental opposition hurled at Trump, and local law enforcement in the county out there, Butler County. They did not like the way the feds tried to pin that assassination attempt on them. They spoke out vociferously against it. I again, this is all hunch. It's just I feel a little twitchy about it, but I just get this sense, particularly in the hinterlands outside the city centers, there's going to be millions of Pennsylvanians that are itching to vote. They've sat it out before. They got a little dispirited or didn't participate before, but they're raring to go. And also don't forget there's a very important Senate race going on here with Dave McCormick. Bob Casey is a long-time famous name and incumbent. His dad before him. He's in trouble. He's in real trouble. And McCormick is neck and neck, the polls I've seen. And Dave McCormick is running gold standard ads against Bob Casey right now. I would say that Dave McCormick might be the most impressive statewide Senate candidate I've seen in this cycle. And that is something for Pennsylvania Republicans that can never normally ever do this. Dave McCormick may be running a better campaign in Pennsylvania than Trump, believe it or not. And because of those two together at the same time, and they're appearing everywhere together, they're working together, the Pennsylvania GOP, the RNC, the Trump organization are all working in tandem. This is the first time I have seen Republicans across the board firing on all cylinders together as a unified front and ticket in Pennsylvania in years, maybe over a decade. So I think all of that's very positive. Early vote collection is going well so far. Registration is going well so far. I think there's a lot of reason to be optimistic in Pennsylvania. Tim Murtaugh, in fact, says that he believes Pennsylvania is already a lock for Trump. He said it 3 times on the show. Trump will win Pennsylvania. He doesn't even doubt it. I'm not that cocky, but there's something different in the air this time. That's all I'll say, Tony.
Well, certainly, if you take a look at the Real Clear Politics average, which has Casey up 4.3, but that includes that Quinnipiac poll that has Casey up by 9, which also I would have a hard time with. I'll take your word for it and think that this race is close, which is good. Chris Stigall, you can find him at Chris Stigall, Stigall, chrisstigall.com. Find his work there and over at readlion.com. Chris, an absolute pleasure. More to get to. I'm Tony Katz.
Another news update is minutes away.
Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing were raided by the FBI.
Get the facts.
It's going to get a little cheaper to buy a car, maybe get a mortgage. By lowering our policy interest rate by 0.5 percentage
Not
point.
just the talking points.
These encounters with death have not broken my will.
Donald Trump will keep trying to pull us backward.
When events happen.
Cops in Indianapolis are up against far too much right now.
Circle City needs is a great police presence.
On the level. On the go. 93 WIBC Mobile News.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Hey, Bill, where you been? You're overdue for a haircut.
Man, listen, my water pipes burst and flooded my house. Place a mess. I've been staying with my daughter till I can figure out what to do.
You trying to fix it and move back in?
No way. It's too big a mess. It'll cost me tens of thousands of dollars. I ain't got that kind of money.
You trying to sell it then?
Well, that's what I'd like to do, but who's going to buy my house in this condition?
Did you call Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters bought our house when we were in a jam. We needed to move real quick. They closed fast and gave us cash.
Simple Quarters will buy in any condition?
That's right. They buy as is. You don't have to repair anything or clean anything out. It's simple.
What do I have to do?
Just call them. They'll do a quick walkthrough, then they'll make you an offer.
Simple Quarters is a local Christian company that loves to help people in difficult situations. Call Simple Quarters at 317-900-HOME. That's 317-900-HOME. Check us out at simplequarters.com.
Is your pet a digging enthusiast, an escape artist, or a counter surfer? Invisible Fence brand has you covered. For the wannabe landscaper, we've got a solution to keep them active but not destructive. For the escape artist, our personalized pet fences keep them safe and sound at home. Counter surfer? No problem. We know how to keep cheese thieves at bay. Invisible Fence brand. Tailor-made solutions for your pet, your yard, and your needs. Visit invisiblefence.com today.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically...
This is a coordinated monthly test of the broadcast stations of your area. Equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, such as a tornado or flash flood or a civil emergency warning, official messages would have followed the alert tone. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
WIBC contest page and enter for your chance to win 2 tickets to see Trans-Siberian Orchestra's brand new show on Thursday, December 19th at Gamebridge Fieldhouse. And while supplies last, you can purchase tickets for just $49.99 plus fees.
With your vote, we are going to rescue our country. We are going to rescue our Democrat-run states. We are going to start by saving the great state of New York. Is that good?
He is not going to win New York. Don't get me wrong. I want him to. But he is not going to win New York. That isn't going to happen. But we should not forget that gubernatorial race, Lee Zeldin against Kathy Hochul. Tony Katz today. Find it all at TonyKatz.com. Follow me on the Twitter X or at Instagram at TonyKatz, TonyKatz. Lee Zeldin did good work. Lee Zeldin, the former congressman, ran for governor as a Republican against Kathy Hochul, the Democrat, the governor. She was the lieutenant governor under Andrew Cuomo when he resigned because he's a terrible human being. He did well. Lee Zeldin did well. And there are absolute possibilities of good things to happen in New York, especially if New Yorkers have gotten to a point of exhaustion. And remember, we're not talking about just Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, New Yorkers. We're talking about the entirety of the state. Certainly there are a fair amount of Republicans who are there. They just simply don't have the advantage when it comes to registrations. We have seen that there's been a lot of Democratic non-enthusiasm in this race. Kamala Harris brought back some of that enthusiasm. I don't see any maneuver where Trump wins New York. What he can do with campaigning like this, because that's been the question. Why in the world is Donald Trump campaigning in New York? Or people who are a little more curious, hey, why is Trump campaigning in New York? Thinking that there's something there. There are congressional races that can be won. We must think about things outside of just the presidential race. Chris Segal is right to talk about the race between Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat, and Dave McCormick, the Republican challenger. It's a Senate pickup that's going to be incredibly important for getting things done. And we need to think about the entirety of the conversation, the whole race. That's where we need to be keeping our mind. That's where we need to be keeping our focus, that we've got to win more than just the presidency. So this move is good. And, of course, it allows him to be in New York, media capital, all that jazz. He had stopped by Fox. He's hanging out with Gutfeld and doing the whole thing. Good stuff all the way around. Find everything at TonyKatz.com. Tomorrow, everyone, take care.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-9369. 800-525-9369. 800-525-9369.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you use insulin or have had hypoglycemic events, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-611-7121. 800-611-7121. 800-611-7121. That's 800-611-7121.
18 years ago, Tom and Sarah Joyner started Joyner Homes in Greenfield, and to date, they've built hundreds of homes across central Indiana. The homes they build are different than the cookie-cutter houses you